I died a high schooler and woke up as a white-striped mosquito on Blue Star, in Gang City of the Korean Federation. An infinite evolution system named me Cho Sang. 6 days to live unless I bit someone. So I bit a warm leg. It belonged to Hyun, a reborn beast-taming empress sealing her fated spirit Greensnake, and I fed too early, so the blood contract bound to me. A doomed pest had chained a legendary empress into his personal blood bank. Pause for 2 seconds and click like, click subscribe. Your support is the only reason these videos get made. How did I end up here? Let me take you back to the very first day. In the dark, some massive deafening roar dragged me up out of sleep, a sound like a tractor idling right inside my skull, and my whole brain seemed to buzz with the vibration of it. My first coherent thought was pure irritation, because it had to be renovation upstairs on the one weekend a high school senior got to sleep in, and some inconsiderate idiot was ruining it. I snapped my eyes open and opened my mouth to curse whoever was making the racket, and what came out of me was that same grinding buzz. Not a single human word. That stopped me cold, because the noise was coming out of my own mouth. Wide awake now, dumbfounded, I watched the scene sharpen into focus, and it was not my familiar bedroom at all. Towering over me were mosquitoes, enormous ones bigger than a grown man, flying in frantic loops all around me, and I hung there slack-jawed as the truth slotted into place, that the giant buzzing I had blamed on construction was nothing but the sound of these things beating their wings. My mind reeled to the obvious, awful question of whether I was trapped in a nightmare. Right then, an electronic voice rang out inside my head, cool and clinical, announcing that the infinite evolution system had locked onto its host and that binding was successful. It said it was generating my status panel, and then it rattled the whole grim thing off, naming me as its host Cho Sang, my lifespan a mere 6 days. My vitality read 1/100th, my spirit the same pitiful sliver. My evolution points sat flat at nothing. My rank was none, and I had no skills whatsoever. A system, and a white-striped mosquito. I froze for a few seconds while the pieces finished falling, and when I looked around at those giant mosquitoes again, everything snapped clear. The mosquitoes had not gotten bigger, I had gotten smaller, and to put it plainly, I had woken up as a mosquito. What kind of cruel joke is this, waking up as a bug and getting handed a system in the same breath? Still, I had read enough web novels in my past life to know a system was standard equipment for anyone who transmigrated, and any transmigrator with one could claw their way to the peak of the world. That was the theory. The problem was that starting from a mosquito felt a little too much like being dumped into the deepest pit the author could dig, and with only 6 days of lifespan on the clock, I had no idea how I was supposed to play this at all. My heart was a knotted mess, and for a moment I simply could not accept that any of it was real. The system, chipper as ever, told me not to panic, insisting it was at my service. It explained that I could gain vitality and evolution points by sucking blood, growing infinitely stronger, evolving without limit, and it promised that if I used it properly, one day I would be able to drain a god dry with nothing but the body of a mosquito. That last flourish stopped me. I wanted to know since when draining someone dry counted as a cool way to fight, and besides, everybody knew only female mosquitoes sucked blood at all. A male mosquito's mouth parts were too soft to pierce anything and survived on flower nectar, and I was very much a male mosquito, unable to break human skin right now, which made the whole talk of draining gods sound like a bad promise from a salesman. As if it had read the complaint straight off my face, the system's voice chimed again and told me it was distributing my newbie gift pack. It congratulated me on a new skill, female mosquito mouth parts at level 1, saying my mouth parts had been upgraded so I could pierce human skin and drink blood exactly like a female mosquito. It handed me a second skill, blood food tracking at level 1, a passive that cost nothing and let me sense any creature with blood inside a 100-meter radius and read its basic information. And it gave me a third, swarm space at level 1, which let me pull any insect of my own level into a pocket space in my mind where those insects would obey my orders without question. Current capacity 100 insects. 3 skills at once. I read through them carefully and felt my tight little heart finally loosen, because all 3 were genuinely useful and the first 2 solved my immediate problem clean. Female mosquito mouth parts meant I could actually feed, and this system ran on feeding, while blood food tracking meant I would not have to flap around blind like a headless fly hunting for a meal. The 2 of them fit together like a lock and key. At the very least, there was hope of getting stronger. A little comforted, I turned my attention to the third skill, the swarm space, and the idea of drafting insects into my service turned my thoughts interesting. I still had no clue where I was. Some limit of the mosquito body meant I could only see about 3 meters out, everything past that a blur, so I locked my gaze onto one of the mosquitoes nearby and tried a mental command. The mosquito vanished in an instant and appeared inside the swarm space in my mind, and at once I felt a thread of control run between us, a connection that let me steer its every move. Not bad at all, since this skill was only level 1 and already held 100 insects, and if someday I could command 10,000, a million, 100 million mosquitoes, then a single thought might drain an elephant in a heartbeat. Alright, that was getting ahead of myself. I pulled my thoughts back and kept my focus on the swarm, ready to recruit a few more foot soldiers. And after only 5 mosquitoes, a wave of dizziness rolled over me, the exact feeling of pushing a body far past its limits. The system's warning cut in fast, telling me my current physique and spirit were both far too weak, that using the skill 5 times in a row had caused severe overexertion, and that I needed to feed immediately or I would drop dead within 5 minutes. Why the system had not mentioned that little detail earlier was beyond me, and I did not have the seconds to spare cursing its ancestors. I fired off blood food tracking across the 100-meter radius, and to my relief, I actually sensed something, a human female named Hyun, 18 years old. That was my lifeline, and I begged the reading to let me have a couple of sips as I threw everything into my wings and hurled myself toward her. She was thinking about her whole doomed history when I found her. In her past life, Hyun had wasted decades on the martial path and never climbed past the rank of a third-grade martial artist until she finally woke up at 60 and switched to the path of beast taming. And in 10 short years, she stormed into the Emperor realm and became the unprecedented beast-taming empress. Her foundation had stayed unstable to the end, though, and she had fallen during her heavenly tribulation. Now she had been reborn into the body of an 18-year-old, and she swore to herself that she would walk the path of beast taming without delay. That her very first blood contract this time would absolutely never be with some ordinary bloodline. In this life, she vowed, she would build a foundation that would not crack. Inside a bedroom done all in shades of pink, Hyun had already drawn a blood contract formation across the floor, and at its center a snake lay coiled a full meter long and green as jade from head to tail. A spirit green snake, high-level bloodline, the kind of beast that would grow into a 5th-ranked demonic beast once it matured. This was the first contract beast she had chosen for herself with such care after her rebirth. Because for a beast tamer, the first contract beast decides everything. Not only how fast they grow, but the very ceiling of how far they can climb. And no one can contract a second beast before reaching the 5th rank. She was still gnawing on her old mistake. In her past life, her first contract beast had been a low bloodline big-eared rabbit. A weak thing that should never have reached even 3rd rank, which for an ordinary person would have meant the road was finished. But she had leaned on a talent that defied the heavens and spent 3 whole years forcing that rabbit to evolve 3 times, dragging it up to 5th rank so she could finally become a 5th rank beast tamer and contract a second beast. 3 years and a fortune poured into a rabbit, and when she rose to 6th rank, the rabbit had hit its hard limit and become dead weight with no combat power left, so she always fought 1 contract beast short of her peers. When the final bolt of heavenly thunder came down at her tribulation, that one missing 8th rank beast was exactly what she lacked to survive. Her cold, stunning face gave nothing away, but a fever burned in her eyes as she looked at the spirit green snake. Peerless talent, a high bloodline first beast, and a start at 18 instead of 60. She did not dare imagine how strong she could become this time. The corners of her mouth curled up, and with a single thought she activated the blood contract formation. White light erupted from the formation and swallowed both her and the snake. She squinted, bit her fingertip, and squeezed out a single drop of blood, because all she had to do now was let that blood fall into the spirit green snake, and the 2 of them would be bound, human and beast, in a contract that could never be undone. She murmured for her first contract beast to come to her, watching the red beads slide slow toward the fall. A faint mosquito whine sounded in the room, and she never noticed it, all her focus fixed on the seal. By then I had already landed on a slender snow-white leg, so dizzy I could not string a thought together, and almost on pure instinct I made my proboscis thicken and harden and drove it deep into her thigh. Blood poured up through it into me, my flat abdomen swelling round and red, and the system pinged off gains. A few hundredths of vitality at a time, one ding after another. I felt my failing strength rush back with every mouthful, the dizziness and that looming sense of death draining away just as fast, and I finally breathed easy. I had very nearly died. Lucky for me, there had been a blood source within 100 meters, and by the feel of it, a girl with a decent figure, not some sweaty middle-aged man, so at least there was no guilt in the meal. Fully satisfied, I took 2 more sips, and when I was too stuffed to hold another drop, I pulled my proboscis free. The system announced I had extracted a total of 15 hundredths of vitality for a running total of 16 hundredths, and noted that once vitality reached 1 whole point, I could perform my first evolution. 1 point for the first evolution surprised me in a good way, because evolving clearly was not that hard, and 5 or 6 more good pulls should get me there. I was already musing about setting up camp in this girl's home and feeding on her for a while, when an astonished female voice rang out inside my head, wondering aloud how the blood contract could have failed. That was not the system. This was someone else's voice, and it kept going, insisting the contract could not have failed because the success rate was 100%, then reversing itself, realizing the contract had not failed at all, that it seemed she had bound herself to something. She noted how faint the spiritual power was. A mosquito, she said, and then flatly refused it, telling herself she must have sensed wrong, that there was no way she had contracted a mosquito, ordering herself to calm down and feel it again more carefully. And then the last thing she said I did not just hear inside my head, I heard it in the room too, from the throat of the very girl I had been drinking from. I was baffled all over again. I had no idea why I could hear this girl's inner voice, or what a blood contract even was, while she sat there with her gaze gone dull, and no one but me could feel the collapse and despair breaking open in her. She had it worked out fast. An instant before her blood reached the spirit green snake, a mosquito had landed on her leg and stolen a mouthful, so her blood had touched me first, and the blood contract formation had simply decided she was bound to the mosquito, the very bottom of the food chain. The dignified beast-taming empress, and the first contract beast she sealed after her rebirth was a mosquito. Her face went white and her mind went blank, and she thought that in neither of her 2 lives had she ever felt this lost, wondering whether God was toying with her on purpose. A low bloodline beast, even an ordinary animal, she could have defied fate and cultivated to 5th rank. But a mosquito was the lowest of the low among insects, and even reaching 1st rank demonic beast would count as rewriting destiny. Cultivate a mosquito to 5th rank. Even for her, the thought left nothing but despair and impossibility, and she asked herself if she was finished. I put it together myself. No wonder I could suddenly hear her thoughts. We had signed a blood contract by pure accident, which meant this was a world with beast tamers. She was a reincarnator who had been the beast-taming empress in her last life, and I had just become her contract beast. My head was a tangle of what on earth is going on. She slumped to the floor, her soul all but gone, her beautiful face the gray of dead ash. It should have been a god-tier start, a reborn empress stepping over every genius on her sprint back to the peak, and instead her first contract beast was a mosquito, an account deleted before she even got to press restart. Picturing her whole beast-taming career chained forever to a bug, she felt the world spin and nearly fainted where she sat, drowned in a despair deeper than the moment her soul had been snuffed out at her failed tribulation. Well, right out of the gate I had shattered the reborn empress's mental state. Whoever said a mosquito was useless. For a full 10 minutes she stayed broken, and then a spark reignited in her hollow eyes. She refused to give up, reminding herself that she was Hayun, the beast-taming empress, who had once stood in the emperor realm, and that if the heavens wanted her dead, she would fight the heavens, that a mere mosquito could not be the wall between her and the peak. She dragged in a deep breath, forced herself calm, and set her mind racing. The beast-taming road was sealed until 5th rank, and she had no talent at all for the martial path, which left exactly one road, and her gaze turned firm to the point of madness as she named it in her mind. The 10,000 Beasts Furnace Art. A forbidden evil technique, she remembered, brutal and dangerous. Its method appalling, because it demanded that the cultivator use a secret method to devour and fuse the essence blood of powerful demonic beasts, plundering their strength and their talent for herself. The cost was savage. Fusing that essence blood meant unbearable pain, and worse, there was a real chance of being overrun by the violent will locked inside the beast's bloodline, slowly beastifying, in the end losing all reason, and becoming a slaughtering animal. If she had a shred of another option, she would never have touched such a crooked path, but with her martial talent poor and the beast-taming road blocked, a bitter smile crossed her lips as she asked herself what other choice she had. Sprawled on her leg, digesting my meal, I heard every word of it clear through the link, and I was genuinely impressed. So we both got stronger by drinking blood. We really were a match made in heaven. I had to hand it to her. Her nerve was exactly what you would expect from a reborn empress, because an ordinary person would still be sobbing and begging the game for a restart, and she had already carved a new way out. Then her gaze fell on me, her eyes a knot of hatred and helplessness, and, unmistakably, a thread of killing intent. My tiny heart lurched, and I silently begged the big sister not to do anything she would regret. She gritted her teeth and recited the rule to herself, that once a blood contract was sealed, the contract beast and the master lived and died together until she could contract a second beast, and the killing intent snuffed out in an instant. She could not kill this mosquito now, because killing it would kill her too, and not only could she not kill it, she had to keep the pathetically fragile thing alive at least until she reached her second beast. At the thought, her chest went tight enough that she nearly coughed blood, because the dignified empress now had to serve as a mosquito's bodyguard, and she could not think of a single thing more humiliating. On my end, hearing her resolve to protect me, I was delighted. A free empress for a bodyguard, and I would walk tall from here on out. She handled the slaughter. I handled the drinking and the cheering from the sidelines. Wonderful. She fixed her stare on the mosquito on her thigh and coldly ordered me to behave, to stop flitting about, warning that if I died, she would not let me off even as a ghost. I had no attention to spare for the threat, because the system had just pinged again, telling me my blood had finished digesting and awarding a 10th of an evolution point. I felt my round belly go flat and blinked in surprise, since I had fed less than half an hour ago and it was already gone. A mosquito's gut had no business being this fast. In my past life, a mosquito that bit me at night would still have a bulging belly the next morning, so either the system had cranked up my digestion or something stranger was going on, and I decided not to overthink a gift, because faster digestion maxed out how quickly I turned blood into vitality and evolution points. Better still, I now had a safe, fixed blood bag and did not have to hunt for meals, and the more I thought about it, the happier I got, so I hardened my proboscis and drove it into that fair thigh again. She had been deep in recalling the fine details of the 10,000 Beasts furnace art when she felt the itch and almost slapped by instinct, her hand freezing in the air a few centimeters short of her own leg. Looking down at the mosquito drinking from her again, her eye twitched and her face went dark, because I had only just fed and here I was feeding once more, and the emotions she had barely steadied cracked apart all over again. Watching the mosquito that had ruined her future drink her blood, unable to swat it, she could think of no deeper humiliation. And then she did something that stunned me. After a moment of breaking down, she gritted her teeth, ran her martial technique, and pushed the thin trickle of blood chi in her body toward her thigh, so the mosquito could feed on it. A martial artist's blood chi carried many uses, one of them extending life, which was exactly why demonic beasts love to eat martial artists alive, and she knew a mosquito's lifespan was brutally short, half a month at the outside. Since the blood contract chained them to live and die together, if she did not help this mosquito stretch its life, she would not last past half a month either. So, her future wrecked by a bug she could not kill, she now had to hand it her blood and her energy on purpose, cursing under her breath, so wronged she was nearly in tears. Resting on her thigh, I could not have cared less how wretched she felt, because the blood chi of this reborn empress tasted superb. The system pinged off gains, this time 3 times richer than the last, and then it told me the blood chi and the blood I had drunk ran unusually concentrated, and it added 6 hours to my lifespan. 6 extra hours. For a bug with a total of 6 days on the clock, that was enormous news, because it meant that as long as I kept drinking this empress's blood chi, I could keep stretching my lifespan and dodge sudden death for a good while yet. I pulled my mouth parts free, satisfied, my belly round again, my running blood chi total at 64 hundredths, and I did the math, that once this batch digested and I fed twice more to reach 1 full point of blood chi, I could hardly wait to find out. She forced herself calm, one more time, because wallowing was pointless and the only thing that mattered was strength gained fast. She recited the first step of the 10,000 Beasts furnace art, that it needed the essence blood of a beast with a high-level bloodline or above as a primer to ignite the furnace, and her gaze drifted to the spirit green snake still coiled in the formation. Utterly confused, tilting its triangular head as if to ask what she was staring at, she whispered an apology, her eyes carrying both killing intent and regret, and the snake seemed to catch the raw murder in it, its emerald body going taut, its head rearing high in a warning hiss. It had been the future partner she had prepared for herself, the cornerstone of her road back to the peak, and now in her eyes it was no future beast at all, only material, a piece of high bloodline essence blood the furnace required. She told it softly that if it wanted to blame anyone, it should blame the fact that its luck and hers both ran poor, and then she moved. She was only a first-grade early-stage martial artist, but the combat instinct and vision of a past-life empress made her strike quick as lightning. She did not meet the spirit green snake head-on, her figure flickering instead to slip behind it like a ghost, and when its whip-fast tail lashed at her, she dropped into a crouch she had clearly foreseen and let the killing blow pass over her. A dagger gleamed in her hand, the very prop she had readied for the contract ceremony, now a weapon, and she recited to herself that a snake is struck at 7 inches, but the spirit green snake's true weak spot sits 3 inches below the neck, where its embryonic demon core lies and its defense runs thinnest. Her wrist turned, the dagger became a streak of silver, and it drove into that exact point. The snake shrieked and thrashed, its huge body rolling and knocking furniture across the room, but she had already retreated to watch its last struggles with cold eyes, and a few minutes later its movement stilled, and its life went out. Perched on her leg, dizzy from all the shaking, I had watched the whole thing, and my little mosquito heart had skipped in fear. What a ruthless woman. 1 second the snake was the partner she meant to spend a lifetime beside. The next she was landing a killing blow, and that decisiveness truly earned her the title of Empress. She ignored the wreck of the room, walked to the corpse, laid her fair palm over the wound, and with her eyes shut she chanted for the furnace to open, and began circulating that forbidden art. An invisible pull came off her palm, and the purest blood inside the snake unraveled into crimson threads that flowed up her arm and into her body. Instantly, a pain beyond describing tore through her, her pretty face going deathly pale, sweat the size of beans breaking on her brow, her slender frame shaking, and it was not only physical, because a violent, bloodthirsty will belonging to the snake surged into her mind alongside the blood and battered her consciousness. Fine emerald scales surfaced in patches across her skin, and her pupils began to narrow toward vertical slits, the first sign of beastification, but she gritted her teeth and, leaning on the powerful will she had carried from the Emperor realm, held her clarity and forced the essence blood to refine. Through the link I could feel a ghost of the agony she was enduring, and I could not help smacking my lips at it. What a ruthless person, ruthless even to herself. A full half-hour later she opened her eyes and let out a long, murky breath. The scales gone from her skin, her gaze clear again. She could feel her blood chi had thickened and that she stood not far from first-grade mid-stage, yet no joy touched her face, only a tight furrow of her brow as she murmured that it was too slow. Refining one immature spirit green snake had eaten that much time and had very nearly let the beast will overrun her, and relying on this alone to climb fast was daydreaming. What she needed, she decided, was a meridian-protecting pill, an extremely precious medicine usually reserved for 5th grade martial artists breaking through to 6th to keep their meridians from being shredded by violent energy. With one to shield her body while she ran the 10,000 Beasts Furnace art, she could refine essence blood far faster and resist the beast will and cut the beastification risk to almost nothing. The trouble was money. A trace of bitterness pulled at her mouth, because she was flat broke. She was an orphan whose parents had died early and left her tens of millions in inheritance and a large luxury flat. And to buy that high bloodline spirit green snake, she had sold the flat and spent every last coin, certain she was buying her way to the heavens. Now the snake was dead, the money was gone, and she had a mosquito for a contract beast. A single meridian-protecting pill went for at least $500,000 on the market, and taking a job that paid a few thousand a month would never save that in any reasonable span. She sank into thought, brain grinding for any way to make money, and then her eyes lit. The senior year joint examination. She had another identity, the school beauty of Gang City Youngmu High School, a senior student, and in half a month all the Youngmu high schools of Gang City would hold a joint mock exam, with a generous scholarship for the top 3 and a first-place prize of exactly $500,000. No more and no less. That was the one. She decided in a heartbeat, though she remembered her old situation too, that in her past life her martial talent had been so wretched she had only reached 1st grade early stage by senior year, among the lowest in the whole school, while most classmates had hit 1st grade late stage and a handful of geniuses had touched 1st grade peak, and back then she had known better than to even sign up. Things were different now. At her current refining speed, she might fully absorb all the essence blood of the spirit green snake within the half month, and reach 2nd grade early stage, and a 2nd grade martial artist walking into a hall of high schoolers who topped out at 1st grade peak. The corner of her mouth curved into a confident arc, was simply a strike from a higher dimension. First place was a certainty. She wasted no more time, cleaned the wreck of the room, packed the snake corpse into a large bag, and hid it under the bed as her cultivation resource for the coming half month, then changed into a clean uniform to rush to school before registration closed. Before she left, she glanced at me, still perched on the hem of her uniform skirt, and coldly warned me to stay put and not run around. And the instant she finished speaking, she felt her leg go numb, and looked down to find that hateful mosquito with its needles sunk deep in her thigh, 2 red itching welts already swelling on the snow-white skin beside it. She had been bitten twice already, and here I was biting a 3rd time. She was so furious she could barely catch her breath, while in my head there was only one simple joyful stream of thought. Because the system had announced my blood had digested and awarded 2/10 of an evolution point, putting me at 6400s vitality and 3/10 of an evolution point, needing 3600s more vitality for the first evolution. So close. 2 more bites and I could evolve, I told myself, drinking away. And the pings climbed until the system announced I had extracted 3800s of vitality for a total of 1.02, then declared I had met the conditions for the first evolution, and asked whether to begin. I was about to tell it to start when a gale slammed down from above and the world spun. When my vision cleared, I found myself trapped inside a translucent plastic box, the kind used for takeout, and Hyun held it up before her eyes, her cold gaze fixed on me, and told me flatly that from now on, the greedy thing was not allowed to suck her blood without permission. Stingy. What was so terrible about 2 bites it was not going to kill her? I curled my lip inwardly, but I had no attention to spare for grievances, because the box was actually far safer, so I told the system to go ahead and start the evolution. It answered that the first evolution had begun and would take 3 hours. Its voice faded out, my vision went black, and I dropped straight into a deep sleep. She noticed nothing wrong, tucked the box into her backpack, slung it on, and headed straight for school. She had boxed me up partly to keep me safe, since a mosquito was far too fragile and she genuinely could not rest easy leaving me loose. Gang City Youngmu High School was one of the 3 finest Youngmu high schools in the city, where the most gifted boys and girls gathered, and it was class time, so the campus lay quiet under the rustle of the breeze through the leaves. Hyun walked the tree-lined path toward the academic affairs office, her expression cold as ever, as if none of the world around her had a thing to do with her, gripping her backpack straps tight because inside the bag was her entire life, and a clinging shame. What she did not know was that the mosquito she counted as her disgrace was, at that very moment, undergoing a mutation. Asleep, I felt as if I were soaked in warm amniotic fluid, waves of strange energy washing over me and remaking my body, every cell cheering and drinking the energy down greedily. When that warmth had fully fused into me, the system chimed right on time, announcing the first evolution complete and congratulating me on evolving from white striped mosquito to low-level mutated blood mosquito. Then updating my panel. It named me its host Cho Sang, my race now a low-level mutated blood mosquito. My lifespan stretched to 30 days. My vitality at 1.1 and my evolution points at 5/10. My rank still none. My skills read female mosquito mouth parts at level 2. blood food tracking at level 1, and swarm space at level 1, with a note that the next evolution required reaching 10 points of vitality and spending 1 full evolution point. I snapped awake and opened the panel, and after I read it, clean my mosquito face lit up with excitement. The changes were enormous. My race had gone from a common white-striped mosquito to the far cooler-sounding low-level mutated blood mosquito. My lifespan had jumped straight to 30 days, a solid guarantee of survival. Female mosquito mouth parts had risen from level 1 to level 2, and when I looked down at them I sucked in a breath of cold air, because the mouth parts that had been thin as a cow's hair were now thick as a toothpick, more than double their old length, the tip gleaming with a faint cold light. This thing could probably punch through an elephant's hide, never mind human skin. And thicker and longer meant the volume I could pull in a single feeding had multiplied. I noticed my whole body had transformed too. My tiny frame that had measured barely a few millimeters now swollen to well over a centimeter. My wings broader and stronger. My 6 legs a full circle thicker and packed with explosive power. To human eyes I was still an unremarkable little bug, but in the world of mosquitoes I was now a behemoth. I flapped in delight, the buzz I gave off deeper and mightier than before, full of strength, itching to find a target and test how vicious my level 2 mouthparts had become. And I promptly rammed straight into the inner wall of the box and bounced off. Right, I was still grounded. My empress let me out. I can still drink. I feel like I could raise a 10-centimeter welt in one go. She could not hear a word of my inner voice though, already standing before the academic affairs building, drawing a deep breath and stepping inside. The man in charge of student files and department transfers was a middle-aged administrator in gold-rimmed glasses, a bit stiff in the face, named Wang Ji-myung. A knock sounded at the door. He told whoever it was to come in without looking up, and Hyun pushed inside and walked calmly to the desk, greeting him. He raised his head then, and surprise flickered across his eyes at the sight of her, because he remembered the vase school beauty famous across the whole school, lovely as a fairy come down to earth, cursed with a completely ruined martial talent, blessed by the heavens and given no gift for the craft. He pushed his glasses up and asked flatly whether Student Go needed something. She got straight to it and said she wanted to apply for a department transfer. He assumed she meant the logistics department and told her that given her grades, planning early was a wise choice, since in his view a student with no hope in martial arts moving to study logistics and pill theory and other clerical subjects was the only sensible road. She shook her head and said, word by word, that she wanted to transfer to the beast taming department. Her purpose was simple. Martial arts and beast taming were the 2 mainstream cultivation systems of this world, and entering the senior year joint examination as a student of either department, if she took first place, would earn her not only the 500,000 prize, but a different bonus reward on top of it. Martial artists got a top-grade weapon. Beast tamers got a king-level bloodline monster cub. The bloodline levels of monsters ran low, mid, high, king, emperor, and sovereign, and the level of the bloodline set the monster's absolute ceiling. A low-level bloodline capped at a 3rd-grade monster unless the bloodline itself evolved, exactly as her past life big-eared rabbit had, forced through 3 evolutions to 5th rank, a mid-level bloodline capped at 6th grade, a high-level bloodline capped at 9th grade, and a king-level bloodline reached 9th grade the moment it grew up, and at its limit could climb into a king-level monster above 9th grade. That king-level cub was her whole aim, because after taking it she would consume its essence blood, purer by far than a high-level bloodline's, and refining it through the 10,000 Beasts furnace art would give her more strength with fewer side effects and a lower chance of chi deviation. The pen nearly dropped from his hand. He stared at her as if hearing an enormous joke, asking if she was serious, whether she knew what the threshold for the beast taming department even was. She said she did, that you had to successfully contract a contract beast of your own, and he trailed off in open suspicion. Beast tamers burn money worse than martial artists. Monster cubs and cultivation resources, and blood contract formations, every one of them an astronomical sum, and he knew her background was ordinary and could not fathom where she would get the money to contract a monster. She did not argue. She set her school bag on the desk, unzipped it, and took out that plain plastic takeout box, setting it down in front of him, and he frowned and looked inside to find a black and white mosquito several times larger than any normal one lying there motionless. I looked back at him in silence. He was completely lost, and he asked what this was supposed to mean, and she told him, calm as ever, that it was her contract beast, and the words landed like a bomb. The office fell dead silent. A full 10 seconds passed before he seemed to come back to himself, taking off his glasses, rubbing his eyes, putting them on again, and staring at the mosquito for a long while before he asked, his voice almost warped, whether she was really telling him this mosquito was her contract beast. She nodded, and at the same time, through our link, she ordered me to flap my wings, and I obliged, helpless, letting out a faint buzz. His eyelids twitched hard, because he could feel it now, the real if feeble spiritual bond running between them, the unique tie between a beast tamer and a contract beast, which meant every word was true. He roared inside that the student was crazy, that in over 20 years of teaching he had seen people contract cats and dogs, pigs and cows, and once even a cockroach, but at least that had been a big southern cockroach, and contracting a mosquito was unheard of. His eyes shifted from shock to regret and pity as he looked at her cold, beautiful face, wondering whether the girl, robbed of any hope in martial arts, had been pushed until her mind cracked. He sighed and told her earnestly that the school's rules were dead but people were alive, that she did technically have a contract beast and did meet the requirements. Still, he asked whether she had ever thought about whether a mosquito would help her path at all, with its lifespan of only days, kept alive only by pouring her own blood chi into it, and no combat power to speak of. She cut him off directly and asked only whether, by the regulations, she could transfer to the beast taming department and register for the senior year joint examination as a beast taming student. Her tone left no room for argument, and he swallowed the rest of his speech, sat silent a long time, and finally nodded, helpless, and said yes, because rules were rules and he could not refuse. She thanked him, took back the box holding me, and turned to leave without a shred of hesitation. Watching her go, he sighed again and shook his head, saying it was a pity, such a good girl, throwing herself away. Out of the office, she walked the campus road wearing that cold, aloof face that kept strangers at arm's length, but through the blood contract I could faintly feel her mood was anything but calm. Understandable, since nobody in her spot would be in a good mood. I had no time to fret over her feelings though, because I was in my single room studying my newly evolved body with delight, controlling my thick, long proboscis to poke the inner wall of the box, which knocked with real force, like a toothpick jabbing plastic. This physique was 3 or 4 times bigger, my 6 legs like little steel bars, brimming with power. So I asked the system roughly what my physical level was now. It answered that my strength could easily ram and kill 10 of my pre-evolution kind, that at full speed I could fly 20 kilometers an hour, and that my proboscis could pierce 3 centimeter thick pigskin with ease. That it could actually punch through pigskin left me stunned because this level 2 proboscis was a divine artifact, and never mind human blood, I could probably take a sip from most animals now. I flapped in the box wishing I could get out and find a pig to test my might, the buzz of my wings several decibels louder than before. Like a small drone. Her cold voice came through the link, edged with impatience, telling me to behave, and I curled my lip and finally settled. Fine. Under someone else's roof you keep your head down, and who told her to be my long-term meal ticket? She was mildly puzzled just then, sensing the mosquito seemed to have grown a little larger, wondering if it was from drinking her essence blood, but deciding that even a bit bigger it was still under 2 centimeters. Still tiny. Just a flyer. Useless. I said nothing to that, only stewed a little, because just a flyer was one thing. But did she really have to keep calling me small? She brought me to the far end of a teaching building, the territory of the beast taming department. And unlike the martial arts department with its sweat and hormones, this place was livelier, the cries of all kinds of strange animals rising and falling, the air carrying a smell like a zoo. She stopped at the door of beast taming class 8. Class 8, the worst class, I gathered through her thoughts. Though good or bad meant nothing to me, because all I wanted to know was whether this beast taming class held a lot of walking blood bags. She pushed the door open and stepped in. The noise in the room cut off at once, and dozens of eyes swung toward her in unison, because the vase school beauty's name still carried far, and almost everyone knew her. Peering through the gaps in the box, I studied the classroom, which was far larger than an ordinary one. An open space left beside every seat for the student's contract beast, and in those spaces various animals lay or crouched or stood. A fox with flames burning on its tail yawned lazily. A wild boar sheathed in rock-like armor grunted and dug at the floor. A crow with 3 eyes tilted its head and stared at Hyun with all 3. My passive blood food tracking read them clean for me. A blazing fox of low-level bloodline at 1st grade early stage. A rock boar of low-level bloodline at 1st grade mid-stage. A 3-eyed crow of low-level bloodline at 1st grade mid-stage. They were all monsters. I was a little surprised, since I had figured the worst class would at least hold a few ordinary cats and dogs. But even the bottom run here had contracted low bloodline monsters, so the bar for beast tamers in this world was higher than I had guessed. On the podium, a lazy-looking young male teacher wore a complicated expression at the sight of her, clearly having heard the news in advance, and he sighed and welcomed the martial arts department transfer named Hyun, telling her to take any open seat. The class began at once to buzz, wondering why a student with such poor martial talent had suddenly moved into their department, whether she had contracted some powerful monster, and she ignored all of it and walked straight for the empty seat in the back row. A handsome boy in the front row stood up, a cyan-scaled lizard the size of a small calf lying beside him, and said with good-natured curiosity that by the rules of the beast taming department, new students had to show everyone their contract beast. The others chimed in, telling her to let them look, guessing the school beauty's contract beast had to be something gorgeous, maybe a 9-tailed spirit fox. The teacher watched with a chuckle and let it happen, since it was an unwritten tradition of the class, everyone learning each other's contract beasts to trade tips later. She paused, silent a moment, then turned expressionless under the whole class's expectant stare and set that unremarkable plastic takeout box on the podium. The classroom went dead silent again, every face stamped with confusion. Where was the contract beast? Why a takeout box? Could her contract beast possibly be inside? A bold student stretched his neck to look, and then wore the expression of a man who had seen a ghost, stammering that it was a mosquito. The room detonated, one voice after another insisting he must be seeing wrong, then confirming it really was a mosquito, and a huge one, demanding to know if she was crazy to contract it, asking what on earth she was thinking. Everyone looked at her as though at a lunatic, because they had imagined every possibility, even that she had no contract beast at all and was here to slack, but never that it would be a mosquito, which was not merely absurd, but ridiculous. The young teacher's smile froze, and he rubbed his eyes and leaned in, and when he confirmed it truly was a mosquito, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he opened his mouth to say something that dissolved into a sigh, thinking what a pity for the child. None of the noise touched her. Her cold, stunning face stayed still, as if all of it had nothing to do with her, and she put the box away, walked to the empty seat in the back row, sat, pulled a textbook from her bag, and began flipping through it. That composure, unshaken even if Mount Baekdu collapsed in front of her, left the gossiping students unsure what to say, because with the person herself unbothered, their fussing only made them look classless, and the chatter gradually died. The looks aimed at her stayed complicated, regret and pity, and mostly plain incomprehension, since in their eyes this was no different from giving up on herself. The teacher slapped his desk and called for quiet, cleared his throat, and started his lecture, though his eyes kept drifting to her as he sighed and sighed. Inside the box on the desk, I was listening to all of it with great interest, delighted, thinking my grand entrance had shocked the room nicely. Let them all write me off as trash and count Hyun as ruined. That was best of all. Playing the pig to eat the tiger was an old trope, but it worked, and I told them to pity and regret to their heart's content, because in half a month when the joint exam began, my bloodbag empress would make an entrance that shocked their eyes clean out of their sockets. The class period ran out in that eerie mood, and the moment the bell rang and the teacher stepped out, a tall male student walked straight for Hyun. Blood food tracking read him for me. Seon Ho, 18, a late-stage rank 1 beast tamer, and I had to admit the skill was genuinely handy. A late-stage rank 1 tamer with a mid-level bloodline monster counted as a top-tier existence in Class 8, probably ranking in the top 30 of the whole grade. He walked up wearing a smile he clearly believed to be gentle, because he had long carried feelings for her, but had never dared approach the high and mighty school bell. And now the bell had fallen from her altar into trash who contracted a mosquito, and he judged it the perfect moment to step up and show his worth. She lifted her head, her cold eyes glancing at him without a word, and he pressed on undeterred, telling her in the tone of a seasoned expert that she should not be too discouraged, that a first contract beast did not decide a beast tamer's whole future, that he understood she might have made this choice for reasons of her own, but it was all right. The students around them twitched at that, because this was textbook blind, flattering comfort. She had contracted a mosquito and it did not decide her whole future, when she would never in her life reach rank 5 to contract a second monster, the beast-taming road wrecked, and they wondered whether Seon Ho was exploiting the bell's ignorance of beast-taming to talk nonsense. With a thought, he brought the big blue-gray wolf dozing by his seat to its feet, and it patted over and rubbed its head fondly against his leg like a pet greeting its owner, a giant thing the size of an adult Tibetan mastiff, blue-gray furred, oddly fitted with a pair of small fleshy wings on its back that looked faintly comical. Blood food tracking named it a windblade wolf, mid-level bloodline, a late-stage rank 1 monster that could wield wind for its attacks and could reach rank 5 or higher at maturity. He patted its head proudly and presented his partner the windblade wolf, boasting that though it was only rank 1 now, its bloodline potential ran very high and its future was limitless if raised well. Then he offered to share his experience training it with her, allowing that it might not help her own contract beast much, but could at least teach her some basics of beast taming, and adding that when she could contract a second monster in the future, he could even introduce connections to secure her a good bloodline. He spoke without pause, face full of confidence, certain his words showed off his strength and his resources while proving his concern, certain a fallen girl like her needed exactly a strong, gentle shoulder like his. The classmates around were half speechless and half envious. Speechless because he was flat out deceiving her, since she could never contract a second monster and this level of flirting was too low. Envious because a mid-level bloodline windblade wolf was the finest contract beast in their class, a heaven and earth gap from her mosquito, and they wondered if the bell would fall for it. Inside the box, I nearly burst out laughing at his nonsense. Buddy, are you playing the hero who saves the beauty? Sharing experience? Introducing connections? Do you have any idea who is sitting in front of you? That is the beast-taming empress, the ancestor of the whole craft, and that winged husky of yours, a mid-level bloodline you dare to flaunt. When my blood bag, no, my empress, just butchered a high-level bloodline snake for a snack. I mocked him without mercy in my head, watching him like a clown. Though to be fair, the windblade wolf's vitality did look robust, and one sip would surely be nourishing, so I found myself licking my proboscis, a little hungry again. But her reaction left me stunned on the spot. She asked, slow and cold and empty of feeling, whether he was finished, and when he stammered that he was, she told him that if he was finished then to move, because he was blocking her light, and her gaze dropped back to her textbook as though everything that had just happened were no more than a fly buzzing in her ear. His smile froze solid. The students who had been waiting for a show sat stunned a moment, and then one after another they threw him looks fit for a clown, gloating that they had not expected the belle to be no fool, that she had not swallowed a word of his bluffing. His face cycled through blue and white, stinging as if slapped in public, and he drew a deep breath meaning to say more, but her get-away from me air jammed every word in his throat. In the end, he could only snort coldly and lead his windblade wolf back to his seat in disgrace, deeply displeased, thinking she was nothing but a pretty face with no business acting so arrogant. He seethed that fine, she had backbone, and he would see what kind of name she could make with the Mosquito at the exam in half a month, deciding he would never pay attention to the ungrateful woman again, and I witnessed all of it from inside the box. Buddy, that is not how you pick up a girl. Coming on strong with a flex and empty promises, your level is far too low, and my empress has seen the world and would not so much as blink at your little tricks. I was quite pleased with the outcome, since I was not about to let anyone harass my long-term meal ticket. The day's classes ended in a strange calm, and Hyun had become a celebrity across Class 8 and the whole beast-taming department. A school beauty transferred from martial arts whose first contract beast was a mosquito, a combination so shocking that fame was inevitable. After school, she did not linger, slinging her bag over her shoulder and leaving in a hurry, and I assumed she was headed home until, after a maze of turns, we arrived at an old residential block that looked badly aged, the paint peeling off the walls, the corridors plastered with little advertisements, the air thick with damp and cooking smells. The Empress lived this hard. I was a bit dazed, then remembered she had sold her flat to buy the spirit green snake, that today was likely her final deadline to move out, so she was living in a rental. Sure enough, she climbed to the 5th floor of one building and opened a thin iron door, and a stronger musty smell rolled out. The room was tiny, all of it visible in a single glance, maybe 20 square meters, holding a bed, a table, and a wardrobe and nothing else, not even its own bathroom. I heard her sigh softly in my mind, and it seemed the reborn beast-taming empress lived a truly destitute life. Though on second thought this might be good for me, because the worse the environment, the more mosquitoes and flies and rats and ants it held, which meant more sources for foot soldiers. She tossed her bag onto the bed, took out the box, and set it on the table, staring at me with a complicated expression, and warning me coldly through the link that for the next half-month I would stay here and go nowhere. Are you serious, big sister? Solitary confinement? I am an evolved mosquito now. A low-level mutated blood mosquito. Grown a whole size, this box can barely hold me. Alright, that was an exaggeration. The main point is that I am hungry. Dissatisfied, I began fluttering around the box, buzzing a protest with my wings, jabbing the inner wall over and over with my toothpick mouthparts in a steady, rhythmic knock that was not loud but insistent. Her brows drew together, sensing my complaint. Annoyed herself, because of course she wanted to fling the mosquito that stood for her shame as far away as possible. But the blood contract's shared life and death rule forced her to keep the pathetic thing safe, and heaven knew if this dump held rats or cockroaches that might eat it, so the box was safest. She scolded me to stop making noise, distracted, and I ignored her and kept poking. You have got to be kidding. If you do not let me out, how do I feed? And if I do not feed, how do I level? And if I do not level, and one day someone actually swats me dead, you go down with me. We are two grasshoppers tied to the same string. No, an empress and a mosquito on the same string. She asked what on earth I wanted, head throbbing from the tapping, and I stopped and transmitted my intent clearly, that I was hungry and needed to drink, because though I could not truly speak to her, I could push simple thoughts across the bond. She went still, having forgotten the mosquito needed to feed, and that she had to offer her own blood or its lifespan would run out and finish her too, and her face turned even uglier as she hesitated, then reluctantly lifted the lid, telling me just this once and to go straight back when I was done. Before she could finish, a black shadow shot out of the box faster than any normal mosquito, and the next second she felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand, where I had landed firm, my level 2 mouthpart drilling in effortlessly like a miniature drill. She cried out, angry and shocked, wondering how my speed had become so much faster, and I did not care whether she was shocked. Seizing the chance to open buffet mode, the system pinged off gains and announced I had absorbed 8/10 of blood chi for a total of 1.9, then noted the blood was digesting, an estimated hour yielding 4/10 of an evolution point and 5 hours of lifespan. 8/10 in one go. Satisfied, my belly bloated round like a red glass bead, I wobbled my mouthpart free and prepared to fly back, but she slammed the lid shut and stared at me hard, scrutinizing, saying my mouthpart and my body size had changed, because she had finally noticed something wrong. The mosquito really had grown a lot, and the needle had thickened and lengthened, and when it pierced the back of her hand the pain had been several times worse than before, and an absurd thought surfaced that seemed the only explanation, that consuming her blood chi let it evolve. She fixed her stare on the mosquito with its bright red swollen belly, mind racing, because as the former beast-taming empress her understanding of demonic beasts far outstripped ordinary people's. She knew very well that for ordinary insects surviving a single season counted as lucky, never mind evolving, yet in one short day my size and speed and strength had all changed visibly, and she wondered if the mosquito could be a variant. A variant, she recalled, was a demonic beast whose bloodline had mutated in some unknown way, often carrying potential far beyond its peers and certain special abilities. Its most striking trait, the power to evolve independently. Yes, she decided, it had to be so, that drinking her blood-kai-rich blood had triggered a mutated bloodline and completed its first evolution. And the realization left her mood complicated. On one hand, contracting a variant capable of independent evolution, even a mosquito, could count as a blessing in disguise. On the other, even a variant, so what? Because throughout history, no variant, however powerful, could evolve more than 3 times at the most. And a mosquito, even allowed 3 evolutions, could hardly get strong. The first evolution had only made it a bit larger and hardened its mouthparts, and still left it with no combat power, not even the lowest rank 1 demonic beast. And even with heaven-defying luck, and 2 more evolutions it would top out around a rank 1 demonic beast, still a burden to her. She quietly handed me a suspended death sentence. A little potential, not much, still a waste. Sprawled on the table, digesting and happily feeling my body change, I heard every word of that assessment clear, and my mosquito face filled with indignation. At most 3 evolutions, at most a rank 1 demonic beast, and big sister, who exactly do you think you are looking down on? So naive, imagining I was some ordinary variant, when I was a mosquito with a system, the infinite evolution system, and she clearly did not grasp what infinite meant. 3 times was the ceiling for mortals like her, but my journey ran all the way to the sea of stars and the necks of the gods. Her frog in a well remarks irritated me a bit, but on second thought they amused me, because the more she looked down on me, the more wonderful her face would be when I evolved into a heaven-swallowing, sun-devouring divine mosquito. When that day came, I promised myself I would have this haughty empress singing my praises for me every single day. While I stewed, she had already stopped dwelling on me, because in her view the mosquito was at most a burden-demanding long-term investment for a miserable return, possibly a total loss, and the only thing that mattered was raising her own strength. She dragged the large bag holding the spirit green snake's corpse out from under the bed, and the moment it opened, a thick reek of blood filled the air, and threaded through it a strange fragrance, the signature scent of high bloodline demonic beast essence blood. When that scent hit me, my eyes went wide, because blood food tracking let me feel plainly that the energy packed in this snake blood ran more than 10 times richer than Hyun's. One sip could never be enough. I would have to drink until my stomach burst at the very least. My earlier annoyance vanished, my bean-sized eyes locked on the cold snake, my mouth parts twitching, all but drooling. A great tonic. She ignored my longing, sat cross-legged on the floor, set the corpse before her, pressed her hands to the wound, chanted for the furnace to activate, and began circulating that forbidden art once more. Threads of essence blood, crimson shot with emerald, flowing along her arms and into her body. The familiar savage pain struck again, but with one experience behind her, she was far more composed, holding her mind steady and pouring all her strength into refining the power. I watched from the side, anxious, silently begging her not to eat alone, to save a sip for her brother. The blood in my belly was still digesting, so I could not feed yet, and I could only watch her drink the high bloodline snake blood away drop by drop, my heart aching with each one, because those were all my evolution points, and I swore that the instant I finished digesting I would find a way to steal a taste. Time crawled, and I lay on the table looking longingly from her to the snake and its alluring fragrance, my heart itching as if a cat were scratching it, urging myself to digest faster before she drained the snake dry. Maybe my resentment worked, because an hour later the system's ping rang out like heavenly music, announcing my blood had finished digesting and awarding 4/10 of an evolution point, putting me at 1.9 blood chi and 9/10 of an evolution point. There it was. My spirits soared, my round belly deflating at once, hunger sweeping back over me, and I turned my gaze to the cross-legged empress, whose eyes were shut tight, her brow knit, her delicate face slick with sweat, and gone pale, clearly at a critical moment with no attention to spare. A perfect opening. I chuckled inside that it was not that I wanted to steal a snack, it was that she was too busy to mind me, and I flapped my wings as softly as I could, my control over my body much sharper after evolving, so that though a faint buzz remained, it was lighter than before, like a phone set to silent vibration. I landed lightly on the corpse right beside the wound her dagger had left, and an even thicker bloody fragrance struck me until I nearly fainted with joy on the spot. Time to dig in. I hesitated no longer, aimed at a patch of soft-looking flesh, and drove my thick, hard level 2 mouthparts down hard, and they punched through the snake skin without resistance, because even a high bloodline demonic beast was still only a hatchling, and its defense was nothing much. The next second, a liquid utterly unlike her blood flowed into me through the mouthparts. If her blood was a mild tonic soup, the spirit green snake blood was a high concentration energy drink, strong and fierce, and a wild pure energy exploded inside me at once, the system pinging off half a point of blood chi at a time, then throwing up a warning that the blood energy I was consuming was too massive and that I should mind my body's endurance limit. The system was screaming warnings into my mind, endurance alerts stacking one on top of another, and I ignored every single one of them because the bold eat their fill while the timid starve, and this was the essence blood of a high-grade lineage demonic beast, a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. So I didn't stop. I sucked harder. I could feel my belly swelling by the second, ballooning even fatter than when I'd sipped from high-end earlier, the color deepening from bright red to a dark near-black crimson, until I looked like a little bomb primed to go off. Only when the tearing pain hit my skin and I genuinely believed I was about to burst did I finally, reluctantly pull my proboscis free. I let out a fat, satisfied burp, wobbled off the snake, and dragged my body so heavy I could barely fly, back onto the desk to lie there like nothing had happened. Then the system delivered its settlement, and I nearly lost my mind with joy. It told me I'd absorbed 4.2 blood chi, bringing my total to 6.1, and that once this high-grade cub blood finished digesting, I'd walk away with 2.1 evolution points and 2 more days of lifespan. One mouthful. One mouthful had earned me more than every painstaking sip I'd ever taken from the Empress combined. 6.1 blood chi was already past the halfway mark to the 10 I needed for the second evolution, and the second evolution only cost a single evolution point, which meant I now had more than enough, with a fortune left over. Life was good. I lay there feeling the power surge through my gut, my little heart practically blooming, every cell in my body quietly rearranging itself under all that nourishment. This spirit green snake blood was in another league entirely, far stronger than the Empress's. If I could feast on stuff like this every day, forget becoming a divine mosquito, I could probably ascend to some kind of primal saint mosquito. While I savored the aftertaste, I peeked over at Hyun, who was still cross-legged with her eyes shut, refining what little snake blood I'd left her. Her brows were knotted tight, her forehead slick with sweat. I silently cheered on my hardworking little blood bag, then corrected myself. My good Empress. She handles the cultivation and I handle sharing the food. A match made in heaven. Just as I was riding that triumph, the system pinged again, and this time it stopped me cold. It announced that since I was about to acquire a large batch of evolution points, it was unlocking a new function that evolution points could be spent not only on racial evolution, but on upgrading my existing skills. It laid out 3 options. My female mosquito mouth parts at level 2 could be upgraded for 5 evolution points into armor-piercing spike at level 3, an epic boost to strength and penetration that would let me pierce most rank 1 demonic beasts. My blood food tracking at level 1 could be upgraded for 2 evolution points, expanding my perception from 100-meter radius to 300, and my swarm space at level 1 could be upgraded for 2 evolution points to hold 500 insects instead of 100, with the mental strain of controlling the swarm slashed. So evolution points weren't just tickets for evolving, they were experience books for leveling up skills. I ran the numbers on my internal calculator. Once this snake blood digested, I'd have 2.1 points, plus the 9/10 I'd saved from earlier, giving me an even 3, and since the second evolution only needed 1, I could evolve and still have enough left over to upgrade something. The armor-piercing spike sounded ferocious, an epic boost that could crack open a rank 1 beast, practically a divine skill built for stealing blood in a fight. But it cost 5 points and my entire net worth was 3, so I could forget about it for now. Blood food tracking stretching to 300 meters was tempting too. More range meant easier hunting, maybe even a hidden high-grade blood bag or 2. But between the Empress as a steady meal ticket and a whole snake carcass for midnight snacking, I wasn't exactly starving. That left the swarm space. I remembered how dizzy I'd gotten just wrangling 5 mosquito underlings. The space could technically hold 100, but with my current puny spiritual power I'd probably black out after taking in 8 or 10. The upgrade fixed exactly that. 500 capacity and, more importantly, the mental burden gutted. That was the whole point. 1 mosquito alone is nothing, but a swarm of hundreds or thousands, even with garbage combat power, is enough to sicken an enemy to death by sheer number, perfect for scouting, harassment, and cover. I decided on the spot. Develop quietly, gang up on everything, build my army of underlings first, so that when I went out to steal blood, I'd have plenty of cannon fodder. Already I was daydreaming about leading 500 mosquitoes in a majestic column toward the school cafeteria, or rather, toward the demonic beast blood bag stabled inside the school. A full hour later, Hyun opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air tinged with blood. Her face was still pale, but her gaze was sharper. She noted that she'd reached first grade mid-stage, and a wave of relief settled over her. Breaking from first grade early stage to mid-stage in a single day was the kind of speed that would rattle the whole of Gang City Youngmu High School if word got out, and she credited the 10,000 Beasts Furnace art for it. But she also felt, more clearly than ever, how the violent will locked inside the spirit green snake's essence blood was clawing at her spirit, and if not for the willpower she'd carried over from her Emperor realm past life forcibly pinning it down, she would have been beastified long ago. She resolved to get her hands on a meridian-protecting pill as soon as possible, then let her gaze drop to the snake corpse in front of her, and froze. Something about it looked wrong, thinner, more shriveled than before. She wondered if it was a trick of the eye, if the intensity of her cultivation had thrown off her perception, but she couldn't shake it. Slowly she turned her head toward the mosquito on the desk. I was lying there dead still, abdomen bloated round as a marble and dark red all over, the very picture of a bug that had eaten itself into a coma. She stared at me for several seconds, and an absurd notion surfaced in her mind, that maybe this little pest had snuck a bite. Then she killed the thought herself as flatly impossible, because that was essence blood from a high-grade bloodline demonic beast. Energy so violent that even an ordinary first-grade beast trying to drink it directly would explode on the spot. And a variant or not, a mosquito was still a fragile insect that could never survive it. She decided she was overthinking, blamed the exhaustion, and shook the idea loose. I heard every word of it through our blood contract and nearly split my sides laughing. I told her, silently and smugly, that she'd guessed right, but sadly there was no prize, and that if she thought I'd explode and die, she was seriously underestimating a system holder, that the only reason she still had a scrap of snake left was my limited stomach. Otherwise, I'd have wrung the whole thing into jerky. She carefully repackaged the carcass in its bag and shoved it back under the bed, treating it as her entire hope for reaching second grade in the coming half-month, unwilling to lose another drop. Then she washed up and lay down, worn out by everything that had happened, and soon her breathing turned slow and even. The night deepened. I lay on the desk playing sleepy, silently enduring the snake energy rampaging through my gut, jittery and uncomfortable, like I chugged an entire bottle of concentrated caffeine, waiting out the 3 full hours the system said digestion would take. Around 3 in the morning, the heavenly chime I'd been waiting for finally rang. Digestion was complete, plus 2.1 evolution points and 3 days of lifespan, and the panel refreshed. It named me as a low-level mutated blood mosquito, with 33 days of lifespan, blood chi of 6.13 evolution points, no rank, holding female mosquito mouthparts at level 2, blood food tracking at level 1, and swarm space at level 1, with a note that my next evolution required 10 blood chi and 1 evolution point. It was time. I snapped my bean-sized eyes open, feeling my nearly bursting belly deflate as a purer, denser power melted into my limbs and bones, my whole body a notch stronger. 3 evolution points. Without hesitation, I ordered the system to upgrade the swarm space, and it obliged, spending 2 points to lift it to level 2. Now it could store any insect of my rank, all of them bound to obey me without question. Capacity 500, mental burden slashed. The moment it finished, that cramped little pocket in my mind ballooned more than tenfold, and the faint dizziness I'd felt commanding 5 underlings vanished, replaced by effortless control, as natural as moving my own arm. Time to assemble my first mosquito legion. I glanced at the sleeping empress and flew quietly to the window, whose old warped frame was riddled with gaps that to a bug my size were superhighways to everywhere. I squeezed out into the dark corridor, where a humid, rotten reek of household garbage hit me. The old me would have gagged on the spot, but as a mosquito I was immune. And I even found it a little oddly homey. This place was an insect paradise. My blood food tracking mostly tracked blood, but it also read life forms, and I could sense countless potential recruits nested throughout the crumbling building. I wasn't rushing to draft my mosquito brethren, though. Mosquitoes are plentiful, but their combat power is basically 0, and they're loud and conspicuous, giving away a position with their buzzing. What I wanted first was tough, thick-skinned cannon fodder. I followed the wall down to the garbage heap in the courtyard, which was practically a grand insect gala, and my eyes locked onto a cluster of cockroaches gnawing rotten vegetable leaves. Disgusting, sure, but cockroaches have monstrous vitality. The unkillable little tanks, ideal meat shields and scouts. I targeted the biggest, fattest one and gave the command to collect, and it vanished in an instant, reappearing inside my swarm space. A spiritual link snapped into place between us, and I could even peer through the roach's eyes to see the handful of trembling mosquito underlings already inside the space. Not bad. I fired myself up and launched my great conscription. 1, 2, 10, 50. I worked like a diligent beekeeper harvesting honey, scooping cockroaches, flies, moths, and a few stray bugs I couldn't name into the space one after another. The upgraded swarm space really was something. Over 100 insects gathered in one sweep without a flicker of fatigue. My only regret was that the skill snagged insects only, so the spiders and centipedes lurking in the corners stayed out of reach. Still, an army of 100+ misfits was plenty to work with, and it was time to test their discipline. I flew up and pushed one simple command through the mental link, ordering everyone out to form a square in front of me. In the next breath, a dense swarm materialized on the open ground, and creatures that had been fending for themselves a moment earlier now moved like they shared one program, flies and moths wheeling overhead, while cockroaches and bugs crawled into ranks below, until a crooked but recognizable four-sided formation stood before me. This felt outrageous. It was exactly like commanding a real-time strategy game with me as the general, and I was hooked, drilling the swarm through shape after shape just to watch them obey. Weak as they were, the sheer number and coordination were enough to terrify anyone. So then, I thought about Xian Ho, the arrogant one, and his windblade wolf. A bold idea bloomed. Tomorrow at school, I'd use his winged mutt to field test my new toys and show him what the true path of beast taming looked like. When Hyen woke the next morning, she felt refreshed, her first-grade mid-stage body carrying far more energy and stamina than before. She glanced at the desk where the mosquito lay in the same spot with its belly deflated, looking perfectly ordinary again, and thought nothing of it, snorting inwardly at the burden she had to keep feeding. She locked me back in that plastic takeout box, shouldered her backpack, and hurried to school, because with the joint examination closing in, she couldn't waste a moment. And she also meant to hit the library to double-check details on the 10,000 Beasts furnace art and the meridian-protecting pill, since even her vivid past life memories had gaps. Meanwhile, I, boxed and jostling, was anything but quiet, with over 200 underlings packed into my swarm space, primed to raise hell at school. The atmosphere in Beast Taming Class 8 was tighter than the day before, less than half a month to the examination. Everyone squeezing out the last hours to train and bond with their contract beasts. Hayun's arrival still stirred a small ripple, and over at Sion Ho's seat his Windblade wolf lay yawning with boredom. When he saw her take the back row, something complicated crossed his face, because yesterday he'd walked over meaning to charm her, and she'd cut him down with a flat remark about blocking the light, humiliating him in front of everyone, and he'd been nursing that grudge ever since. He muttered that she was ungrateful, that she must still fancy herself the high and mighty school beauty, when really she was just trash who'd contracted a mosquito. Her martial talent nothing, her whole future ruined, and he promised himself he'd claw back his dignity today and make her cry come exam time. The other students let their eyes graze over her and slide away, since a classmate who'd bonded a mosquito no longer belonged to their world of future beast tamers, and she was glad to be left alone, pulling out a book to read. Inside the plastic box, I began my pre-battle mobilization. I told my brothers to look at the winged husky outside, that today it was the target, Operation Codename Buffet. Step 1. The flight squadron of flies and moths handles high-altitude harassment to draw the enemy's attention and its masters. Step 2. The ground assault team of cockroaches and bugs floods the desks and floor to spread chaos. And I, as Commander-in-Chief and the sole designated diner, exploit the confusion to strike, seize the target, and finish the meal. Low as their intelligence was, orders that simple were well within their reach, and I waited for the moment. The recess bell rang. The instant the teacher left, the room burst into chatter, students clustering to compare contract beast skills and exam tactics, and the opening Sion Ho had been waiting for arrived. He cleared his throat and announced loudly that his Windblade wolf had learned a new trick yesterday, that everyone should watch and be amazed, then shot a sidelong glance at Hayun, and seeing no reaction, snorted to himself that she could keep pretending all she liked. With a flick of his will, the wolf rumbled low, opened its jaws, and spat a pale cyan crescent condensed from wind that whistled across the room and sheared the tip clean off a distant piece of chalk. The praise came pouring in, someone crowing that it was even sharper than their own, someone else declaring that with an intermediate bloodline beast like that, Sion Ho was a lock for the exam. Top 20 at least. Sion Ho's vanity swelled and his grin widened. He looked toward Hayun again, even-eyed the unremarkable box on her desk with a mocking curl of his lip, thinking, that thing you call a contract beast, what can a mosquito do but suck blood? It isn't fit to scratch my wolf's itch. He never noticed the conspiracy circling him. Now, inside the box I gave the order to commence. In a heartbeat, dozens of flies and moths burst out of thin air in the middle of the classroom and dove at the gloating Sion Ho and everyone near him like a squadron of runaway bombers. Where did all these flies come from? Someone shrieked. Why hadn't the school cleaned? And one girl actually fainted from fright mid-scream, prompting a confused chorus about why she'd suddenly nodded off. Sion Ho and his crowd flailed their arms swatting at the pests, and that was only the opening act. Next, hundreds of cockroaches and bedbugs surged out of every corner like a rising tide, scrambling up the desk legs and onto the students' shins, and the room detonated into pure chaos. The girls' screams the loudest, nobody sparing a single thought for the Windblade wolf anymore. Even the wolf itself grew agitated, snarling and swiping at the bugs bold enough to bother it. Nicely done. I seized the once-in-a-lifetime window, cracked the box open, and shot out at a speed no ordinary mosquito could match, tracing a near-invisible black line through the churning air to land dead center on the wolf's back. Its fur was thick as green armor, but I wasn't reckless. I threaded through the coat like a seasoned hunter, hunting the weak spot, and found it at the back of the neck where the fur thinned and the skin went soft. Little wolf pup, I thought, Grandpa Mosquito is here. Without hesitation, I aimed my level 2 proboscis at the vulnerable patch, and drove it home, the faint whisper of a blade parting flesh. A level 2 proboscis couldn't ignore the wolf's overall defense, but against that soft spot it was more than enough. The wolf's body jerked at the sting, and before it could turn, a stream of pure, scalding, hyperactive blood was already flooding through my proboscis and into me. The system spat out numbers, blood chi plus 1.1, plus 1.3, then a warning about the sheer volume straining my endurance, then the tally, 5.5 absorbed, total now 11.6, and finally that I'd met the conditions for the second evolution. One mouthful was enough. I was stunned at myself. How did a single bite of a mid-grade bloodline beast beat the entire high-grade spirit green snake? Then it clicked. The snake, high-grade or not, was a corpse, its essence blood badly degraded and its vitality long gone, and it had been a hatchling at only first-grade early stage. This windblade wolf was first grade late stage, alive and thrashing, so of course the fresh blood hit differently. Feeling my stomach stretch to its limit, I didn't dare take another sip and yank my proboscis free, then beat my wings and slipped silently back into the box on Hyun's desk. The whole thing smooth as running water, start to finish under 10 seconds. At that moment, Hyun was frowning and swatting a cockroach off her desk with her book, her cold face all disgust. She found the sudden plague strange, but she never once connected it to her useless contract beast, because in her mind, how could a mosquito possibly cause a spectacle this big? The teacher eventually restored order, and the insects departed as fast as they'd come. Once I'd finished eating, I recalled every underling into the swarm space with a thought, leaving only wreckage and a room full of shaken faces. Most people assumed the bugs had simply flown off, and the few who saw them wink out of existence chalked it up to their eyes playing tricks. The school took the incident seriously, blamed a sanitation problem, and sent people that afternoon for a building-wide cleaning and disinfection. But that comes later. Right then I was lying in the box gleefully studying my panel. Blood Chi at 11.61 evolution point banked. Conditions for the second evolution met. I fought down the urge to evolve on the spot, because I was still in the classroom. Too big a target. Not safe. Better to wait until I got home tonight. Already I was buzzing with anticipation. The first evolution had turned me from an ordinary mosquito into a low-level mutated blood mosquito, blowing up my size and proboscis. So what surprises would the second bring? Maybe it would smash through the ceiling of my species entirely and make me a true demonic beast. The system doused me with cold water. Negative, it said. 10 blood chi was only the level of a common small animal, and 100 blood chi was needed just to reach the threshold of a first-grade early-stage demonic beast, and I was getting ahead of myself. Are you kidding me? I'd sweated and slaved to drag my blood chi from 1/100th of a point up to 11.6, and that only matched a common small animal. The leveling curve was insultingly slow. Then it added dryly that this was only the second day since I'd transmigrated. Fine, fair. As the evolution stacked up, the rate of gain would surely accelerate, and if I could hold this pace, a first-grade demonic beast was maybe only a few days off. Still, I reeled myself in. No point being greedy, one step at a time. Having barely survived until the final bell, I stayed keyed up the whole way home, wanting nothing more than to start the second evolution that instant. Hyun noticed my restlessness and simply assumed the bug was hungry again or bored, her face blank, her inner voice snorting that I was an insatiable little thing. She had no idea this insatiable little thing was about to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Back in the cramped, run-down rental room, she tossed her bag and the box onto the table and moved to drag her cultivation resource, the spirit green snake corpse, out from under the bed. Seeing the coast clear, I ordered the system to begin the evolution, and it confirmed, spending 1 evolution point, second evolution officially underway. Estimated time 5 hours. My vision went black and that familiar deep sleep undertow dragged my consciousness down all at once. Inside the box, my body, barely 1.5 centimeters long, wrapped itself in a thick cocoon glowing a faint red. Hyun, reaching for the snake, suddenly felt the mental link between us blur, as if a pane of frosted glass had slid between her and a mosquito. She turned in confusion and saw that I'd become a small dark red cocoon, pulsing gently like a beating heart. Was it evolving again? Her pupils shrank, disbelief flooding her face. It had only been 1 day. It had evolved yesterday, and today was already at its second evolution. What kind of monster was this? Even the legendary variants with peak bloodlines couldn't evolve this fast, and this shattered the knowledge of 2 whole lifetimes. She stared at the little red cocoon, emotions tangled, shock and confusion, and without even noticing it, a thread of anticipation. Maybe this fellow really wasn't just a burden. 5 hours passed and the sky went fully dark. A faint cracking sound broke from the box and Hyun jolted out of her cultivation, eyes snapping to the cocoon. Fine fissures spread across its surface, then a powerful new limb thrust out through a gap, then a second, a third, until with a soft pop the whole cocoon shattered and something entirely new stood revealed. Even with 2 lifetimes of composure, she couldn't help a sharp intake of breath. Her cold, beautiful face filled with shock. Was that even a mosquito? Inside the box, a giant mosquito nearly 10 centimeters long stretched itself, ink black and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Its once oversized wings now like 2 black blades edged in a heart-stopping glint. Its 6 limbs thickened and studded with tiny barbs like 6 exquisite sickles. I woke and threw open my panel. Second evolution complete. Race advanced from low-level mutated blood mosquito to blade-winged blood mosquito, and the readout named me with a lifespan of 93 days. Blood chi of 11.61.8 evolution points. No rank, holding armor-piercing spike at level 3. Blood food tracking at level 1. Swarm space at level 2, and a brand new wing blade slash at level 1, with the next evolution demanding 100 blood chi and 10 evolution points. I nearly knocked the lid clean off the box. Blade-winged blood mosquito, a name with real bite to it. My lifespan had leapt past 90 days, almost 3 months, so short life anxiety was officially dead. My size had exploded nearly tenfold. A 10-centimeter mosquito terrifying by any measure. Best of all were the skills. Not only had I gained a fresh attack in Wingblade Slash, but my old female Mosquito mouthparts had upgraded straight from level 2 into the level 3 armor-piercing spike, so every racial evolution carried a chance to randomly level up an existing skill, an unexpected bonus that made my little heart bloom. I checked the details. The armor-piercing spike had received an epic reinforcement, its strength and penetration on par with a high-grade blade, easily punching through the scale armor of most rank 1 demonic beasts. The Wingblade Slash let me vibrate my wings at high speed to loose a wind-forged blade of cutting force at a target, for a small cost in blood chi. I flapped my wings and heard them slice the air like real blades, then tested the Wingblade Slash with a thought. A pale green, nearly invisible wind blade shot from my wings and slammed the inner wall of the box with a crisp metallic ring, tearing a hole clean through it. I startled myself. This was only level 1. At maximum, one flap might split a mountain. I looked down at the armor-piercing spike, now needle-thick and glinting cold, and figured it could bore through pig hide, maybe even a thin steel plate. I felt like the Rambo of the Mosquito world, one bug capable of taking on a whole division. Then I noticed the next evolution's cost. 100 blood chi and 10 evolution points, a 10-fold jump, and reined my excitement back in. Looked like I'd be busy for a while, so I refocused on the road to getting stronger. Whose blood should I drink tonight? I ruled out Hyun, my long-term meal ticket, right away. Not out of dislike, but the Empress was simply too weak, a first-grade mid-stage martial artist whose blood chi was so thin that a sip now would be like sipping plain water. Not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. My gaze, sliding through the slit my own wings had carved, landed on the big black bag under the bed, where a high-grade snake blood buffet still waited. But the timing was wrong. Hyun was awake, and swiping a snack right in front of her would get me caught, so I had to be stealthy. I settled back into the box and played dead. Once the shock wore off, Hyun calmed down. She gave the hideous monster in the box a long look, cleaned the dried snake residue off the floor with a complicated expression, and dragged her exhausted body and mind onto the bed, dropping into deep sleep almost at once. Asleep. The moment had come. When her breathing turned steady and even, I crawled out of the box and lifted off in silence, suppressing my wing beats to the faintest of night breezes, and sat down beside the black bag. Its mouth was only loosely tied, a gap that was practically an open door to me. I slipped inside, a rich, sweet reek of blood swallowing me whole. Feast time. I landed on the corpse and without ceremony drove my level 3 armor-piercing spike deep, a miniature drill against scaled skin that had been armor to any ordinary mosquito, now torn like paper. Essence blood, even more majestic and pure than before, came flooding through my mouthparts, and every cell in me leapt for joy. The system spanned my vision, plus 3.2, plus 3.5, plus 3.3, no warnings at all this time, because my post-evolution body could shrug off the impact that used to threaten me. I gorged like a man starved 3 days let loose at a royal feast, my belly swelling to a red balloon nearly bigger than my own body. The system reported 10.5 absorbed, total now 22.11 hour to digest, 3.2 evolution points to come, plus 10 hours of lifespan. One gulp and my blood chi had jumped over 10 points, digestion cut from 3 hours to 1. Efficiency had tripled. I pulled my mouthparts free, thrilled, figuring I could clear 40 or 50 blood chi before dawn. I lay beside the corpse doing my post-meal digestion, and the hour flew. When it finished, I felt my round belly deflate and hunger slam back, so I sank my mouthparts in again for the second gulp. 9.8 absorbed, total 31.9. Another hour, the third gulp, 8.5, total 40.4. Deep in the night, with the Empress dead asleep, I ran full buffet mode. Gulp, digest an hour, gulp again, tireless and delighted, a hard-working thief emptying his host's granary one scoop at a time. Across the whole night I drank 7 times, and only on the 8th did I find nothing useful left, just ordinary bloody water. As dawn broke, I let out a satisfied burp, finished my last digestion, and opened the panel, my mood soaring at that string of glorious numbers. I was still a blade-winged blood mosquito with 95 days of lifespan, but my blood chi had rocketed to 48.5, and my evolution points to 16.5. In one night, my blood chi had climbed over 30 points and I'd banked 16 more evolution points. And the only reason it wasn't even higher was that I'd sucked the carcass bone dry. A pity. I crawled out of the bag, flew back to the table, and tucked myself into the box, then rested my eyes and pondered how to spend the dozen-odd evolution points, since I needed a full 100 blood chi to evolve again and there was no sense hoarding them. Better to sink them into skills. Upgrade the armor-piercing spike, the fresh wing blade slash, or bump blood food tracking in the swarm space. I was still weighing the returns when Hyun stirred awake. She stretched, feeling refreshed, ready for a new day, and out of habit walked to the bedside and bent to drag the black bag out. The instant she lifted it, she froze, because it was so light, and an ugly premonition welled up in her. She yanked it out and tore the mouth open, and her pupils locked. Where a plump snake corpse had been, only a shriveled, wrinkled skin remained, as if air-dried for a decade, lying there weightless. Silence. A deathly silence, and after a full 10 seconds a thought roared in her mind, suppressing monstrous rage yet drowning in bewilderment, mourning her spirit green snake. The emotion packed into that inner cry was too tangled to name. Heartache and fury and a frenzy, but above all a disbelief that cracked her worldview down the middle. She stared at the thing on the floor that had become dried snakeskin, then whipped her head around, her glare stabbing like a sword at the culprit on the table, currently playing dead. It was definitely me. In the entire room only I could suck blood, so who else could it be? Gone. All of it gone. The cultivation resource she'd sold her house and gambled her entire fortune to buy. Her one hope of breaking into second grade before the exam, drained dry by a mosquito in a single night. She demanded, thoughts trembling, what on earth I even was. She couldn't understand it. How could a mosquito withstand that ocean of demonic beast essence blood? How did that tiny body hold such terrifying energy? Why hadn't it burst and died? It defied everything 2 lifetimes had taught her, and underneath the anger a deeper shock surged up from the bottom of her heart, because in the very moment of her fury she'd felt, through the blood contract, a faint force being fed back to her from my body. A contract beast returns power to its beast tamer at a rate of 1/10, and my strength had simply been too small before for her to notice. But now she could clearly perceive that the blood chi inside me was wildly vigorous, and she ran the math, arriving at a number that made her own scalp prickle, at least 50 points. 50, still far from the 100 that marked a first-grade demonic beast, but already the level of an adult wild wolf or a half-grown wild boar. In terms of raw blood chi, this mosquito, less than 10 centimeters in front of her, now rivaled an ordinary wild beast, and it had taken all of 2 days, from a bug with a few days to live, and negligible blood chi, into a monster on par with a wild animal. She was floored. The way she looked at me had traveled from disgust and helplessness, to shock and curiosity, and now to something like awe at an unknown mythical creature. My potential apparently 10,000 times more terrifying than she'd guessed. An absurd thought she couldn't stop, wondered whether her true fortune in this life wasn't her rebirth at all, but contracting me. Facing the Empress's silent interrogation, I calmly waved my blade-like wings and pushed my thoughts across the link. I told her not to work herself up over one dead snake. So what if I drained it? Look, I got stronger, and hadn't she gotten stronger right along with me? We were both winning. A clean win-win. I reminded her that her own cultivation crawled like a snail, that by the time she finished refining that snake herself the flowers would have wilted, that she still needed me for high efficiency and fast results. I couldn't shape complex words, but that smug tone of don't make a fuss and this is all for our own good landed square in her mind anyway. She was so angry she nearly went mad, nearly coughed up a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Wonderful. I ate her food and had the nerve to complain that she ate too slowly. Was there any justice left? And yet she couldn't refute it because there was, infuriatingly, a grain of truth in it. When I grew stronger, she genuinely got the feedback, and my cultivation efficiency really did outpace hers many times over. She dragged in a deep breath, forced down the urge to flatten me, and made herself think through the actual problem in front of her. Whatever my background was, one fact stood: her cultivation resources were gone. 10 days remained until the joint examination. Her strength had only just reached first grade mid-stage, and to take first place, claim the 500,000 federal coins in prize money, and the king grade beast cub, she had to break into second grade beforehand, or it was all hot air. She had to find another high bloodline demonic beast, but she was broke, a complete pauper who didn't even know where next month's rent would come from, so buying another cub was pure fantasy. After turning it over, only one option remained, risky but the sole one viable: to go out to the Black Forest beyond the city and take monster hunting missions. The Black Forest was a vast primeval woodland outside Gang City, teeming with demonic beasts, the main training ground for Youngmu high school students and the main hunting ground where martial artists traded kills for resources. Missions there would pay a solid reward and cover her urgent needs, and more than that, hunting sometimes turned up unexpected gains. The corpse left behind after 2 high-level beasts fought, with a lottery slim luck of stumbling onto a rare treasure that raised blood chi. Slim as the odds were, it was her only hope. Settled, she thought, decision made, and began packing at once. She looked at me lounging on the table, preening my blade-like wings, and sent a cold thought, telling me to follow her. I'd been busy figuring out how to spend my evolution points and blinked at the sudden order, wondering where we were going and whether there was something tasty involved. Happy to escape boredom, I lifted off and settled neatly on her shoulder. This time she didn't take the box since it was no longer necessary, this mosquito no longer a fragile insect that needed protecting. Nearly 50 points of blood chi, an ordinary grown man might not even beat it. And so one human and one mosquito, carrying a dagger and her last savings, pushed the door open and headed straight for Youngmu Hall in the city. Gang City Youngmu Hall sat in the most prosperous stretch of the city center, a grand, sprawling building humming with modern technology, the gathering place for every martial artist and beast tamer in Gang City to take missions, trade resources, or spar. The mission hall was packed and loud, and a huge electronic screen scrolled listings. A D-class mission offered 30,000 federal coins and 10 contribution points to hunt 3 first-grade early-stage ironhide pigs. A C-class asked for 10 stalks of clear spirit grass for 100,000 federal coins and 50 contribution points. A B-class posted 500,000 federal coins and 300 contribution points to slay a single second-grade mid-stage howling moon wolf king, requiring a team of 3 or more second-grade martial artists. Hyun carried me through the noise, expression cold as ever, everything around her apparently beneath her notice, and walked straight to the counter to register. Perched on her shoulder, I gawked around, because my blood food tracking showed me that everyone in this hall held blood chi, weak or strong, a walking self-service blood bank. This place was crawling with experts. I even caught several whose blood chi ran far thicker than the Windblade wolves, their fluctuations blazing at me like searchlights in the dark. I quietly filed Yonmu Hall away as a prime foraging ground, somewhere to visit often for top-grade blood bags. As Hyun waited in line, a half-familiar voice edged with shock cut in from the side, calling her name. We both turned to find Seon-ho with a few classmates, staring like they'd seen a ghost, or more precisely staring at the monster on her shoulder. He demanded to know what that thing was, his voice bent out of shape pointing at me with eyes wide as copper coins, and his classmates rubbed their eyes in disbelief, one blurting that it was surely Hyun's contract beast, the Mosquito, and how it had gotten so huge, pitch black with blades for wings, another insisting it had to be a monster, that yesterday it had been the size of a fingernail. My current form was simply too much for them. 10 centimeters long, gleaming metal, radiating danger. Nothing like the big bug they'd pictured. Seon-ho pressed down his shock, stepped forward, fixed his gaze on me, and asked Hyun whether this was really her contract beast, how it could possibly, and stopped short of asking how it had become like this because the question felt too stupid. Lounging on her shoulder, I drank in their terror, hugely satisfied, and thought, small scene, everyone take a seat, this is only the beginning. Once your master here evolves a few more times into a sky-blotting giant mosquito, your eyeballs will pop right out. I deliberately vibrated my blades to emit a metallic droning hum, sending the classmates stumbling back several steps. But Hyun's reaction was calm as always. She spared the rattled Seon-ho a single indifferent glance, too lazy to speak, and turned back to the line as if they were a pack of ignorant hicks. That aloofness stiffened the smile on his face. Snubbed in public, and for the second time while the surrounding classmates' looks turned strange, as if to say he'd been shut down again, he snorted heavily, his temper flaring, then forced himself calm, brain racing to salvage his dignity. Shock aside, he was a top student of beast taming class 8 with solid foundations, and soon he declared coldly that no one should be frightened by appearances, that this mosquito was likely one of the exotic species mentioned in books, one that happened to evolve and end up like this. The uncertain classmates lit up with sudden understanding, chorusing that so it was an exotic species, no wonder a mosquito could grow like that, adding that they'd only ever read of them, that their potential was hard to predict, some very strong and some worse than an ordinary spirit beast. The dread hanging over me thinned into simple curiosity. Seon-ho curled his lip and pressed on. That exotic species sounded grand, but its base form was still a mosquito. The foundation too poor that he'd just sensed it carefully, and its internal blood chi was 40 or 50 points at most. Intimidating on the outside, but a hollow shell within. He patted his Windblade wolf's head, boasting that his beast was a genuine intermediate bloodline, its blood chi close to 80 points at birth. Huge potential, sure to become at least a 5th grade spirit beast someday. As for this mosquito, exotic or not, its evolutionary ceiling was limited. 3 evolutions at most, 1st grade peak at best, never even touching 2nd grade, which meant Hyun could forget becoming a 5th grade beast tamer, forget contracting a 2nd spirit beast. Her whole beast taming path finished. His logic drew convinced nods all around, the classmates agreeing the base bloodline was simply too poor, that mutated or not it was capped, that the mosquito only looked scary and was nothing special, and their eyes on Hyun softened back into pity. Seon-ho recovered his confidence, wore the smile he thought made him look mature and steady, stepped up again and spoke in the tone of an experienced elder, telling her not to misunderstand that he meant nothing by it, only to remind her the Black Forest was dangerous and her contract beast, special as it looked, was ultimately too weak. He offered that his team happened to be heading there too on a D-grade ironhide pig hunt, that if she didn't mind she could tag along for support, and they wouldn't let her come for free. They'd cut her a share of the reward. All delivered with a sincere face as though he truly had her interests at heart. This time, Hyun didn't even bother to turn her head. It was her turn at the counter, and she stepped up, handed over her student ID, and told the clerk to register her and let her accept admission. The clerk took the ID, glanced at it, looked up at her, and finally settled on the ferocious monster on her shoulder, his eyelids twitching, but he kept his professional composure and worked the system. He read out that she was Hyun of Gang City Youngmu High School, 3rd year beast taming student, 1st grade early stage martial artist, entry-level beast tamer, then paused at the data on his screen, and subconsciously glancing at me again, asked whether the record was correct, since it listed her contract beast as a white striped mosquito. His face went through a whole spectrum of color, plainly wondering how anyone could call this a white-striped mosquito, and he asked tentatively whether the information needed updating. She said flatly that it didn't, too lazy to explain, and his mouth twitched but he let it go, spat out that she'd accepted the D-grade mission to hunt 3 first-grade early-stage ironhide pigs, and handed her the voucher. She took it without so much as a glance back at Xian Ho and turned for the hall's doors, clean and swift, not a single wasted word from start to finish. That graceful retreating figure left him feeling deeply unsettled, his smile collapsing into helpless irritation. One of his classmates whispered that she was too arrogant, another that after his warning she was still going alone. Wasn't she afraid of dying in there? A third that a first-grade early-stage martial artist bringing a contract beast that wasn't even a spirit beast to hunt. 3 first-grade early-stage ironhide pigs must have something wrong with her head. Xian Ho drew a deep breath, shook his head, and said with feigned generosity that to each their own, that since she'd made her choice they shouldn't force it, and he hoped she had good luck in the Black Forest. He didn't believe for a second she'd finish that mission, since same-grade spirit beasts outmuscle martial artists, and there was no way a first-grade early-stage girl with a mosquito could pull it off. He'd just wait and enjoy the show. Soon Hyan and I reached the Black Forest outside Gang City. The moment we crossed in, the air shifted damp and fresh and threaded with the scent of soil and plants, with a faint lingering stench of demonic beasts underneath. Riding her shoulder, I surveyed the new terrain with delight, calling it a natural oxygen bar of pretty mountains and clear water. I was in a great mood, and with blood food tracking, the forest was a fish returning to water, life signals within my range so thick they dazzled me. Most were insignificant little creatures, but here and there I caught 1 or 2 thicker blood key fluctuations, and to me those were field bosses marked on a map. Full of temptation, I offered to point the way, telling the beast-taming empress there was a plump first-grade early-stage rabbit 100 meters off, but she ignored me completely. Her cold, clear eyes were reading the ground. As a former beast-taming empress, she knew demonic beast habits inside out, and tracking prey was an instinct carved into her bones. The footprints were fresh, the soil damp, laid within the last half hour, the hoofprints chaotic and uneven in depth. More than 10 of them, an ironhide pig herd, heading upstream toward the water source. Judgment made, she strode forward on her long legs and stealth off in silence, threading the tangled woods light as a civet cat without a single wasted sound, so smooth that even I on her shoulder barely felt a jolt. Professional. My respect for the Empress climbed a few notches, because a reincarnator really was cut from different cloth. Her skills top tier, and following her there was definitely meat to eat. About 10 minutes later, she stopped behind a bush, parted the leaves, and looked ahead at a cluster of dark hulking shapes gathered in a clearing. They resembled domestic pigs but a size larger, armored in black rock-hard skin, twin tusks jutting from their mouths, and glinting cold. Exactly our target. Ironhide pigs. I craned my neck to look and my eyes lit up as the readouts came in. 2 of them first-grade early-stage demonic beasts, with no bloodline at roughly 185 and 192 blood chi, and a first-grade late-stage ironhide pig king with no bloodline at roughly 395. Good heavens, a whole herd of mobile blood bags. And I drooled hardest at that king, clearly bigger and fatter than the rest, a luxurious surf and turf feast in my eyes. So many pigs, we'd struck gold, but Hyun's brows drew together. Too many, 15 of them, plus a first-grade late-stage king. With her first-grade mid-stage strength, she could handle 3 first-grade early-stage pigs one-on-one, but surrounded by the herd, even she was finished, so charging in was suicide. She'd have to lure them off and pick them apart. The question was how. Sound risked alerting the whole herd. Food required food she didn't have, and for a moment even the seasoned Empress fell into thought. Having heard all of this, I got annoyed. I told the Empress she clearly didn't understand this, that there was no need to bother luring anyone off. Also troublesome, since for brainless brutes like these, I had a far more direct method. I couldn't wait to start a massacre. No, a feast. And without even a heads up, I released all 500 of my ragtag troops from the swarm space at once. The space around her darkened, and before she could react, a vast churning cloud of flies, moths, cockroaches, and stink bugs materialized and rushed the pig herd, blotting out the sky. I ordered every unit to lock onto the 3rd pig on the left and hit it with a mental pollution attack, to annoy it to death. The 500 insects, a suicide squad under one command, locked onto a single pig at the herd's edge, flies and moths spiraling over its head and drilling into its eyes and nostrils, cockroaches and stink bugs climbing its legs and burrowing into the gaps of its leather armor to claw at it from inside. The pig had been leisurely rooting the earth, and now, hit with this all angles, no blind spot harassment, it froze, then shook its head and stomped, trying to scatter the pests. But the sheer number was overwhelming. Drive off one wave and the next arrived, endless and impossible to defend, until it howled, rolled wildly to no effect, and finally broke from the herd with an enraged roar, charging toward a nearby pond as if to drown the swarm in a bath. The sudden spectacle left Hyun dumbstruck, and for the first time a dazed look crossed that eternal iceberg face as she stared at the sweeping insect cloud and the pig fleeing in panic, her mind blank. Where had so many insects come from? And how were they so organized, all fixated on tormenting one pig? Then yesterday's classroom plague flashed back to her, and she turned sharply to the culprit lazily printing on her shoulder. A guess she found absurd bubbling up despite herself. That maybe I had done this. Impossible. Unscientific. It was just a mosquito. How could it control so many different insects? It wasn't even a demonic beast. How could it wield something like a swarm consciousness? She felt her worldview take another fierce hit, but the moment left no time for pondering. An opportunity, she thought, a sharp light flashing in her eyes as she crushed the shock and doubt, because however this was happening, she could not let a chance this perfect slip by. She glanced at me with a hint of inquiry, and sharp as I was, I caught it and smugly sent back that she needn't worry and could leave it to me. With the thought, I recalled the swarm still chasing the pig, clearing a perfect attack lane. Hayun moved, her figure an arrow off the bow, silent, charging the isolated pig. It had just reached the pond's edge, hadn't even entered the water, when it felt a vicious wind at its back, and whipped around to see a cold flash streak past. Trusting her killer's insight and precise Empress's power, she drove the dagger through the pig's weakest point, the eye socket, straight into its brain, and the massive body swayed twice and crashed down without so much as a scream. A one-hit kill, clean and efficient. She dragged the carcass into a hidden patch of grass, and only then let out a breath, planning to use this one to complete the mission first. For an ordinary bloodlineless beast like this, she'd never waste the 10,000 beast furnace art, since such essence blood held too many impurities and a will too chaotic and violent to be worth the cultivation deviation risk. But just because she wouldn't consume it didn't mean a certain mosquito wouldn't. I told the Empress that if she wasn't eating, then I wouldn't stand on ceremony. I leapt from her shoulder onto the carcass, and ran my thick armor-piercing spike home. The system reported 5.8 blood chi absorbed, then warned that the target's blood quality was too low and riddled with impurities. Conversion efficiency badly reduced. Only 1.2 evolution points after digestion. That gave me pause. A 400-pound pig for less than 6 points. That low a conversion rate. Then it clicked. A demonic beast's bloodline directly set the cost performance of my feeding, and this ironhide pig was water-bloated pork. Big in volume but mostly worthless filler. Whatever. Even a tiny bit is still meat. I'm not picky. I wobbled back to her shoulder and burped, satisfied. Hayun returned to the clearing's edge, eyed the remaining 14 pigs, and fell back into thought. 2 more required. How to manage it. Reading her mind, I told her to watch, and loosed the insect army again, same pattern. Another mental pollution attack on an unlucky pig at the herd's rim. The familiar scene replayed, and she stood there utterly dumbstruck as the swarm appeared from nowhere, and struck with precision, her exquisite face flooded with bewilderment. Now she was 100% certain the insects were conjured by me. But why? And how? Where they came from? Whether I truly held a space that could contain living things, none of it fit the common logic of beast taming. She felt her brain about to crash. 2 lifetimes of accumulated knowledge reduced to a joke in front of one mosquito, and her view of me shifted seismically, shock and curiosity and incomprehension and bewilderment tangling together, until she forgot for a moment what she was supposed to be doing. Only when I lured the second pig out did she snap free, seize the chance and kill it clean. In the same way, with my assistance, the third pig went down fast. Looking at 3 carcasses hidden in the grass, she exhaled. Mission complete. But she glanced at the dozen ironhide pigs still rooting lazily nearby, then at the seemingly harmless monster on her shoulder digesting its meal, and a bold idea surfaced. Since it was this easy, why not take them all? This was money, 1 pig fetching 10,000 federal coins, over a dozen meaning more than 100,000, enough to buy better cultivation resources. Once the thought landed, it couldn't be suppressed, and a flash of Empress-grade decisiveness and ruthlessness crossed her eyes as she resolved to do it. Over the next hour, a bizarre slaughter unfolded in that corner of the Black Forest. 1 ironhide pig after another was harassed out of the main herd by a swarm that came and went without a trace, then killed in a single stroke by a ghost-like girl. Even the strongest, the first-grade late-stage pig king, only held out a few extra minutes against the insect sea tactics and Hayun's cunning, ruthless strikes before falling unwillingly into a pool of blood. In the end, the entire herd was wiped out by 1 human and 1 mosquito in what could only be called a dimensional strike. She wiped her dagger clean, a satisfied smile she couldn't help touching her cold face. There were far too many carcasses to carry at once, so she bound the 3 smallest with vines to haul back and turn in first, covered the rest under heaps of branches and fallen leaves, and marked the spot to retrieve them in batches. As for me, I drilled through the dozen-odd carcasses one by one, and after wringing the last drop of essence, I sprawled contentedly across the king's massive body. The system reported 6.5 blood chi absorbed for a total of 86.9, and noted that consuming so much low-quality blood would yield 5.3 evolution points after digestion, bringing my total to 22.8, and asked whether I wanted to upgrade a skill. Almost there. Just over 10 more points of blood chi and I'd hit 100, only 13.1 away from the 100 that would ready my 3rd evolution. A pity these pigs were already squeezed dry, the oil sucked out of their very marrow. But no rush. Maybe I'd bump into another unlucky fellow on the way home. Not long after Hyun and I left the slaughterhouse hauling our 3 pigs, Seon-ho and his classmates staggered out of the woods on the far side, looking wretched, every one of them injured, clothes shredded, faces caked in dirt. "So freaking unlucky," one of them groaned, patting his chest, saying the herd they'd run into was fiercer than the mission data claimed and had nearly surrounded them. Another added that, if not for Seon-ho's Windblade Wolf fighting desperately to cover their retreat, they'd all have been finished. Seon-ho's face was grim too, his wolf lying on the ground with several tusk-gashed wounds, its aura weak, clearly badly hurt. Forget the mission. They were lucky not to have been wiped out. Then a spiteful satisfaction crept into him, and he panted that Hyun was only first grade early stage, that if she'd hit a pig herd there wouldn't even be bone fragments left of her by now. And the others nodded along, their frustration easing at the thought. Seon-ho and his squad came stumbling into the clearing that Hyun and I had already scrubbed clean of pigs, and the moment they saw what was left of the ground they froze like statues. Blood pooled everywhere, the soil churned dark red, hoof prints scattered in every direction, the whole clearing looking like a battlefield out of some old war epic. One of the students crouched, pinched a handful of the stained earth, and announced in a shaking voice that this was ironhide pig blood, at least a dozen of them slaughtered right here. Seon-ho's brain spun, and I could practically watch him talk himself into a story. He decided with total confidence that only a professional elite team from the Monster Hunting Guild could have wiped out an entire ironhide pig herd this fast, led by at least a second-grade martial artist, coordinated so tightly the herd never had a chance to run. The more he theorized, the more reverent his voice got, until he was calling the massacre a work of art, a masterpiece of controlled slaughter. I sat on Hyun's shoulder and let him keep going, because honestly, watching a human award a trophy to the wrong artist has a certain charm. They followed the blood a few dozen meters and found the mound of pig carcasses I had buried under leaves and branches. A dozen ironhide pigs, all of them swallowing hard at the same time, because every single one of them was doing the same greedy arithmetic, tallying up what this pile would fetch if it were sold. The tall thin one licked his dry lips and whispered to Seon-ho that surely they could just take 3, since there were no witnesses and no cameras out here. Seon-ho's heart started pounding too. Reason told him that stealing another martial artist's prey was a cardinal taboo, the kind of thing that got a person killed if it ever came out. But the temptation was simply too much, because 3 pigs finished their mission and a 4th would cover the treatment bill for his wounded Windblade Wolf. He wrestled himself for a moment, scanned the trees one final time, confirmed the coast was clear, and gritted his teeth and gave the order to do it. Thieves, all of them, and not even ashamed of it. They scrambled to shove the leaves aside and pick out 3 carcasses in good shape, and just as their hands were about to close on the meat, Hyun's voice drifted out from behind them, cold and clear as ice off a frozen river. She asked them exactly what they thought they were doing. Seon-ho and his crew stiffened as if a freezing spell had hit them, cold sweat breaking out instantly, and they turned their heads inch by inch. Under a nearby tree, Hyun stood perfectly still, the ugly black shape of me perched on her shoulder, her eyes watching them without a flicker of feeling. Seon-ho stammered her name, and the panic that had been lodged in every throat dropped straight back down into their stomachs because it was only her. A false alarm. To them, the notion that this scene could have been Hyun's doing was an absolute joke. A first-grade early-stage martial artist, plus a mutated mosquito that did not even carry a monster grade, wiping out an entire herd including the Pig King. The Pig King itself would have died laughing. In their eyes, she had simply lucked into the same treasure they had. The tall, thin one exhaled, patting his own chest, telling her she had scared him half to death. Seon-ho's face softened, though he was still rattled at being caught mid-theft, so he cleared his throat and put on his most casual voice. He told her cheerfully that she had found the spot too, and what good luck it was, and then he glanced at the pile and lowered his tone into a wheedle. He proposed they all just pretend none of them had seen anything today, since taking every last pig would only invite the real owner back to make trouble. His generous offer, he explained, was that his team would take 3 and she could have 1, and then everyone would clear out fast. He delivered it as though handing her a single ironhide pig were a tremendous act of charity, as though for a first-grade early-stage girl, hauling away even 1 carcass should leave her weeping with gratitude. Hyun laughed on the spot, the kind of laugh that comes out when a person is too furious to do anything else, and she pointed out that she had killed every one of these pigs herself. So what exactly did he mean by giving her 1? The air froze solid. Seon-ho and his classmates all wore the same expression at once, like 5 men who had collectively swallowed something they could not pass, and it was genuinely a sight to behold. After a few full seconds, the tall thin one lost it and snorted with laughter, then told her she must not be awake yet, or maybe she had taken a knock to the head, because look at her tiny frame and look at that big mosquito, and ask herself what she had supposedly used to kill a dozen pigs. Her mouth? Another chimed in that even bragging needed some groundwork, that these were over a dozen ironhide pigs, including a first-grade late-stage pig king, and that their own 5-man team had been chased off by another pig pack. So no, they were not going to believe she did this. One after another they piled on, staring at her like she was a lunatic who had lost her grip on reality. all of them silently deciding that no wonder she had contracted a mosquito. She was clearly out of her mind. Seon-ho shook his head with a look of theatrical disappointment and told her he had thought she was merely cold, not this vain, and that if she wanted to hog the pile she should just say so instead of inventing such a ridiculous excuse. Then he lost his patience entirely, waved his classmates on, and told them to ignore the brain-damaged woman and take their three and leave. Perched there, taking in every word, I was almost laughing my wings off. Caught with their hands in the meat pile, and instead of running they had the nerve to turn around and accuse the actual owner of being the thief. The sheer creativity of the human brain when it wants to keep what it stole. I decided we should absolutely beat them senseless, since I had been sick of this Seon-ho for a while now, and Hyun's eyes had already gone cold, a thin thread of killing intent gathering quietly in their depths. That Seon-ho had been buzzing around her attention for days like a fly she could not swat, and this stunt had pushed her irritation to its breaking point. She weighed whether to simply be rid of the annoying little pests. This was the Black Forest, and a few students went missing here every year without anyone blinking, and with her strength and my support, cleaning up a handful of injured stragglers would cost her almost nothing. Seon-ho's Windblade Wolf was slumped like a sick house dog and no longer a threat to anyone. But right then a run of footsteps echoed through the nearby woods, and 5 people came out of the trees. All of them wore matched black combat uniforms and carried the hard edge of people who made their living at the razor's line, professionals to the bone. At their head walked a burly middle-aged man with a stony face. I looked him over on instinct, and my blood food tracking fed me the read at once, telling me this was Ho-pung, a second-grade peak martial artist, a vitality value of roughly 1,987. That gave me a jolt. The blood chi packed inside this man sat on a completely different plane from every first-grade martial artist I had scanned before. If a first-grade fighter's blood chi burned like a bright 100-watt bulb, the fire inside this man was a small raging boiler, not only vast but denser and purer, brimming with the sense that it could explode outward at any second. So this was the gulf between first grade and second grade. Nearly 2,000 vitality points in one body, and here I sat with barely 100 to my name, feeling suddenly rather small. These were plainly a professional squad out of one of Gang City's hunting guilds, likely just passing through and drawn over by all the commotion. But their arrival struck terror into Seon-ho's crew. Seon-ho's mind went blank with dread, certain these were the rightful owners of the pig herd, the elite team he had invented in his own head, and there was no talking his way out of being caught red-handed. Then his survival instinct produced what he clearly considered a stroke of genius after a single second of freezing. He flung his finger at Hyun, twisted his face into an expression of pure righteous outrage, and cried out to the seniors that they had come just in time, that this woman was trying to keep their prey for herself, that his group had tried to talk sense into her and been ignored, and that they needed the seniors to see justice done. Both of us were struck dumb. The man really did have a death wish. That gift of his, framing someone before they could open their own mouth, was a genuine art form. The hunting squad was even more baffled than we were. Ho-pung frowned, looked at the pig carcasses, looked at Seon-ho, then swept his gaze over the whole group the way a person looks at idiots, called them exactly that, and did not bother wasting another breath. He simply waved his hand and led his team on toward the edge of the forest without a backward glance, because to them there were far more important matters waiting than these squabbling children. Seon-ho and his crew were left stunned by that flat verdict and that dismissive look, unable to process it, wondering how the owners had just walked away without pursuing anything. Hyun and I both stared after the departing squad, Human and Mosquito equally suspicious, because the instant they had passed us we had each caught the same wrongness. A thick reek of high-level bloodline demonic beast blood was rolling off those men, a scent even purer than the spirit green snake from before. Hyun was deeply shaken, running the possibilities. Had they hunted a high-level bloodline demonic beast? Impossible, because such beasts were 7th grade or higher once grown, far beyond a squad whose strongest man was 2nd grade peak. A cub then, but high-level bloodline cubs never left their mother's side before reaching maturity. Unless, and here a startling idea surfaced in her mind, unless something had happened to the beast, some grievous injury that had gutted its strength. Whatever the truth, a colossal opportunity was hiding behind that scent, and high-level bloodline blood was precisely what she lacked most right now. I was thrilled too. An adult high-level bloodline beast's blood would be a magnificent tonic, because that spirit green snake earlier had only been a cub, and I had drained dozens of blood chi points out of it in a single night. Get the blood of a grown one and I would be soaring. On the far side, Seon-ho and his crew watched the professionals vanish without a glance back, and slowly a wild, greedy joy welled up in them. They convinced themselves the squad had simply looked down on these low-grade carcasses and abandoned them, and the relief of surviving twisted straight into bottomless avarice, hands rubbing together, eyes blazing at the pile. Seon-ho waved off Hyun entirely, treating her as an irrelevant piece of scenery, and shouted for everyone to grab a pig and finish the task and get rich, since even the rightful owners had walked away, so what could one crazy woman do about it? We watched them scramble toward the carcasses in silence. Then Hyun and I traded a look, our minds landing on the exact same conclusion. Wanting the high-level bloodline beast's blood did not mean surrendering these pigs. With a single thought, I threw open my swarm space and loosed the 500 underlings without a whisper of warning, and a dense black cloud of insects poured out like water bursting a dam, swallowing the air above Seon-ho and his crew. They were dumbfounded, submerged before they could react. One shrieked about his eyes, another about a bug crawling into his nostril, another begging the swarm to stop biting, and screams and curses and a slap of hands all blurred into pure chaos. My insects carried almost no attacking power on their own, but sheer numbers were their weapon. Hundreds of them crawling into eyes and ears and noses, a sensation somehow worse than a clean stab. Seon-ho still tried to command his beast, ordering the Windblade wolf to loose a windblade, but the wolf was already gravely wounded and now buried under dozens of my cockroaches, rolling on the ground and howling with no chance to cast anything. And in the heartbeat, their formation collapsed. Hyun moved. Her body slid into the swarm like a ghost, aimed straight at the tall, thin one, who stood there with his eyes shut, arms flailing at the bugs on his face, utterly blind to the death arriving beside him. Her dagger flashed, drew across his throat clean and merciless, and the blood came out in a spurt. His movements locked, his eyes went wide, and with terror and confusion frozen on his face, he dropped straight down. One strike, one kill. A classmate nearby screamed the tall, thin one's name, and old Wang crumpled, and the color drained out of Seon-ho's face as a cold shot up from his soles to his skull. He had felt the surge of blood she offered when she struck, and that was a first-grade mid-stage output. Impossible. Her talent was supposed to be garbage, still stuck at first-grade early stage in her senior year, so when had she broken through? And the combat power itself was obscene. A mid-stage fighter one-shotting in early stage, with the experience and explosive force of something closer to late stage. Then his eyes snapped to the black mosquito on her shoulder, steady as a mountain through the whole assault, untouched by the swarm, and the pieces slammed together in a single scalp-prickling flash. The insects were appearing without warning, striking in precise unison, and this thing was controlling them. That was why the classroom had suddenly swarmed with bugs the day before, why the cloud had erupted just now. A monster that could evolve and command insect legions, and if it truly held such power than these ironhide pig carcasses on the ground, then everything she had said was true. These pigs really had been killed by the two of them. He had been the clown the whole time, congratulating himself on stumbling into a hunting team's leftovers, boasting about his brilliant analysis, angling to claim credit. Endless regret and terror crashed over him, and he abandoned his pride in the pigs and turned to bolt for the forest. I had been waiting for exactly that. He wanted to run, but he had not asked my permission first. With a thought, I ordered the squad lurking in the grass to trip him, and dozens of cockroaches and beetles darted out and swarmed his feet, and his footing slipped, his balance broke, and he went face first into the dirt. That 1 second of delay was all Hyun needed. She appeared behind him like a shadow, and he scrambled around, every scrap of his old arrogance gone. Only fear and regret left as he begged her not to kill him, promising all the pigs were hers, that he did not want them anymore. Please let him go. She answered that it was too late. The dagger came down clean, and the expression on his face stayed fixed on that final instant of terror. The last 2 classmates were destroyed by the sight, minds gone blank around the single thought of fleeing, shrieking that these were demons, that they did not want to die, no thought of resistance left in them, running in different directions in pure panic. It was all for nothing. Between my sworn hounding them and Hyun's ghost-quiet pursuit, neither made it 10 meters before following their friends into the dirt. Soon the forest was silent again, only the thick smell of blood and the scattered bodies remaining. Hyun walked to Seon-ho's corpse and wiped the blood from her dagger without expression, as though she had done something trivial, because to her, pulling the problem out by the roots was survival's first rule. Meanwhile, I had already flown down to the dying Windblade wolf, and I muttered to the poor husky not to blame me, to blame itself for following the wrong master, before driving my armor-piercing spike deep into its neck. The system pinged through several small absorptions and then announced I had taken in 9.2 blood chi, bringing my total to 96.1. With the digestion of the wolf blood underway, roughly half an hour to process, and 2.8 evolution points to gain, I pulled my proboscis free, deeply satisfied. 96.1, only 3.9 away from the 100 mark, just a hair short, and it looked like I would clear it today. I was giddy imagining the third evolution. My current body was a blade-winged blood mosquito, and I could not wait to see what species came next, because the moment my blood chi crossed 100, I would become a first-grade early-stage demonic beast, and I had a feeling this evolution would blow the last 2 out of the water. I looked over the human corpses on the ground, tempted for a moment, and then dropped the idea of drinking from them. It was not squeamishness. It was that blood food tracking read the first-grade early-stage martial artist at a blood chi around 120 with inferior quality, and read the first-grade late-stage beast tamer at a blood chi around 25 with extremely inferior quality, the sort that comes flagged as tonic-grade kidney deficiency. Poor stock all around, hardly worth the effort, and one of them practically came with a medicinal aftertaste. Forget it. Instead, I turned to the 20-plus evolution points I was sitting on, the system confirming a running total of 22.8, and decided to keep 10 in reserve for the evolution and pour the rest into skills. First up was Swarm Space, an outright god tier ability that had carried the whole fight, so I upgraded it on the spot, spending 5 points to take it from level 2 to level 3. The capacity jumped straight to 1,000 insects. My mental burden dropped, and I gained finer control over the swarm. An army of 1,000 bugs at my command, and I felt like a proper general. Next, I looked at blood food tracking, which out here in the wild ridges worked like a treasure hunting radar, a divine tool for sniffing out high-grade blood packs. So it had to grow too. 3 points took it from level 1 to level 2, extending the range to a 300-meter radius every blood-bearing creature inside it laid bare. That left 14.8 points, and since the next evolution only needed 10, 4.8 sitting idle felt like waste, so I turned to combat. My eyes landed on Wingblade Slash, the new skill perfect for long-range ambush and harassment, exactly my style, and 3 points carried it from level 1 to level 2, deeper cutting damage with slightly reduced blood chi cost. That run of upgrades ate 11 points and left 11.8, and once the wolf blood finished digesting for another 2.8, I would sit at 14.6, plenty for the next evolution. The rest of my skills all sat at level 2 now and needed at least 5 points each to climb, so I closed the panel and saved them, feeling my future glow brighter than ever. Then I poked Hyen's shoulder with my thick proboscis and told her through our link to stop resting and hurry up and find that high-level bloodline monster. She had just killed a whole cluster of people and could not even catch her breath, and the corners of her eyes twitched at my nagging. But she knew the priorities. Feeling most of her strength returned, she dragged the bodies clear of the pig carcasses and covered them roughly with weeds, then turned toward the depths of the forest, closed her eyes and sensed that faint but unmistakable high-level bloodline aura, the one that stirred even the 10,000 beasts furnace art inside her, was a lighthouse in the dark. She told me the hunting squad had dripped blood the entire way, and if she followed the trail, she would find the source. A pile of ironhide pigs solved her immediate crisis, but a portion of essence blood from a high-level bloodline monster could carry her through a full transformation. That was the real prize. The depths of the Black Forest crawled with beasts above the 5th grade, and for a first-grade mid-stage fighter to press in was reckless in the extreme, but she was a former empress, and the phrase about fortune living inside danger was carved into her bones. This life had started in a hellscape, and if she never gambled, she would never climb back to the Emperor realm. So without hesitation she set off, and I buzzed my agreement, my own logic simple enough. A reborn empress who dared to walk this deep surely carried some life-saving trick, and if she was willing to go, she had her reasons. The two of us slipped along those nearly invisible bloodstains, sinking deeper into the Black Forest. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Gyeongship Guild, one of the 3 great hunting guilds of Gang City, Ho Pung came racing in with his surviving men, not even pausing to scrub the blood off themselves. He was frantic, because this thing was enormous, and a second's delay could let a heaven-sent chance slip away. His squad was only a low-rung team in the Gyeongship Guild, and with his rank he had no hope of reaching the guild leader who governed Gang City with 8th grade strength, so he sprinted to the field operations department and kicked open the office door of Manager Yu, shouting that something huge had happened. Manager Yu jumped, spilled his tea, and demanded to know what Ho Pung was bellowing about, whether the sky was falling. Ho Pung panted out that deep in the Black Forest they had found an 8th grade azure flame-flying lion, high-level bloodline. Manager Yu, unimpressed, asked what of it, since 8th grade beasts deep in the Black Forest were nothing unusual. Then Ho Pung swallowed and delivered the real news. The lion appeared to have suffered a difficult labor and now lay gravely injured. Its strength collapsed, its combat power dropped to maybe 3rd grade at most, and they had watched with their own eyes as it birthed 3 cubs, 3 living high-level bloodline cubs. The words landed on Manager Yu like a bomb. He froze, mind gone blank, then rapidly caught up to what it meant, because he was a senior guild man. 3 high-level bloodline cubs. He knew perfectly well that the spirit green snakes floating around the market, though also branded high-level bloodline, were a trap, molting several times as they grew with a mortality rate over 90% each time, so that out of 10,000 of them, a single adult reaching 7th grade counted as an ancestral blessing. Lottery tickets, essentially. But the azure flame-flying lion was another matter entirely. With enough resources that bloodline grew steadily to 7th grade at adulthood, and with a bit of luck could recreate the mother's 8th grade heights or even push for the 9th. 3 of them meant that within a few years the Gyeongship Guild would command 3 top-tier fighters of 7th grade or above, enough to reshape the entire power balance of Gang City. His breathing turned rapid, and he pinned Ho Pung with a stare and asked whether they had engaged it. Ho Pung admitted they had, with a look of bitter fear, saying they had tried to seize the cubs while the beast was weak, but Old Lee and Ah Gang had been swatted into paste by a single paw, because a starved camel still outweighs a horse, and they had been forced to retreat for reinforcements. Manager Yu cursed him for a 2nd grade peak piece of trash daring to touch an 8th grade beast, then dropped the blame, because there was no time for it, and snatched up the encrypted communicator to report upward in the fewest possible words. The line went silent for a full 10 seconds, the shock reaching even the guild's top brass, before a cold voice came through that brooked no argument. The matter was now top secret. dispatched the Shadowfang squad to the scene at once, led by the 7th grade beast tamer Neng Yan. Their only mission was to kill the lioness and bring back the 3 cubs, with absolute secrecy maintained, and anyone encountered during the operation was to be killed without mercy. Deep in the Black Forest, Hyun and I picked our way forward, and the further we went, the dimmer the light grew. Ancient trees blotting out the sky, the air heavy with rot and danger. Distant beast roars raising the hair on the neck. I stayed busy the whole time, frantically rebuilding my army, because dealing with Seon Ho's crew had cost my cannon fodder regiment real losses, and now that swarm space held 1,000, I meant to fill the vacancy and then some. The Black Forest never ran short of bugs, and I took them all without discrimination. Ground beetles and ants, moths and cicadas in the branches. Every insect I passed folded into my ranks with a single thought, until my space hummed with even more life than before. Hyun stopped over a huge pile of 3rd grade beast droppings on the grass, her expression sharpening, and said we could not keep charging forward blindly. She raised her hands, wove a strange seal, murmured an incantation, and a ripple like faint water waves spread out to wrap both of us. The breath concealment art. It was a profound auxiliary technique she had come by in her past life. No offensive power at all, but it buried a person's aura and life fluctuations so completely that unless a king-grade being deliberately closed within 100 meters and probed with care, her presence was effectively undetectable. This was her greatest trump card, the very thing that let a mere 1st grade mid-stage fighter dare to venture this deep. I felt the strange power settle over us, and looked up, startled to find the 2 of us gone as inert as a pair of dead stones melting into the trees, and my respect for the Empress climbed another notch. As expected of her, real tricks up her sleeve, when I had assumed she planned to brute force the whole thing. I sharpened my own focus to the limit, and pushed blood food tracking to full power, and in an instant everything inside 300 meters snapped into a 3-dimensional life map inside my mind. A nest of sleeping hedgehogs here, a venomous snake coiled in ambush there, a flock of chirping birds overhead. Every blood-bearing creature lay bare. My own sight was still a little slow and a little short-ranged, so I split the freshly rebuilt ragtag army out of swarm space into dozens of small squads and sent them lurking in all directions. 1st squad east, 2nd squad west, 3rd squad into the air, all of them ordered to scout hard and report the instant they found a large blood pack. There was a catch, though. Once a minion flew past 500 meters, my mental link with it degraded into a lousy signal, intermittent and fuzzy, no precision control possible. I glanced at the panel in frustration, at a spirit of 10.2, and sighed. I'd evolved twice now, climbing from a weakling of barely any blood chi to the edge of 1st grade demonic beast, and yet my spiritual power had only crawled from almost nothing to 10.2, a growth ratio so lopsided the system was clearly cheating me on that stat. Still, an extra 500 meters of range beat nothing, so I relayed what I saw to Hyun through the simplest mental pushes. Left, tree, snake, ahead, underground, rabbit. Seamless conversation with her was still out of reach, since only contract beasts at king grade or above could hold true telepathy with their tamers, but simple words and directions carried fine. Hyun barely paid it mind at first, until several times running she avoided a lurking danger or spotted a hidden beast on my cue, and then her composure cracked. She stopped short, turned, and stared at me on her shoulder like I was an alien, demanding to know that I had scouting abilities too. She could sense that the range and precision of what I fed her outstripped her own perception, and clearly she was wondering how many more secrets I was carrying, because evolution and swarm control and now radar scouting hardly sounded like things a mosquito should possess, and her mind was struggling to keep up. I told her, with a touch of pride, that this was small stuff, basic operations, no need to make a scene. Right then the wolf blood in my stomach finished, the system awarding 2.8 evolution points for a total of 14.6, and a savage wave of hunger crashed over me. My panel read a total blood chi of 96.11 step from the 100 threshold, and a single bite would both fill the tank for evolution and formally push me into the ranks of 1st grade demonic beasts. How was I supposed to endure that? My gaze drifted entirely against my will to the fair, slender neck beside me, that pale patch of skin looking terribly convenient in the dim forest light. Sorry, Empress. For the sake of our shared future, please bear with it a moment. Without another thought, I aimed my 5-centimeter armor-piercing spike at that snow-white skin and drove it in. Hyun's whole body jerked, a suppressed cry of pain forced out of her, her form going rigid, because this was nothing like a mosquito bite, more like a red-hot steel needle punched hard into her neck. She turned her head and found the black shape clinging to her collarbone, its thick proboscis buried nearly 2/3 deep, and her eyes flooded red, close to breaking down on the spot. It was too much. She raged inwardly, this creature getting bolder by the day, because before it had at least stuck to fleshy spots like the thigh, and now it went straight for the neck. And what did it take her for? An all-you-can-eat buffet. Feeling the flood of her fury and grievance, I hurried a soothing thought down the link even as I drank, telling her to endure it almost done. Endure your big head, she thought back, and told me in no uncertain terms how much it hurt. The system counted up the absorption and announced I had taken in 5.2 vitality, for a total of 101.3, then congratulated me on breaking 100, and formally promoted me to first grade early stage demonic beast. It had arrived, and I went wild with joy. A power far stronger and purer than anything before surged out of every cell, my strength and speed and even toughness taking a clear leap, and one flap of my wings told me Wingblade Slash had gained at least 30% in force. The epic upgrade of stepping across the demonic beast threshold. On her end, past the first jolt of pain and anger, Hyun belatedly registered what had happened, sensing the change inside my body in shock. My vitality had crossed 100. I had become a first-grade demonic beast. That morning she had read me at barely 50 points, and not even half a day later, I had rocketed from wild beast level to first-grade early-stage demonic beast, which made no sense. Her mind raced, and suddenly she recalled the drained spirit green snake, then the wiped-out pig herd, and one impossible but only explanation detonated in her head. This thing could convert the vitality it drank directly into its own. The moment the idea landed, she was petrified. Across 2 lifetimes, she had never heard of any creature with such a heaven-defying trait. Standing at the world's summit before, she had seen countless powerful beasts famed for blood drinking, the king-level bloodline blood-sucking demon bat, the emperor-level bloodline netherworld blood sea dragon, and yes, they grew stronger by feeding, but only through a long grind of constant refining and purifying. Copying the absorbed vitality straight onto itself, the way I did, was simply unheard of, and even the forbidden 10,000 beasts furnace art she practiced looked like a toddler learning to walk beside that conversion efficiency. After the shock came a tangle of hope and worry. The hope was obvious, that if this mosquito's growth held, she might walk the beast tamer's path again. The worry was that since ancient times, no beast had ever evolved more than 3 times, not even the highest emperor-level bloodline, and this one had started so low and burned 2 evolutions just to reach first grade early stage, so even a 3rd evolution would struggle to carry it past 3rd grade. Could it even manage a 4th? Once she would have scoffed at the very notion of a 4th evolution, but now, could this mosquito really be measured by ordinary logic? If it truly could evolve without limit, then perhaps in this life she really could restart the road of beast taming, and her heart pounded at the thought. I withdrew my proboscis, thoroughly content, and saw on my panel that I could launch the 3rd evolution whenever I liked, though it would take 10 hours, so clearly now was not the moment. I urged her to stop dazing and get moving, because business came first, and she snapped back to herself, and the 2 of us set off again. With me acting as a super radar, the rest of the journey passed without danger, brushing several times past powerful beasts, and once I even spotted a 5th grade earth-shaking bear the size of a small mountain napping in the distance through my swarm's eyes, its terrifying vitality blazing like the sun in my sight. Hyun went cold with sweat more than once, feeling she had walked past the gates of hell, and the way she looked at me kept shifting, from an initial burden to surprise, to something like an annoying but oddly dependable temporary ally. Finally, after a full 10+ kilometers, the high-level bloodline aura grew richer than ever, and we stopped outside a valley curtained in vines and scattered stone, the enticing blood scent pouring from within. I pushed blood food tracking to its absolute limit and probed into the valley, and the next second a scene appeared in my mind that shook my whole mosquito body. Deep inside lay a source of vitality vast as a dying star, but dimming fast, its life force draining visibly, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. A true dying adult high-level bloodline beast. And beside that colossal source lay 3 small ones, diamond bright, weak, but with bloodline purity no less than the fading giant. I nearly buzzed out loud on the spot. A dying adult high-level bloodline beast and 3 newborn cubs, a whole nest jackpot. I crushed the wild joy and pushed the news to Hyun in the barest mental intent, telling her that inside lay a big blood pack nearly dead, and beside it 3 small blood packs. She frowned at my strange vocabulary, then worked out that a blood pack meant a creature carrying vitality, and when the picture clicked, a heavily wounded dying adult high-level bloodline beast and 3 of its cubs. An unprecedented light of excitement lit her eyes. The surprise was too enormous. Once she had spent nearly her whole fortune buying a single high-risk spirit green snake, and now she had stumbled onto 3 of these, and if she could drain the adult and take the cubs, it would be a total windfall. She was about to slip into the valley to investigate when my expression changed. Wait, someone was coming from behind us. My upgraded blood food tracking caught it clearly. Over a dozen powerful auras rushing this way, at high speed a few hundred meters back, the weakest of them 5th grade martial artists, and among them one aura so strong it set my heart pounding. A beast at least late 7th grade beast tamer was inbound, and there in the group I caught a familiar vitality signature. It was that Ho-Pung from before. I understood at once, cursing that after everything the man had run back for reinforcements. The instant I sensed the dozen-plus auras, I fired an urgent warning to Hyun not to move. She was full of doubt, halfway into the valley, but the trust I had earned with my scouting held, and she stopped on instinct, pushed the breath concealment art to its limit, and pulled me down behind a chest-high boulder. even holding her breath. Soon a run of murderous footsteps closed in, and when she peered through a crack in the rock, her cold pupils shrank sharp and her breath caught. The Kyongchip Guild's Shadow Fang squad. She recognized their matched black uniforms at a glance. One of the most elite hunting squads under one of Gang City's 3 great guilds, and as a former empress, she knew every famous faction and figure across the regions. This Shadow Fang squad was renowned around Gang City for its ruthlessness and its perfect mission completion record, genuine killers who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and she had never expected to run into them here. Big trouble. Her face went grim, because the Shadow Fang squad's sudden arrival, paired with Ho Peng's familiar figure among them, told her without doubt that they had come for the difficult-birthed 8th grade beast and its 3 cubs. Sure enough, the group filed straight for the valley mouth behind Ho Peng, and at the front walked a woman with a cold, hard face, tall, eyes sharp as blades. She simply stood there in silence, yet an invisible pressure poured off her, seeming to solidify the very air, and she was none other than the captain of the Shadow Fang squad, the long-famous 7th grade beast tamer, Nain Yeon. Hyun's heart sank to the floor. A 7th grade beast tamer. Not only was she only 1st grade mid-stage herself, even if every student and teacher of Gang City Youngmu High School were dragged out here, it would not be enough to satisfy this squad. How could one girl and one Mosquito, a 1st grade martial artist and a 1st grade demonic beast, snatch food from the jaws of these tigers? This was not stealing a meal from a tiger. This was reaching into a monster's mouth for the prize it was already chewing. Plain suicide. Ho Peng, all excitement and lingering fear, pointed into the valley and told Nang Yan the azure flame-flying lion lay inside with a very weak aura and urged them to charge in and finish it while it was sick. Nang Yan glanced at him like he was an idiot and asked, in a voice as cold as her name, whether he knew how terrifying an 8th grade beast's dying counterattack could be. Ho Peng flinched and shut his mouth. She went on that a starved camel still outweighed a horse, all the more so an 8th grade beast with a high-level bloodline, and that it was only weak now, not dead, and if they pushed it too hard it might self-detonate its demon core and drag every one of them down, with him and his 2 dead teammates as the perfect example. The rest of the squad turned solemn, because even 5th grade and higher experts felt the weight of a dying 8th grade beast. She laid it out coldly. The guildmaster and the other top squads were away from Gang City, and Shadow Fang was the only force the guild could field right now, so this had to succeed, because a failure here brought no second reinforcement. Then she gave her orders, and the squad answered as one. Everyone would make camp and blockade the entire valley mouth, and wait until the beast inside drew its last breath before going in to clean up. And during the wait, anyone who dared approach this area, no matter who, would be killed without mercy. The squad sprang into motion at once, dividing tasks, laying perimeter lines and traps around the valley, plainly settling in for a long siege. Then Nang Yun seemed to remember something and asked Ho Peng whether he had run into anyone else nearby during his retreat. He startled the faces of Son Ho and Hyun's group of students flashing through his mind, and quickly answered that they had passed a batch of Gang City Youngmu High School students on the forest's edge, apparently also on a mission, but weak, the strongest only 1st grade late stage. No threat. Nang Yen relaxed and scoffed that a pack of unweaned brats would not dare come this deep for 10 times the courage. Behind the rock, having watched every second of it, Hyun and I felt our spirits crash to the lowest point. There was no hope now. She bit her lip, fingernails nearly cutting her palm, her heart raw with refusal. A heaven-sent chance sat right in front of her, within reach, and this cursed Shadow Fang squad had beaten her to it, and she understood better than anyone how correct and lethal Nang Yan's decision was. Wait by the stump for the rabbit, conserve strength while the enemy tires, and once the lioness died they would take the cubs without a fight, while we would never even get close. The gap was vast enough to bring despair. Should they retreat? The very thought felt like a knife tearing through her, because she was unwilling, truly unwilling. And on her shoulder I was every bit as frantic. The cooked duck, about to fly off just like that. That was 8th grade essence blood, plus 3 walking super experience packs, and if I got all of it, forget the 3rd evolution, it would cover the 4th and the 5th. Give up now? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I had read hundreds of web novels, and there was no protagonist halo, fate-defying twist I had not seen, and I was not about to back down here. I had to find a way. My brain ran at lightning speed, reviewing every ability and resource I held. Direct confrontation, out of the question, no different from throwing an egg at a rock. Theft, no. The enemy was professional and vigilant, and my 10-centimeter body would get blasted to dust the moment it flew over. So what was left? And then a bold, near-insane plan flashed through my mind like lightning. I had it. I flapped against her face and pushed a firm thought at her, telling her not to leave, that I had a plan. She was about to make up her mind to retreat and stopped, staring at me in disbelief, wondering what kind of plan there could possibly be against an elite squad led by a 7th grade beast tamer, when any scheme looked pale and powerless in the face of such an absolute strength gap, and half worried the Mosquito had gone mad from desperation. But something about the light of confidence flickering in my little compound eyes made the hope she had buried stir again. because this creature had been making miracles from the moment we met. And maybe, just maybe, this time too. Desperate times, desperate measures. She bit her lip and decided to trust me one more time. Seeing the Empress steady herself, I turned my attention to my panel. It read me as a blade-winged blood mosquito, with a lifespan of 93 days, a blood chi of 101.3, a spirit of 10.2, 16.1 evolution points, and a rank of early rank 1 demonic beast, my skills being armor-piercing spike at level 3, blood food tracking at level 2, swarm space at level 3, and wing blade slash at level 2, with the prompt that the third evolution could begin, costing 10 points and taking 10 hours. 16.1 points was enough. Without hesitation, I ordered the system to upgrade blood food tracking, spending 5 points to carry it from level 2 to level 3, extending the range to an 800-meter radius with a big jump in perception precision. 800 meters, exactly what my plan needed. I pushed the upgraded skill to its limit, and a life map spanning 800 meters snapped clear in my mind. Then I quietly loosed 30 ordinary little mosquitoes from swarm space, each no bigger than a sesame seed and nearly invisible, the kind whose bites itch like fire. Under my precise control, they used the cover of grass and rock to slip past the Shadowfang squad's perimeter and into the valley. However seasoned those killers were, none of them imagined an infiltration this absurd, their attention fixed on large beasts and human fighters, blind to a few specks barely bigger than dust. Soon the 30 flew deep in and found the azure flame-flying lion struggling on its final breath. They did not drink, they landed carefully in the blood pouring from the lioness's wounds and soaked their whole bodies in it, and then, at my thought, all 30 little mosquitoes, now drenched in the blood of an 8th grade beast, were retrieved back into my space. Behind the rock, Hyen watched the whole operation through our link, completely baffled. She asked what on earth I was doing, whether I meant to steal blood this way, since it seemed hopelessly inefficient, since I could steal for a year and barely gather anything. Her naive read almost made me laugh out loud. I told her smugly that her vision was far too narrow, and that whoever said I was stealing, and to stay put and not move, because I would be right back. Before she could react, I vibrated my wings, turned into a faint dark shadow, and flew silently along the ground in another direction, away from the valley. She was shocked, nearly shouting to stop me before clapping a hand over her own mouth, and watched my shape vanish into the trees with her heart in her throat. It was dangerous. A rank 1 demonic beast winging around the perilous depths of the Black Forest was courting death, and if I died, what would she do? She was anxious and furious, and did not dare act, so she lay flat behind the rocks, waiting with no idea what I was up to. Time crawled by. 1 hour, 2-5. The sky going dark, the forest turning eerie, and inside the valley, the azure flame-flying lion's aura thinned to almost nothing, ready to gut her out at any moment. Nang Yun, who had been resting with her eyes shut, suddenly opened them and stood, announcing the beast was about to die and ordering everyone to prepare to enter. The Shadowfang squad rose, eyes flickering with greed, victory in sight, and Hyun went cold all over. 5 hours and the cursed mosquito still had not returned, and he had flown so far she could no longer sense him at all. What was he doing? A chilling thought surfaced against her will, that maybe the mosquito had seen things going bad and fled alone. And was his loyalty really that low? And no, their bond was only a forced blood contract with no loyalty to speak of, and a flicker of panic ran through her. Was the dignified reborn beast-taming empress about to be abandoned by her very first contract beast? And just as her mind spun toward despair, a familiar dark shadow settled quietly onto her shoulder. He was back. I told her simply that I had returned, and she first sagged with relief, then flushed with nameless anger and demanded where I had gone when they were about to enter. I pushed a mysterious thought at her, telling her not to worry, that the show was about to begin. Right then the ground began to vibrate hard. From every direction in the depths of the forest, powerful, violent, bloodthirsty beast auras soared up, roars and howls and hisses converging into a world-ending sound wave that shook the whole forest, rocks and leaves raining down. A beast tide, a massive, unannounced beast tide erupted like a bursting dam, and one after another huge beasts with blood-red eyes came tearing out of the trees from all sides. Crazed, their gold crystal clear, the valley drowned in the scent of blood, and the Shadowfang squad guarding its mouth. 4th grade earth-rending demonic rhinos smashing rocks with their wall-like heads. 5th grade three-eyed demonic wolves running in packs on gusts of bloody wind. Several massive 6th grade ghost-faced demonic spiders hanging from the canopy with 8 limbs like reaping scythes. Dozens, even hundreds of beasts. 4th grade and above forming an unstoppable black torrent. Perched on her shoulder, I looked out over my masterpiece and told the whole crowd that dinner was served. During those 5 hours, I had not been idle. I had taken those 30 specially prepared little mosquitoes drenched in the blood of the 8th grade azure flame-flying lion and run them across an area more than a dozen kilometers wide, using the 800-meter radar of blood food tracking to pinpoint the den of every powerful beast, then sending a little mosquito to leave a bit of that fatal invitation at a cave mouth, on a territorial marking, even on a sleeping beast's nose. For these creatures, devouring their own kind, and especially the essence blood of a higher bloodline, was the fastest road to breaking rank and evolving. An instinct etched into their genes, and the pure aura of that 8th grade blood was the sweetest spring in a desert, the brightest lighthouse in the dark, an ultimate temptation impossible to resist. So once I finished delivering my dozens of takeout orders, a beast tide planned and directed entirely by one mosquito exploded to life. What exactly is a genius divine mosquito? I really wanted to lean back and put my feet up. Hyun stared blankly at what looked like the arrival of the apocalypse, her mind devoid, until she finally grasped the plan to trigger a beast tide and let the Shadowfang squad and the lured beasts tear each other apart while we reap the profit. The old trick of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf and shifting the disaster elsewhere. It could not be, she muttered, her look shifting from shock to outright horror, because across 2 lifetimes every ancient text she had read stated plainly that a beast's intelligence tracked its bloodline and rank, and only beasts at king level or higher bloodline and above rank 9 could develop complex human-like wisdom and strategy. And this mosquito had only just stepped into rank 1. A rank 1 beast devising and executing a plan this perfectly interlocked was not merely clever, it was monstrous, a freak of nature, and she muttered, stunned, wondering what on earth this thing even was. At the center of the battlefield, the Shadowfang squad, about to enter the valley, were left dumbstruck. For the first time, Nang Yun's permanent iceberg face cracked into horror and disbelief, demanding to know why a beast tide had suddenly broken out when the intelligence had reported no signs of one anywhere near. Ho Peng was paler still, legs shaking, insisting it was impossible, that it had been peaceful when he came, and wondering in dread whether he had somehow carried out the lioness's blood on his retreat and drawn these creatures. The squad's cries rose from every side, wolves charging from the west, spiders closing from behind, surrounded, and there was no time to think, because the beast tide was already on them. Nang Yun was a veteran captain, and after the first shock she forced herself calm and roared for a formation. She summoned her trump card first, a massive, majestic rank 7 beast sheathed in heavy ice crystal armor, the Ice Soul Keelan, which loosed a long howl and detonated a visible ring of frost that froze several front-row earth-rending demonic rhinos into ice sculptures on the spot. She ordered every member to form the mystic Ice Iron Wall formation, with the Ice Soul Keelan at its core, to hold the valley mouth at all costs, and not yield a single step. Against dozens, even hundreds of 4th and 5th grade beasts that feared no death, even the elite of the elite could not stay unscathed, but the guild's death order left no room to retreat, and they gritted their teeth and clashed head-on with the tide. In an instant, the valley mouth became a butcher's field. Frost and fire tangled, claws and blades colliding, energy booming, blood and flesh flying. Watching the 2 sides lock into chaos, Hyun snapped out of her shock. An opportunity, this was their only chance, to use the confusion to slip into the valley, because once Shadowfang suppressed the tide or the tide burned itself out, there would be nothing left for us. She drew a deep breath, glanced at the monster on her shoulder, sitting steady as a mountain, as if everything moved to his script, her gaze impossibly complicated, and made her decision. She activated the breath concealment art again, and her form along with mine turned illusory, her aura sealed like a wisp of blue smoke folding into the shadows. Rather than charge from the front, she stayed low, using the mountainous corpse of an earth-rending demonic rhino freshly killed by the Ice Soul Keelan at the battle's edge, as cover, and circled toward the flank. I fed her every step. 30 meters left, a 5th grade demon wolf trading blows with a Shadowfang member. Go around it. She shifted at once, and where she had stood a breath earlier, a violent pillar of demonic energy erupted and blasted a crater into the ground. Close. Cold sweat sheeted her back, because without my warning she would have been caught in the crossfire. The 2 of us cooperated with ever tighter harmony, me acting as a 360-degree mosquito radar guiding her safest route, her leaning on the mystery of the breath concealment art and the stealth instincts of a former empress to push her movement to the edge. Hiding behind a shattered rock one moment, slipping past the shadow of a roaring beast the next, dashing several meters forward in the blinding flash of 2 clashing energies. The whole thing was heart-stopping, lethal attacks streaking past her body more than once, until at last, nearly drained of strength and spirit, we skirted the chaotic core of the battlefield and reached the deserted valley mouth. She leaned against the cold rock wall, panting, chest heaving, an unprecedented light of excitement in her eyes. We had bypassed the battlefield and infiltrated the valley. Inside, it was silent as death, a stark contrast to the tragic din behind us. The 2 of us pressed deeper with extreme care, and soon at the valley's deepest point we found the source of the thick blood scent. A giant lion the size of a heavy truck, its body burning with dim flames and bearing a pair of wings, lay silent in a pool of blood, the blood flowing like a river from its lower body, its life force fully extinguished, dead at last from the severe injuries of a difficult birth. Beside its still warm corpse were 3 little lions, bodies fiery red, fur not yet dry, eyes not yet open, huddled under the lioness on instinct, mewling faint, hungry cries as they waited for milk that would never come. I could have jumped out of my own body with joy. Rich. This time we were truly rich. Hyun's breath came fast too, a blazing light erupting in her cold eyes, because the lioness was dead but the cubs remained, the heavens practically spoon-feeding us. I could not hold back, telling the three little brats to watch how it was done, because to me the lioness's corpse looked like a mountain of pure gold. I leapt off her shoulder, landed on the body, and drove my thick armor-piercing spike in. The system pinged through a run of huge absorptions and announced I had taken in 49.8 blood chi for a total of 151.1. Awesome, I nearly evolved on the spot, the massive blood chi surging in me almost bursting my body, this single mouthful worth more than every ironhide pig and the windblade wolf I had drained combined. As expected of an 8th grade beast's essence blood, top-notch quality. On the other side, Haiyun had abandoned all pretense of imperial dignity, rushing to the corpse in one stride, pressing both hands to the wound, and frantically circulating the 10,000 beasts' furnace art, streams of pure blood-red energy flowing into her like 100 rivers returning to the sea. The sight of a cold, beautiful girl draped over a huge lion corpse wreathed in blood chi was indescribably eerie, but she was past caring, absorbing wildly, until moments later she had to stop. There was no time to refine it. The 8th grade essence blood was too massive and too violent, and at her strength merely suppressing it to avoid beastification took all her focus, so she could not fully refine it in the little time she had, and the battle outside could end at any second, and there was no way to haul a lioness this size out of the valley. Her gaze fell naturally on the three still mewling cubs. I knew the corpse could not be taken either, but looking at this top-grade blood spring soaking the ground, I could not stand to leave it. Waste is the greatest crime. I had to bring some back no matter what. With a thought, I released the whole 1,000-strong insect army I had just recruited from swarm space, the dark mass instantly blanketing the lioness's corpse, and I told them to suck as much as they could and fill their bellies for me, and for a moment hundreds and thousands of mosquitoes and flies and bugs pounced into a frantic buffet. Haiyun's mouth twitched at the spectacle, out of expressions to wear at me, and her eyes returned to the three cubs. Azure flame flying lion, she thought. Eyes hot, because this high-level bloodline was an entirely different concept from the spirit green snake she had bought. The spirit green snake's growth was a razor's edge of near certain death, but the azure flame-flying lion's bloodline was extremely stable and needed almost no effort to raise, and as long as it was kept well-fed, it would grow steadily into a 7th grade or higher terror, any single one fetching an astronomical price past 100 million at auction. Kill them for their essence blood and a short-term surge, or keep them. The old Haiyun, certain her beast tamer's road was severed, would have chosen the knife without hesitation. But now she glanced at the strange mosquito directing its swarm and busily packing up, and this creature's very existence had rekindled her dead hopes for beast taming into a faint but real flame, and maybe she really could gamble once more. All three, she decided. She wanted all three. Luckily, the newborns were small, no bigger than 3 kittens, and she could just barely gather them into her arms, though carrying 3 squirming cubs out the way they came, without being noticed, would be 10 times harder. But she had to take the gamble, their value too great, for the future and for money both. I withdrew the thousands of round-bellied mobile blood bottles back into my space, and urged her to move, that I was done packing and it was time to retreat, and she hesitated no longer, carefully cradling the 3 cubs and wrapping them in her school uniform jacket. We activated the breath concealment art again and slipped back along our path toward the valley exit. The first half went smoothly. Outside, the battle had reached its peak, and though the Shadow Fang squad was powerful, they had taken casualties against the Endless Tide, their formation scattered, no one with the attention to spare for the periphery. But just as we were about to leave the battlefield entirely, disaster struck. A 5th grade 3-eyed demonic wolf, with its forelimbs severed, loosed a final dying roar, and its middle eye abruptly exploded, spitting a destructive beam of demonic power that happened to strike the rock Haiyun was hiding behind. The rock burst to dust in an instant, and her figure was thrown into plain sight of everyone. Nang Yeon, mid-fight against a 6th grade beast, spotted her at once, and when she saw the 3 cubs in Haiyun's arms radiating high-level bloodline aura, her cold face flooded with shock and towering rage. Ho Peng shrieked that it was her, that student. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole waits behind. They had been fighting to the death here, and their prize had been stolen out from under them by some insignificant little girl. Nang Yan was furious, abandoning the beast in front of her, and shouted for the Ice Soul Keelan to stop her and for everyone else to get those cubs back at all costs. But her main contract beast, the Ice Soul Keelan, was pinned in a siege by 3 6th grade beasts, and could not break free. The killing intent in her eyes deepened, and she summoned her second contract beast, a live 5th grade beast wreathed in green wind blades, the Gale Demon Leopard, and ordered it to go and kill her. The Gale Demon Leopard took Nang Yan's order and turned into a streak of cyan lightning, slipping around the front of the fight and lunging at Haiyun from an angle no one could cover in time. I felt Haiyun's whole body seize with alarm, and she spun and ran with the 3 cubs clutched against her chest. I was just as rattled, but I did the only thing my instincts allowed, dumping every one of the thousands of walking blood bottles I had just packed into the swarm space, a dense black tide surging forward to meet that leopard head-on. The leopard looked at my overconfident little army with pure disdain in its eyes, opened its bloody maw, and let a tornado blade tear loose that ground the front rank of my mosquitoes into a red mist in an instant. That single move was its fatal mistake, because every one of those shredded mosquitoes was fat with the essence blood of the rank 8 azure flame-flying lion, and when the mist burst, that pure blood splattered clean across the leopard's hide. In that heartbeat, every demonic beast still tangling with the Shadowfang squad whipped its head around like a shark catching a scent, blood-red eyes locking onto the leopard as one. A moving super blood pack was worth far more to them than the tough bones of a bunch of well-armed humans. The nearest rank 6 ghost-faced demonic spider abandoned its opponent on the spot, all 8 legs moving together as it flung itself at the leopard, and the leopard barely had time to register what was happening before dozens of frenzied beasts submerged it completely, not even leaving it room to scream. Nang Yan's shriek of denial came a beat too late. Under cover of that once-in-a-lifetime chaos, Heiyun and I broke clean out of the encirclement and vanished into the deep forest, leaving only Nang Yang's rage-choked roar behind us, her swearing through the trees that she would tear whoever did this into 10,000 pieces. What a tired little villain speech. I curled my inner lip at it, though when I thought it through, the fury made sense. Anyone would be one brain hemorrhage away from collapse if their dinner flew off, their trump card contract beast got dogpiled by a mob of monsters, and a second rank 5 contract beast got flattened all in one afternoon. This big sister named Nang Yun actually had decent nerves, all things considered. At least she hadn't fainted from anger on the spot. The two of us ran flat out for a solid 10 minutes, and only after Heiyun confirmed no one was on our trail did we finally stop, both of us gasping, in a hidden cave. She set the 3 whimpering little lions down on the ground and leaned against the cold stone wall, her chest heaving, her forehead beaded with sweat, and on that usually icy pretty face I could read both delight and dread at once. The delight was the haul, because 3 azure flame-flying lion cubs carrying high-level bloodlines were pure profit, whether she raised one as a contract beast or drained them all to feed the 10,000 beasts furnace art. The dread was that her face had been seen clearly by Nang Yan, and with the Gyeongchip Guild's reach in Gang City, digging up one high school student's identity was as easy as flipping a hand. At her level, forget confronting a 7th grade beast tamer, the woman could crush her flat by sending a single random squad member. Heiyun's mind spun fast, and one answer surfaced almost at once. She had to go back to school. In this world, under the power structure of the Korean Federation, the Ministry of Education and the military department were the 2 supreme pillars holding the human race up. Humans were no longer sole masters of the Blue Star, with countless demonic beasts holding the mountains and forests and alien races watching from hundreds of spatial rifts. War was the theme of the age, and so the Federation prized its Yongmu high schools, the cradles that forged martial artists and beast tamers, above almost everything. Each one a cornerstone of the future ranked higher than the local city lord's mansion itself. The Gyeongchip Guild was a real local power in Gang City, but it would never dare openly provoke Gang City Yongmu High School, let alone storm the campus to assassinate a student. Doing so would be a direct challenge to the authority of the Ministry of Education, which could simply send an inspector down to wipe the entire Gyeongchip Guild off the map of Gang City. So as long as she could hide inside the school, her safety was guaranteed to the fullest, at least until after the joint examination, when a high enough showing would draw the attention and protection of the higher levels. Heiyun stopped hesitating. She didn't even bother going back for the dozen or so hidden ironhide pig carcasses, since that money meant nothing next to the 3 cubs in her arms and her own life, and she sprinted out of the Black Forest at top speed straight for the Yongmu Hall in the city center. Smuggling 3 living cubs onto campus wrapped in a jacket would never fly, so she needed a beast taming bag, since a beast tamer could only open a beast taming space inside their own sea of consciousness after reaching rank 5. And before that, the only way to carry contract beasts was to buy a special spatial item. At the Yongmu Hall, she spent every last bit of the tens of thousands of won she had just earned on the mission, and bought the cheapest low-level beast taming bag, low-grade but roomy enough to hold a full-grown ox, more than enough for 3 cubs the size of kittens. She tucked the cubs away and rushed back to Gang City Yongmu High School without pausing, and when she stepped through the familiar gate, her hanging heart eased a fraction, though she knew it wasn't enough. She still lived off campus, and every trip in and out carried the risk of interception, so the safest play was not to leave the grounds even once before the joint examination. She would apply for on-campus housing, and with that decided, she walked straight for the dean's office. She had barely reached the door, hand raised to knock, when she caught the sound of conversation drifting out from inside and paused. She raised her hand anyway, and just as she was about to knock, the door swung open from within, and a refined, polite-looking middle-aged man in a suit stepped out. Her eyes flicked over the badge on his chest without meaning to. A sharp sword crossed with wings and 2 characters cut below it that read, Gyeongchip. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks. People from the Gyeongchip Guild, here, and standing with the dean no less, and coming for her this fast. Her heart dropped, and almost without thinking she turned to leave, but it was already too late, because the dean's authoritative voice reached her from inside, calling her by name and asking what she was doing lurking at the door, telling her the timing was perfect, and to come in, there was something to discuss. Her body stiffened where she stood. She knew she couldn't slip away now, so she drew a deep breath, forced the storm inside her back down, pulled her usual cold mask back over her face, and walked into the office. Inside sat not only the dean but the principal too. The man who was usually impossible to find, upright and grave, and the middle-aged young chip guild man who had opened the door settled back onto the sofa with a smile, studying her. The whole arrangement was plainly a tribunal. The principal pushed his glasses up and spoke first, his tone leaving no room to argue, asking outright whether she had gone to the Black Forest today and whether she had stolen something from the hands of the young chip guild. Her heart sank to the bottom, but her face stayed calm, and she was about to deny everything. The Gyeongchip Guild man on the sofa laughed then, a gentle-looking smile with eyes sharp as knives, and told her not to be in such a rush to deny it. He didn't look at her face. Instead, his awareness seemed to reach right through her school jacket and settled precisely on one spot. He told her mildly that there was a very faint spatial fluctuation on her body that couldn't escape him. A beast-taming bag, wasn't it? And that she shouldn't make things hard on everyone but simply take out what she'd hidden and let the principal and dean have a look. As a grade 5 beast tamer, his spiritual power far outstripped an ordinary person's, and he was exquisitely sensitive to the aura of a beast taming bag. Hyun knew there was no point hiding it anymore. She straightened her back, fixed her cold gaze on the principal and the man, and said word by word that the laws of the Korean Federation clearly stated that all wild monsters and treasures outside the city were ownerless property to be claimed by those with the ability. So how could it be called stealing when she had won it by her own means? The logic was airtight, the same unspoken rule every martial artist and beast tamer lived by. That in the wilderness might made right, and whoever was strongest took the prize. But the principal and dean showed no approval at all, only faces that turned uglier, and the dean slapped the table and demanded to know how she dared to quibble, whether she even understood what she'd taken, and how much trouble she'd dumped on the school. She said nothing, only looked at them coldly, already half guessing where this was going. The principal sighed, gave her a disappointed look, and told her earnestly that her logic held but that everything had to be weighed by reason and sentiment too. Those 3 cubs had been found by Captain Nang Yun and her Shadow Fang squad at a painful cost, 2 team members dead, so by any reasonable measure the cubs belonged to them, and for her to cut in and snatch them away was truly against the rules. His voice rang high and righteous, but his real thoughts were another matter. He wasn't afraid of the Gyeongchip Guild in the slightest, since Gang City Youngmu High School was backed by the Ministry of Education, and the guild wouldn't dare touch a hair on the school, even with 100-fold the nerve, but not being afraid didn't mean he was willing to offend them. The guild was one of Gang City's local snakes, sitting on a mountain of social resources, and every year many students needed to intern there. Many training missions ran through them, and countless threads of interest tangled the two together. Was it worth breaking with a behemoth like that over one student? He glanced at her profile without thinking. Contract beast, a white-striped mosquito, martial talent poor. And to him the answer was obvious. This girl had guts, but her head clearly wasn't working, provoking someone she never should have, so she could only blame her own rotten luck. Damaging the school's real interests over a trash student with no future was a catastrophic loss on the books. The chill went all the way through Hyun then, though she'd expected it from the start. The school had never meant to protect her, and the principal and dean had been standing on the Gyeongchip Guild's side from the first word. They didn't care about wilderness rules or whether the student lived or died, only about the school's interests. Offending the largest hunting guild in Gang City for 3 high bloodline cubs, or for a trash student who had contracted the lowest grade mosquito with severed prospects both as a martial artist and as a beast tamer, was a calculation they both understood to the last decimal. She'd anticipated all of it. She just hadn't expected it to arrive so fast, since she'd meant to lie low in school right up until the joint examination. Damn, these 2 old relics were selling out their own student this cleanly, this decisively. Tucked against Hyun's shoulder inside her clothes, I heard every word and nearly laughed myself sick from the sheer nerve of it. No matter which world you land in, interest comes first, every single time. The Gyeongchip Guild man stood, that oily smile still hanging on his face, and stepped up in front of her. He told her in a tone that brooked no refusal that the principal and dean were both reasonable men, so she should hand over the beast-taming bag now, and as long as she returned the goods, the Gyeongchip Guild would let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Only a fool would swallow that. Hyun sneered on the inside, knowing full well the real translation was hand over the goods, and then sit obediently while they settled the score at their leisure. It seemed she was down to 2 choices. First, surrender the 3 cubs and stay in school, buying her life for now. Second, keep the cubs by force, and while the guild wouldn't dare act openly inside the school would almost certainly expel her outright to soothe the guild's temper. And the moment she was off campus, she became meat on the chopping block. But even if she handed the cubs over, would the school really not expel her anyway? Her gaze drifted across the dean's broad desk, and there beside her student file and a stack of documents sat a student expulsion recommendation form already mostly filled in. Whatever she did today, the school had already decided to discard her to give the guild a clean answer, which meant both choices were dead ends. What now? Her mind raced, and the experience and steel of an empress from her past life let her stay perfectly calm even cornered like this. Soon she found a third road, one drenched in risk, but the only one that could crack the deadlock open. She looked up, met the measuring stares of the principal and the man, and let her cool voice ring across the office, saying that under Article 37 of the Korean Federation Education Law, students of a Yongmu High School held the right to submit a transfer application to any institution of equal or higher level, and that she wanted to apply for a transfer. A brief silence fell. The dean and principal traded looks, both of them showing a flicker of surprise, and under it, a well-worn mockery. They knew the regulation, a special channel built to keep local schools from burying real talent, and they knew that before a transfer result came back, a student's enrollment sat in a frozen protection state, where the original school had no right to expel or discipline them. It was indeed the only card that could save her life right now, but the real question was how long it could save her for. The Gyeongchip Guild man, whose name was Yu-gon, was the first to laugh, sitting back and crossing his legs like a man settling in for a good show. The principal wordlessly pulled a fresh form from a drawer and slid it in front of her, telling her he'd prepared it already and asking which school she wanted, to just fill it in. They were both crystal clear in their own minds. A transfer application usually took only a week to produce a result, and with the disaster written all over Hyun's record, not a single Yongmu high school in all of Sungyeong province would approve her transfer. It was flatly impossible, so all she was doing was pushing her death from today back by 1 week, a corpse still twitching. She didn't care in the least. She picked up the pen and, without a shred of hesitation, wrote a few words in the target institution column with a flourish. Dunnan, No. 1 Yongmu High School. When the principal, the dean, and Yu-gon read what she'd written, all three froze, the air in the office seeming to ice over. It took several full seconds before the dean looked at her like she was an idiot, and blurted out whether she'd been frightened out of her wits, whether she had any idea what kind of place Dunnan No. 1 was. Dunnan City was the provincial capital of Sungyeong Province, a top-ranked megacity in the nation, and Dunnan No. 1 Yongmu High School was the pinnacle every student in the whole province dreamed of, next to which their little gang city school wasn't fit to carry its shoes. Just to get in, the minimum bar was reaching first grade early stage upon entering the first year of high school in either martial arts or beast taming. And here she was, the third-year joint exam nearly on top of them, her file listing her as a first grade early stage martial artist, which in Dunnan No. 1 was bottom tier that wouldn't even clear the admission line. Of course, both Yu-gon and the principal were experts and could sense her real martial strength sat around first grade mid-stage, but that changed nothing. They didn't know how she'd pried the Cubs loose from the Shadowfang squad, likely dumb luck, but with mid-stage strength wanting to transfer into Dunnan No. 1 this close to the joint exam was a daydream. Without first grade peak or higher, they wouldn't spare her application a second glance. If she'd written down some school in another small city, there might have been a sliver of a chance to linger a while longer, but Dunnan No. 1 was certain death, and a week from now, when the rejection came, she'd be expelled at once and laid out as meat on the Gyeongchip Guild's chopping block. Yu-gon looked her over with real relish, a cruel curl at the corner of his mouth, and told her that since she was so confident he'd play along, that he'd give her 1 week and that in a week he expected her to return what was theirs, with interest. Then he rose and left without another word. Hyun didn't waste breath on the two leaders who'd already prepared to sell her out. She handed over the form and turned to go too, leaving the principal and dean staring at each other, both convinced she'd finally lost her mind. 1 week. Riding along on her shoulder, silent the whole time, I ran the math in my head and let out a relieved breath. That was plenty of time. It really had to be us, carving a road to life straight out of a death sentence, and I knew exactly why it was enough, and so did Hyun, clear as a mirror. A week was a death vigil for anyone else, but for her it was a single chance at a desperate reversal, because she was carrying 3 high bloodline azure flame-flying lion cubs, not ordinary cultivation resources, but 3 walking essence blood vaults. With the 10,000 Beasts Furnace Art's overbearing nature, she only needed to consume and refine the full essence blood of 1 cub to shove her strength from first grade mid-stage up to first grade peak inside a week, and with a little luck even brushing the threshold of second grade wasn't out of reach. It was a shame to kill a cub of that level, but as things stood she could only sacrifice 1, and as long as her strength cleared the Dunnan No. 1 transfer assessment, the whole thing stopped being a pipe dream. Once she was a student there, the Gyeongchip Guild would never again dare so much as think about touching them. Meanwhile, my own little schemes were ticking away. If the Empress could suck blood, why couldn't I? That was a high-grade bloodline cub, and 1 sip was worth more than draining a whole pig. With 3 little lions as blood bags, plus the essence blood I'd already packed away from that 8th grade lioness, it might just be enough for a 4th evolution, and after that my power would rocket again, maybe all the way to first grade peak. By then, forget 1 week. The 2 of us could pass the transfer exam in 5 days with our eyes shut. At the Gyeongchip Guild, Yu-gon reported everything from the school back to Nangyeon in full. 1 week, she repeated, a transfer to Dunnan No. 1, and her already icy beautiful face frosted over harder as she said fine, very well, she'd let the girl live. 1 more week. Her killing intent had boiled to the top, because this time she hadn't merely lost a 5th grade Gale demon leopard. Her main battle contract beast, the Ice Soul Keelan, had been savaged in the Beast-Tide siege and wouldn't recover for at least half a year, and her whole Shadowfang squad had taken heavy casualties, all thanks to a student named Hyun. And that Mosquito, she added, closing her eyes and letting her powerful spiritual power replay every detail of the battlefield in her mind. As a 7th grade beast tamer, her spiritual power far outstripped a martial artist of the same tier, and in the chaos she'd caught something wrong, a Beast-Tide that had been far too targeted, almost herded into place, and a swarm at the end that felt profoundly strange. Thinking back calm now, she seized the key point at once. Inside that overwhelming swarm, they had run an extremely faint but perfectly unified mental command. A control over the insect mass that was crude but real, exactly like a beast tamer directing a contract beast, and though its source had been flawlessly hidden, a trace of its energy matched the spiritual wavelength she'd felt off Hyun's contract beast. So that was it. Her eyes snapped open, shock and disbelief flashing in them, as she grasped that the Mosquito wasn't an ordinary mutant at all, but a creature that could command insect swarms. No wonder it had incited a Beast-Tide, no doubt using the same trick to carry the scent of the azure flame-flying lion's blood into every corner of the forest, through countless insects. None of it luck, all of it a calculated scheme, cunning and bizarre. A little girl at 1st grade mid-stage and a 1st grade mutant Mosquito had actually played her for a fool. She laughed, a laugh soaked in fury, and her killing intent toward Hyun and me climbed to a height it had never touched before. The girl could not be allowed to live. The Mosquito had to die too. 1 week from now, she promised herself she'd make us beg for death and find it out of reach. News that Hyun had applied to transfer to Dunnan No. 1 tore through Gang City Youngmu High School like a grass fire, and for a while everyone who heard it just stood there stunned. The whispers ran the same way through the halls, someone asking if they'd heard right, that the campus belle who'd contracted a Mosquito was transferring to Dunnan No. 1, someone else asking if she was insane and where she got the nerve. Another sighing that she'd probably taken too much of a shock and lost her mind. A real pity for someone so beautiful. Around the same time, word spread that Seon-ho and his lackeys had gone missing. But nobody connected that to her, because in everyone's mind she was still that 1st grade early stage vase, simply gone mad, blind to the staggering truth underneath. Hyun didn't head back to class after the principal's office. She went straight to the academic affairs office and tried to apply for on-campus housing again, and the result was exactly what she'd expected. The teacher in charge giving her one cold glance and rejecting her flat with the lame excuse that the dormitories were full. The school plainly meant to give her no conveniences at all, and she'd known that too. Without a word, she ordered takeout on her phone and spent a few dozen won on the cheapest single-person tent. Then, under a sea of stares that looked at her like she'd gone insane, she walked out onto the sports field, found a corner, and openly pitched camp, since no rule barred a student from putting up a tent on campus, and nobody could do a thing about it. Crawling into the cramped tent, shut off from every prying eye and every muttered word, she finally had time to deal with the biggest prize of the whole trip. She opened the beast-taming bag and let the 3 fluffy little lions out, but the moment she saw the state of things inside, her delicate brows drew together. One of the cubs, the smallest and weakest, was already lifeless, several clear bite marks on its neck, and of the other 2, one was noticeably bigger and stronger, currently shoving its weaker sibling aside. She'd nearly forgotten. For apex predators like the azure flame-flying lion, cubs began fighting each other from birth over their mother's milk, and every scrap of survival and the strongest showed no mercy killing off its weaker kin. Survival of the fittest carved right into the blood. A flash of resolve crossed her eyes. In that case, she'd let nature run its full course. She'd meant to kill 1 or 2 anyway to absorb their blood essence and break through to 1st grade peak inside the weak, and now she didn't even have to choose. Keep the strongest, raise it with care, and let the other 2 become fuel for her own growth. No problem. The Empress was wise. Quick, let me get a couple mouthfuls in. Beside her, I was practically drooling over those 2 premium little blood bags, and I was about to pounce when something stopped me cold. Wait, I was pretty sure it was time to evolve. I glanced at my panel, and there it was, the notification telling me I could begin the 3rd evolution, that it would cost 10 evolution points and run about 10 hours. Now that we were finally at school, safe for the moment, with the Empress standing guard right beside me, it was the perfect window, the ideal time to evolve. So I gave the command in my mind without hesitation, and told the system to begin. The system chimed back that it was consuming 10 evolution points to start the 3rd evolution, roughly 10 hours, and that I would fall into a deep sleep the whole time, so I'd better make sure my surroundings were safe. The instant the notice ended, an irresistible drowsiness rolled over me, and a translucent mucus began seeping from the surface of my body, wrapping me fast into a writhing dark red pupa. Hyun stared at the blood-colored little cocoon that had appeared on her shoulder in a blink, and seemed to run out of expressions entirely. How many days had it even been? 1st evolution in the school bag, 2nd in the rental house. Now the 3rd, roughly once every 2 days. And what kind of freakish thing was this? In a past life spent standing at the very peak of the world, she'd combed every ancient text and buried secret she could find, and never once heard of a beast that could evolve at such an absurd pace. The common sense of the whole beast-taming world was a joke in front of this mosquito, and the deep-rooted rule that a beast could evolve at most 3 times had already begun to waver in her. Could it truly ignore that iron law and keep evolving forever? The flicker of hope in her chest burning brighter by the second. She reined herself in fast, though. Now wasn't the time to chase that thought. She set the blood pupa I'd become carefully aside and turned her gaze to the still warm corpse of the dead cub, then pressed both hands to it without hesitation, and fully opened the 10,000 Beasts furnace art. One person and one mosquito, inside that cramped tent, began their separate transformations. 10 hours blurred past, and when the light outside brightened again, she slowly opened her eyes. The cub's corpse beneath her hands had shriveled, a full third of its essence blood drawn out, and her inner vital energy had surged overnight from first grade mid-stage right up against the bottleneck of first grade late stage, one step away. She was in no hurry to break through, though, and turned instead to the blood pupa beside her. It had swelled from the size of a thumb to the size of a fist, its surface webbed with cracks, looking ready to split at any second. And then, with a crisp sound, it did. A brand new creature slowly unfolded from inside, and her pupils shrank hard. My size hadn't changed much, still around 10 centimeters, but my whole look had turned over into something else. My pitch-black carapace was now laced with dark red cracks, like the fissures left when lava cools, and deep inside them, faint flickers of fire seemed to drift, giving off an ominous, scorching aura. When my wings, still thin as cicada wings, vibrated, it was no longer a plain metallic hum, but a visible current of searing air that left faint sparks scattered behind. Most fearsome of all were my mouth parts. That thick, long needle now tipped in a half-molten crimson, like a branding iron pulled fresh from the forge, ready to set fire to anything it pierced. Hayun took me in with open shock, feeling clearly that the power radiating off me was identical to the azure flame flying lions, and a barely believable thought struck her that if I sucked a creature's blood, I could evolve toward that creature's very racial traits. Beyond that, she sensed my bloodline had gone through a real change of quality. I was no longer in that bloodlineless state, all power and no foundation, because now something weak but genuinely present ran through me. A low-level bloodline, and among low-level bloodlines it was easily top tier. Nothing like the bottom of the barrel trash of a big-eared rabbit. In fact, several shades purer than the low-level bloodline beasts most beast-taming students in the school had contracted. From a bloodlineless variant, I'd become a true demonic beast. She was surprised and delighted, and under that came a deeper worry, because this was already the 3rd evolution, and she wondered whether I could evolve again, since a low-level bloodline beast could climb at most to 3rd grade, and to break past 5th grade or higher, the bare minimum was a mid-level bloodline. Would my potential stall right here? I had no time to fuss over the Empress's tangled inner monologue. I was too busy feeling the brand new power surging through my body, and I threw the system panel open at once. My race now read Molten Heart Blood Mosquito with a low-level demonic beast bloodline. My lifespan stretched to 6 months. My blood chi sitting at 151.1. My spiritual power at 20.8. And my evolution points at 8.9. My rank at 1st grade early stage. My skills had all shifted upward. Molten Heart Demon Sting at level 4. Blood Food Tracking at level 3. Molten Insect Hive at level 4. Explosive Flame Flying Feather at level 3, and a final note warned that the next evolution would demand 500 blood chi and 80 evolution points. What a haul! I looked over the fresh panel and nearly leapt into the air. This evolution was nothing like the last 2, because 3 whole skills had upgraded automatically alongside it, and I couldn't wait to dig into the details. My old armor-piercing spike had become Molten Heart Demon Sting, so that after piercing a target it could not only drain blood but inject azure flame power straight into the body, burning the enemy's blood and organs from the inside for heavy continuous fire damage, while badly weakening their ability to self-heal. My wing blade slash had become Explosive Flame Flying Feather, my wings no longer fanning out simple wind blades but flinging flaming feather blades wrapped in azure flame that touched off a small explosion on impact for splash damage. And my swarm space had become Molten Insect Hive, letting me pour my own azure flame power into the insects inside, turning them into self-exploding flame insects that drained their own vitality fast, but carried fire damage on every attack, and burst in a small blast when they died. A devastating tactical trick. This was an incredible haul, and I was drowning in satisfaction. Those 3 upgrades perfectly patched over everything I'd lacked before. The area damage and the continuous damage. And the fire in particular was a natural counter to thick-hided beasts and plant-type enemies. On top of that, my spiritual power had jumped 10 points out of nowhere to 20.8, which meant my control range and precision over the swarm had climbed a whole tier. Then I looked at the target for the next evolution. 500 blood chi and 80 evolution points, and I hissed inwardly, that one was going to be a stretch. Because if I remembered right, 500 blood chi was already the threshold of a 2nd grade early stage demonic beast, but it didn't matter. I glanced at the 2 little blood bags nearby, and though their blood chi couldn't hold a candle to their 8th grade mother, One suck each ought to hand me 20 or 30 points. And my molten insect hive, formerly the swarm space, still held all those underlings I've fattened on that 8th grade lioness's blood back in the Black Forest. Every one of them now a bulging walking blood bottle stored inside the hive. Within a week, squeezing all that stock dry to hit the next evolution's conditions shouldn't be a real problem. Hyun pushed her tangled thoughts to the back of her mind, steadied her heart, and slowly refined the cub's essence blood she'd absorbed through the night. As the last thread of blood energy sank into her limbs and bones, her inner vital energy surged violently and pushed her cleanly into first-grade late-stage martial artist. But before the joy of the breakthrough could even settle, a wave of irritation welled up in her, and a faint recurring sting radiated through the meridians of her arms and legs. The side effects were starting to show. She knew this was the burden that consuming and refining high-level essence blood laid on her meridians, and that without medicinal pills, keeping this up long-term would leave deep-hidden injuries almost impossible to root out. A meridian-protecting pill had become a necessity, and the deeper she cultivated the 10,000 Beasts furnace art, the greater the danger grew. Since past 5th grade, the death rate for every breakthrough ran as high as 80%, and if she could only restart the path of a beast tamer, she wouldn't have to keep cultivating this evil technique once she reached the 5th grade someday. Thinking that, she turned her head toward the corner of the tent, where the last surviving and strongest azure flame-flying lion cub lay curled and fast asleep. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes, and she made up her mind at last. She was going to gamble. She'd bet that this mosquito could defy all common logic and evolve without limit, and from this day forward she would restart her path as a beast tamer. She sat cross-legged and sank her consciousness into her sea of consciousness. And out of the vast ocean of her past life memories, she drew a top-tier beast tamer cultivation method made purely for tempering spiritual power, the Taihio contemplation art. As the technique circulated, an invisible spiritual force began to gather and condense inside her sea of consciousness. And true to the former beast-taming empress, her talent was heaven-defying. Grasping the basics in just a few hours, the first faint star kindling to life in her inner sea. Off to the side, still adjusting to my new body, I felt the change at once. A cool, soothing energy feeding slowly back into my spirit through the blood contract that joined us, calming the spiritual power that had been restless since the evolution. So the Empress had started cultivating spiritual power. My heart stirred, because it meant she really did intend to walk the Beast Tamer's road again. Right then the class bell rang outside the tent. She opened her eyes, thought for a beat, and stood, deciding that given the situation, she should go to class rather than hand the school any leverage against her. She tucked the lion cub into her beast taming bag, let me settle on her shoulder, and walked out of the tent toward the teaching building. Today happened to be the final school-wide strength assessment before the joint exam. The senior year joint examination was run across all of Sumyong province, organized by the Provincial Education Department. And this assessment would log detailed data for every senior and submit it straight up as the initial file for the joint exam. So it wasn't just a test, but a kind of mock exam that would set the school rankings. Haeyun followed the group from Beast Taming Class 8 to the school's central martial arts arena, where over 1,000 seniors from across the school had already packed in. The whole place loud with voices, the mood tense and hot. The chatter around us ran through the familiar names, someone insisting that for the martial arts department the top spot this time would go to Ju Gae from Class 3. Already a first-grade mid-stage martial artist as a sophomore and now at first-grade peak, rumored to be one breath from breaking into second grade, and someone else dismissing it as old news. That was nothing. Another voice cut in. The beast taming department competition was fiercer, with Li Wolio from Class 1 and Zhou Chengxin from Class 2, the real monsters, both having contracted top-tier beasts among the mid-level bloodlines. Especially Li Wolio's phantom sound spirit fox, someone added. Not just powerful but rated high-grade in intelligence, and another whistled that high-grade intelligence meant that once it reached adulthood, it would carry the mind of a 10-year-old human child. Beyond bloodline grade, a beast's intelligence was one of the most important measures of its potential, since it directly determined how well it meshed with its beast tamer and how high it could eventually grow. The intelligence ratings ran from lowest to highest across 7 tiers: non-intelligent, inferior, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, top tier, and peak grade, where a top-tier beast would hold the mind of a 15-year-old at adulthood, and a peak grade one a mind nearly identical to a mature adult human, though that ceiling generally required a king-level bloodline or above. So for a beast with a mid-level bloodline to hit high-grade intelligence was already rare enough to make anyone envious. While the crowd chewed over its geniuses, Hyen's arrival stirred up its own small ripple. The whispers came fast, someone pointing out the school beauty with the bad brain, someone scoffing that she'd actually dared to show up. Wasn't she afraid of losing face? Then a sharp-eyed student jabbed a finger at her shoulder and cried out about the thing sitting there. That mosquito, pitch black all over with red patterns. Its look far too over the top, insisting it had to be 10 centimeters long. Someone else told them to feel its aura. This seemed like a first-grade early-stage beast. It had evolved. A variant. A mosquito was actually a variant. The people around them went stunned, since they'd only known she contracted a mosquito and never dreamed it was an evolving variant, and seeing this ferocious giant mosquito with a real aura for themselves, broadened a lot of horizons on the spot. Even so, the mockery didn't take long to reassert itself. So what if it evolved? One of them said. Still just a mosquito. How high could its bloodline climb? Probably low level. And another agreed its strength sat at first grade early stage for beasts. Likely bottom 10 in the whole beast taming department. And she still wanted done in number 1. What a pipe dream. The geniuses at the center of attention noticed Hyun too. Jo Cheong-chung from class 2 gave her one contemptuous glance and looked away, seeing nothing but a farce staged for attention, while Lee Wolyo from class 1 knit her lovely brows, her gaze on Hyun thick with genuine confusion. She truly couldn't work it out, because even a recognized genius in Gang City like herself knew in her heart that her own strength would only rate as mediocre in a real gathering of geniuses like done in number 1. So where on earth had this girl found the courage to file that transfer application? Lee Wolyo's eyes settled on the molten heart-blood mosquito on Hyun's shoulder, and she was an extreme believer in intelligence above all. Her family had once found her a monster cub with a high-level bloodline, an opportunity countless people dreamed of, but after learning its intelligence rating was merely low grade, she'd refused it without a second thought. To her, a contract beast without enough wisdom was just a puppet with brute strength and a limited future, so she'd chosen instead her current phantom sound spirit fox, a slightly inferior bloodline paired with a high-grade intelligence. And a mosquito. For such a low creature, even scraping an inferior rating would be a miracle, and the likeliest outcome was the rock-bottom non-intelligent tier. Choosing something like that as a starter contract beast was, to her, an insult to the whole profession of beast tamer, an act of witless self-sabotage. So as she looked at Hyun's calm, cold face, only one thought remained, that this school beauty's brain really was broken. Up on the rostrum at the highest point of the arena, the principal, the dean, and the third-year teachers noticed Hyun walking into the formation too. The dean's brow drew tight at once, his tone edged with displeasure as he complained that this child was getting more and more out of hand, actually pitching a tent to sleep in the school last night. How scandalous. And the principal said nothing but wore the same sour look. Beside the principal sat a middle-aged man of striking bearing, dressed in plain clothes yet carrying an inborn air of authority, the lord of Gang City, City Lord Im Jinum. As the highest power in Gang City, he took time every year to watch the strength testing at the Yongmu High School, hunting for promising prospects to recruit or invest in early. Oh, that was the student who'd been the talk of the town lately, he remarked with great interest, a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. The one who contracted a mosquito and wanted to transfer to Dunnan number 1. And the principal's old face flushed as he coughed and admitted awkwardly that yes, it was this student. She'd taken a bit of a shock and her head wasn't quite right. Im Jinum only smiled without comment and let it drop, though his gaze lingered on Hyun a few seconds longer than it needed to. The principal stood and announced the start of the testing in a booming voice, and the whole arena's mood ignited. The martial arts department, the largest group, went first. Precise instruments wheeled forward one by one as students lined up for full testing across vitality, physique, punching power, and more. Electronic broadcast voices rising and falling. GB Chang read out at a vitality value of 256. First grade mid-stage Yin Dojin at 282. First grade mid-stage, and with over 1,000 students in the department, most results landed at first grade mid-stage with vitality values running generally between 200 and 300. Now and then, someone crossed 300 into first grade late stage and drew a small gasp and envious looks, invariably the top student of their class. Then Juge from class 3 stepped onto the instrument and the whole field's eyes converged on him. And when the readout called Juge, a vitality value of 488, first grade peak, the arena erupted. One step from the 500 threshold of a second-grade martial artist. On the rostrum, Im Jinum nodded slightly with an appreciative look, and the principal and dean traded a proud glance, their backs straightening a notch. The martial arts department testing ran a full 2 hours before it wrapped, and then came the beast taming department's turn, smaller in number but drawing no less attention. Their test was simple, the beast tamer taking only a single vitality reading, since a beast tamer's strength rode mainly on the contract beast and their own physical vitality generally stayed low, propped up entirely by the 10% vitality feedback from the beast, so the reading was mostly a formality. Most students there had contract beasts at first grade mid-stage with vitality values of only 200 or 300, feeding back a mere 20 or 30 points to the tamer. A far cry from even the lowest bar of a first grade early stage martial artist, and everyone was used to it. Wang Rem read out at a vitality value of 48, Gang Yu-Gi-Oh at 45, a string of students posting similar numbers that stirred not a single ripple. Then Jo Cheong-chung from class 2 stepped up and it was another matter entirely. The numbers leapt fast and locked in, Jo Cheong-chung at a vitality value of 118, and the field went silent first, then broke into an even wilder outcry than for Juge. Voices shouted that 118 was first grade early stage martial artist territory, that a first grade peak beast tamer clearing 100 points meant he was cultivating martial arts too, what monstrous talent and grit that must take. The teachers on the rostrum heaped on praise, the dean leaning eagerly toward Im Jinum to introduce one of the twin stars of their beast taming department, Jo Cheong-chung, a child with outstanding taming talent who was strict with himself and never let his martial cultivation slide, a rare good prospect. The principal stroked his chin and added that the stronger a beast tamer was in his own body, the higher his survival rate on the battlefield. This child saw far. Jinam nodded again and jotted the name down, since in a duel between beast tamers, more personal strength meant a better chance of living, and Zhou Chengcheng's future looked limitless. Below the stage, Zhou Chengcheng soaked up the sea of praise, chest out, chin lifted, thinking that in the whole school no one else matched him at both martial arts and beast taming. Right then, a cool, elegant figure walked onto the testing stage, Haiyun, and the whole field's eyes snapped to her at once, though this time not with wonder but with a playful appetite for a show. Here comes the main character, someone crowed, and another laughed, that she was someone who couldn't cut it in the martial arts department and transferred out, yet still dared to test her vitality. A third scoffed that what beast tamer cared about this scrap of vitality. As a first-grade early-stage martial artist, her reading would top out just past 100, and coming here to show off had to be a sign of mental illness. To all of them, her behavior was like a basketball player wandering into a chess match to flaunt his vertical leap. Absurd and pointless. On the rostrum, the principal and dean exchanged a look and shook their heads, and the dean murmured that he'd sensed her yesterday in the office. She should be first-grade mid-stage, a vitality value somewhere north of 200, and the principal gave a cold snort that this could only rank lower middle in the martial arts department. No potential to speak of. Only Jinam stayed keenly interested, curious what this girl who dared provoke the Gyeongchip Guild and dared apply to Dunnan No. 1 actually meant to do. Amid all the chatter, Haiyun pressed her palm to the instrument, and the numbers began to climb wildly. Past 100, past 200, past 300, until under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, the figure froze and the broadcast called Haiyun, a vitality value of 328, first grade late stage. The broadcast fell, and the whole arena sank into deathly silence, every voice of mockery choked off as if by an invisible hand. It took several full seconds before a heaven-shaking uproar burst loose. Students cried that 328 was impossible, that she'd been first-grade early stage just a week ago. One who knew her from the martial arts department going wide-eyed in disbelief. Another shouting that first-grade late-stage martial strength would rank top 50 in the whole department. So where had her terrible martial talent gone? Up on the rostrum, the principal and dean shot straight out of their chairs, looking at each other with pure shock and bewilderment. They'd read her profile only yesterday and seen her with their own eyes in the office, where she'd clearly been first-grade mid-stage, and now she was first-grade late-stage after a single night's sleep. A leap that made no sense at all, faster than a rocket. Just as everyone floundered in confusion, Jinam spoke slowly, a weight in his voice, naming the 10,000 Beasts furnace art. The teachers around him looked over blankly, none of them having heard of it. His gaze turned complicated as he explained low that this was a forbidden evil art the Federation's high authorities had banned 100 years ago. A secret technique that let a practitioner forcibly consume and fuse the essence blood of demonic beasts to plunder their power for a sudden violent surge in strength. But the cost was enormous, he went on. The cultivation itself agonizing, the practitioner easily swayed by the violent will inside a beast's bloodline until they beastified and finally turned into a mindless monster. And strength gained this way rested on an unstable foundation with permanent damage to the meridians, a complete dead end. Even as he said it, doubt filled his own heart, since this art had supposedly been destroyed a century ago and hadn't surfaced since. So where had this little girl dug it up? Hearing the explanation, everyone finally understood. No wonder she could break through overnight. No wonder she'd fought so hard to seize 3 high bloodline cubs. It was to consume their essence blood. And no wonder she'd had the nerve to apply for Dunnan No. 1. But strength piled up with such a self-destructive evil art. Would a top institution like Dunnan No. 1 even take her? And even a fool could see the answer. So the way everyone looked at her shifted from shock to a tangle of pity, disdain, and regret. This girl had truly gone mad. The uninformed students below only assumed she'd been hiding her strength all along. Zhou Chengcheng frowned, deeply puzzled, wondering why someone with such strong martial talent would transfer into the beast-taming department. Whether she'd lost her mind, whether it was vanity, since first-grade late-stage wouldn't even rank top 30 among the monsters in the martial arts department. But over in beast-taming, she could manufacture a crushing spectacle and hoover up everyone's attention. It was the only explanation he could find, and he nearly laughed himself angry over it. This woman's vanity was just too strong. The testing rolled on to the main event of the beast-taming department, the comprehensive contract beast evaluation, tamers leading their beasts one by one onto another specially built device. Soon it was Li Wolyo's turn from Class 1, and she walked up with her Phantom Sound Spirit Fox, expression haughty, the readout calling the Phantom Sound Spirit Fox at first-grade peak, bloodline mid-level 5-star, intelligence high-grade 2-star. A beast's bloodline and intelligence were further split from 1 to 5 stars within a single grade, so even at the same mid-level bloodline, someone like Sonho's Windblade Wolf sat at most at mid-level 2-star. The Fox's results drew another wave of amazement, the crowd marveling at a 5-star mid-level bloodline, the finest quality within mid-level, paired with high-grade intelligence rare for a mid-level beast. A fox that could grow to 6th grade peak and learning some high-level skills reach combat power at the 7th grade or beyond. Listening to the praise, Lee Wolyo's mouth curled up, her heart swelling, because this was her choice. Intelligence the only road for a contract beast to break past its bloodline ceiling. And a brute like Zhou Chengchun, who only chased power, understood nothing of the true essence of beast taming. After a few more students, Zhou Chengqiong took the field with his contract beast, and many recognized it at once. An azure armored wolf, a mid-level bloodline beast, though the crowd murmured that his ran a size larger than normal with scales a shade deeper. He led it onto the device with full confidence. The light flashed, and the results came fast. The azure armored wolf at 1st grade peak. Bloodline high level 2-star. The moment the bloodline grade appeared, the venue fell silent, then erupted, voices crying that a high-level bloodline was impossible for an azure armored wolf, that it had to be a variant, that his wolf had evolved once and broken the shackles of its bloodline, that Zhou Qiangxin had been hiding this much depth. On the rostrum, the principal and dean lit up with joy. An evolved variant, a high-level bloodline, no record of it even in the school's files. Zhou Qiangchan had handed them a massive surprise. But the surprises weren't done, because the readout added intelligence high-grade 5-star, and the whole place detonated. Students shouted that high-grade 5-star intelligence was one step from the top-tier ranks, that this wolf at adulthood would carry the mind of at least a 12-year-old, that it could learn 5 skills or more, one of them cursing that his own stupid big-eared rabbit couldn't learn a single basic skill. On the rostrum, Im Jinam's eyes flashed with intense light as he fixed on that azure armored wolf. Since intelligence for a contract beast ranked second in importance only to bloodline, higher intelligence meaning better coordination, more advanced skills, more skills learned, and at the same realm combat power far beyond its peers. Off to the side, Lee Wolio, proud a moment ago, watched her face go ugly, staring at the high-grade 5-star on the screen with clenched fists and disbelieving eyes. Unable to grasp how that brute Zhou Chengxin's wolf could have higher intelligence than her phantom sound spirit fox. She'd always believed her choice was the right one. That wisdom beat brute force. But now Zhou Qiangxion held both a higher bloodline and the very intelligence she'd been proudest of, and firmly above her. He was, without question, the brightest star in the arena that day. Soaking in the admiring gazes, Zhou Qiangxion glanced across at Haiyun in the distance, thinking 1st grade late-stage martial strength was fine. But could it stack up against his taming talent, and a contract beast with a high-level bloodline, and 5-star high-grade intelligence, when even he wouldn't dare dream of transferring to Dun in number 1? So what right did she have? The habitually expressionless Haiyun felt his stare, looked up, swept one faint glance over him, and pulled her gaze back, not a single ripple in her cold eyes, as if she'd only spotted a slightly stronger ant. High-level bloodline, high-grade intelligence. That was it. In her past life, aside from that big-eared rabbit, the weakest bloodline among the beasts she'd contracted had been imperial level with intelligence at the very top. So in her eyes, this azure armored wolf didn't even qualify as her gatekeeper beast. Besides, for all its high-level bloodline, it was a mere 2-star, while the azure flame-flying lion cub in her beast-taming bag was at least a high-level 4-star, maybe even 5-star. Perched on her shoulder, I curled my lip on the inside too. High-level bloodline, impressive enough, but just a little bump on my road of infinite evolution. High-grade intelligence. Come on now. At maturity, that's the mind of a 10-year-old kid at best. Is that really worth bragging about? In bloodline, I couldn't match up yet, sure, but in intelligence, who exactly did they think they were looking down on? Then again, through blood food tracking, I could taste the pure vitality of Zhou Qiangchan's azure armored wolf, and I couldn't help getting a little greedy. A high-level bloodline, huh? I was going to have to find a way to sneak a sip. The testing went on, and after another dozen or so students, it was finally Haiyun's turn. And the moment she took the stage, she became the whole venue's focus again, though everyone was much calmer this time. Her personal strength earlier had genuinely shocked them, but this was a contract beast test, and a miracle couldn't strike twice. After all, it was just a mosquito, and even evolved its strength was 1st grade early stage at most, with a bloodline surely of the lowest grade. As for intelligence, what a joke. Could a low-level insect like a mosquito have intelligence? It would land on the rock-bottom not intelligent rating for certain. The leaders on the podium felt there was nothing worth watching and even pulled their eyes away to discuss the next arrangements. Below, Haiyun walked to the instrument, and I vibrated my wings unhurried under the crowd's watchful eyes and drifted slowly into the sensing area. The instrument began to run. First came Strength Realm, calling Molten Blood Mosquito, Strength 1st grade early stage, Vitality value 151, and everyone wore a just as expected look, a few even wanting to laugh, since barely stepping over the 1st grade threshold was definitely dead last in the Gang City School's beast taming department, and many lost interest and readied for the next person. Next came Bloodline grade, calling Bloodline low-level 5-star, and that gave more than a few people pause, a mutter running through them that a low-level 5-star was actually the finest quality within low-level bloodlines, that this mutated mosquito wasn't so simple, though a pity it was still just a mosquito with a ceiling far too low. The brief surprise passed and they stopped paying attention. Then came the last item, the one with the least suspense, the intelligence test. Everyone certain the result would be non-intelligent. The principal and the others on the platform already murmuring among themselves, not taking it seriously in the least. The light on the instrument flickered into its final read, and at the very instant the result generated, the whole venue erupted in an earth-shattering exclamation. The principal, Imjinam, and the rest on the podium snapped their heads around, startled by the outcry, and one look was enough to leave every one of them dumbstruck, brains on the verge of a short circuit. On the giant electronic screen in the intelligence column sat several golden characters none of them would forget as long as they lived. Top tier 5-star. Dead silence swallowed the venue, time seeming to freeze. Every mind gone blank. Top tier intelligence. Above high grade was peak, and above peak was the legendary top tier, and across the whole Federation the intelligence rating of king-level bloodline beasts raised on endless resources by thousand-year clans topped out at top tier 2-star, with anything above 2 stars demanding an emperor-level bloodline. As for top tier 5-star, that was the wisdom possible only for imperial-level bloodline beasts, out of myth and legend. The 9 heavens divine phoenix, the primordial torch dragon, creatures that might not be born once in an age, an intelligence no lower than a human's, on par with the sages among men. And now that legendary rating had turned up on a first-grade early-stage Mosquito. Those 4 golden characters landed like 4 nuclear bombs, detonating in every mind in the arena and blowing common sense to fragments. On the podium, the principal's smile froze and he nearly dropped the thermos in his hand. The dean's eyes bulged as he rubbed them. Sure he was hallucinating, murmuring top-tier 5-star in a trembling voice, muttering that it was crazy, that no, it was the instrument that was crazy. The principal slammed the table and was first to snap back, roaring at the teacher in charge that for a test this important he was using a malfunctioning instrument, to hurry and fetch another, and his roar jolted the shell-shocked students back to their senses too. Right, the instrument had to be broken. How could a Mosquito hold top-tier 5-star intelligence? 10,000 times more ridiculous than a sow climbing a tree. They breathed out long and easy, the field's mood sliding from shock into something comic and light, a few laughing that this bug had turned a commoner into a legend. That Hyun's luck was so good even the machine was helping her show off. Even Lee Wolyo and Jo Chung let out relieved breaths, because obviously this had to be a broken machine, since how could a low-level insect possess the intelligence only legendary imperial-level beasts could have, impossible even reasoned out with your toes. Before long the staff scrambled a brand new tester onto the stage, and the principal ordered in a deep authoritative voice to test it again. In front of the instrument, Hyun stayed expressionless start to finish, glancing indifferently at me on her shoulder, but inside a storm fiercer than anyone's raged. Top tier 5-star. How was it possible, since the strongest partner she'd contracted in her past life, the Imperial level 9 Nether Candle Dragon, had burned through countless treasures and its intelligence had only reached top tier 4-star in the end? What on earth was this Mosquito? Crushing her perception again and again. She sighed faintly, her heart tangled, though it was also good, a fine chance to show off and pave the road for the Dunnan No. 1 transfer assessment ahead. Looking at the new instrument, I drifted slowly back into the sensing area, feeling a bit speechless. Was this ever going to end? Was it really so hard to grasp that a Mosquito might hold the same intelligence as a human? But I didn't mind. Showing off a little more was fine, since the city lord and some high officials of Gang City were up on the platform, and only by letting them know the value of the two of us could we win more attention and a safer footing. What kind of era was this to still be playing the play the pig to eat the tiger game? Come on, rookies. Open your eyes. The whole audience's eyes locked on again, everyone craning their necks to watch this Mosquito get beaten back to its true form. The light flickered, strength and bloodline came out exactly as before without a hair's change, and everyone held their breath, staring at the last column. The light settled, and those glaring golden characters appeared again, crisp as anything on every retina, intelligence top tier 5-star. On the field, the noise that had just recovered cut off once more, and where the first time had been shock, this time it was pure creepiness. Everyone staring blankly at the result, minds falling blank again. Still the same, how could both instruments be broken? Was that kind of coincidence even possible? The tension on the rostrum peaked, the principal's face frozen over, fine cold sweat breaking on his forehead, and he slammed the table and barked at the teacher to go back to the warehouse and bring him the latest model of monster intelligence tester. He refused to believe this. But the moment he finished, a steady, powerful hand pressed onto his shoulder, and Jinam, on his feet at some point unnoticed, told Principal Wang to calm down, his gaze fixed deep on Haiyan and me, the playful look long gone, replaced by a seriousness no one had seen from him before. He turned to the Gang City Education Bureau director beside him, a man who'd said little and now wore his own uncertain shock, and told old Jang to use his universal detector. The director's expression tightened and he nodded gravely, drawing a palm-sized silver-white metal instrument of precise design from his storage ring. And the moment it appeared, the surrounding teachers showed surprise. The universal detector was one of the Federation's top technological achievements, able to accurately read a warrior's blood energy, a monster's bloodline purity, its intelligence level, and every other datum with almost no chance of error. The Federation issued it specifically to the city lord and education director of every city to keep local areas from burying true geniuses over old machines or other reasons. The ultimate authority. Jinam ordered him in a deep voice to take the instrument down and test it again, and soon the director carried the small device down from the rostrum himself and stopped in front of Hyun. I really was impressed. Was any of this necessary? I was only a little smart. Why were they all acting like they'd stumbled onto an alien? I flew off Hyun's shoulder with extreme impatience and landed on the little universal detector, which gave off a faint sound as a soft blue light swept across my body, and 1 second later, the final result stood clear on its screen. The director's pupils constricted hard as he read it, his breath catching, and he lifted his head and looked at me the way a man looks at a monster. Then he slowly turned the instrument toward the rostrum so everyone there could see it plainly. Strength first grade early stage, bloodline low grade 5-star, intelligence top tier 5-star, exactly the same as the last 2 times without any discrepancy. Now no one doubted the instrument's accuracy anymore. The facts stood right before their eyes. This mosquito really did hold the wisdom only legendary imperial level bloodline monsters could possibly possess. The whole arena fell into a long, deathly silence, and after the silence came an overwhelming uproar that no one could hold back. Voices cried that it was true, actually true, a mosquito with intelligence on par with a human. What in the world was going on? That this wasn't just a mutant anymore, that it had to be some divine species. Intelligence and bloodline were supposed to complement each other, so why had something appeared that flatly violated every rule of beast-taming studies? On the rostrum, the principal and dean stood dumbstruck, their brains still buzzing, wholly unable to process the impossible scene in front of them. Then the dean's expression changed all at once, as if a thought had struck him, and he turned sharply to the principal, lips trembling, saying in a shaky voice that he understood. And when the principal asked understood what, the dean's voice went shrill with excitement. Done in no one. The transfer application. No wonder she dared to submit it. She wasn't crazy at all. She was confident and unafraid. Those few words slammed onto the principal's head like a heavy hammer. That was right. A contract beast holding top-tier 5-star intelligence, even with a low bloodline and weak strength, carried research value beyond measure on that unique intelligence alone. If they could uncover the reason this mosquito possessed such intelligence and replicate it on other monsters, how enormous would that value be, since the whole Federation, no, the entire human beast-taming system, would enter an unprecedented revolution. Forget transferring to Dunnan number 1. With this mosquito, even if Hyun applied straight to the nation's top Hwacheong University or the Yongdae Spirit Martial Academy, their admissions offices would board a rocket overnight to fly over and snatch her. At that thought, the backs of the principal and the dean soaked through with cold sweat. Yesterday, they'd actually meant to hand Hyun over to the Gyeongchip Guild like a discarded pawn. While the principal and the dean were still trembling on the platform, City Lord Jinam shot to his feet, too excited to hold his composure any longer, and started barking orders at the guard captain and the education director standing beside him. He wanted Hyun listed as Gang City's highest level protection target that very instant, with a dedicated guard on her around the clock. When the guard captain lowered his voice and asked what to do about the Gyeongchip Guild, a sharp glint crossed the city lord's eyes. He snorted that they did not mean a damn thing, that they had better behave, and that if they dared touch a single hair on Student Go, he would personally lead a team and wipe them out. In the face of an opportunity heaven-defying enough to shake the entire Korean Federation, one small local guild was not even worth mentioning as an ant. The city lord turned to the education director, whom the school called Old Jang, and his tone went dead serious. He ordered the secrecy level of the whole matter raised to the maximum, all data sealed at once, and a detailed report written by Old Jang's own hand, then sent straight to the provincial education department. No, better yet, bypass the province entirely and report directly to the Ministry of Education, because a discovery of this magnitude was no longer something Gang City could handle. The education director and the guard captain answered as one and sprang into motion, while the principal and the dean shrank to the side and hardly dared to breathe. They had finally understood the whole shape of it, that from beginning to end, Hyun had never been some cornered wretch flailing blindly, that she must have known the extraordinary nature of her mosquito long ago, which was exactly why she had sat so calmly in the office and had the nerve to apply for a transfer. Behind one tiny mosquito, a secret this staggering had been hiding, and they had been the clowns the entire time. Below the platform, the students had no idea a firestorm had already broken out on stage, and they went on staring at Hyun and me with every kind of look. Standing in the crowd, Joe Chongchung had his brows knit tight, his heart churning, but he forced himself calm. Supreme intelligence was inconceivable, sure, and yet so what? Because in the world of Beast Tamer, strength was the only thing that spoke in the end. My bloodline limit was stuck at the low grade, and a low-grade bloodline would never pass rank 3, so no matter how many beast skills I learned, could I ever beat a rank 5 demonic beast? His own Azure Armored Wolf had an evolved high-grade bloodline with a future floor of rank 7, and to him no amount of intelligence without the power to carry it was anything but a castle in the air. He snorted inwardly, yet his gaze toward Hyun turned complicated, and he wondered what dog luck a woman like her had drawn to contract a freak like me. Off to the other side, Lee Wolyo was staring at me without blinking. Supreme 5-star intelligence was something she would never have dared to dream of. And to chase her own contract beast's intelligence, she had given up a high-grade bloodline and chosen the higher intelligence phantom sound spirit fox, only for a mosquito to show her the true ceiling by the most absurd method imaginable. What a pity, she thought, that such peak intelligence had been born in the body of a mosquito, its whole future locked away by an inferior bloodline. The cruelest joke the heavens could play. Right then the crowd parted like a receding tide and opened a path. City Lord Im Jinam came striding through with the shock-faced education director trailing him, ignored everyone else, and walked straight up to Hyun. His eyes, usually calm as a still well, brimmed with excitement he could not suppress, as he introduced himself as the City Lord of Gang City. Wearing the kindest smile he could manage, he told her plainly that from now on, she and her contract beast would receive the highest level of security protection in the city, with dedicated personnel guarding her around the clock. As for the Gyeongchip Guild, he said, he knew there was a bit of bad blood between them, but she had nothing to fear, because with the City Lord's mansion behind her, they would not dare act recklessly even with 10 times the courage. Both of us went blank for a second, the human and the mosquito alike. Personal protection from the City Lord's mansion was genuinely too sudden. Neither of us had seen it coming, since we had only meant to put on a modest little display to lay the groundwork for the transfer assessment over at Dunn in No. 1 Youngmu High School. And now, just by flashing a bit of brains, we had solved the biggest crisis in front of us. I really had not expected it, because in my own head my intelligence was just that of an ordinary human, and who could have known that dropped into a demonic beast it would come off as something miraculous. After the brief days, Hyun recovered fast, telling herself that a demonic beast with supreme 5-star intelligence, even a mosquito, carried immeasurable strategic and research value, so it was no surprise to be prized this highly, and she could treat it as an unexpected windfall. Hearing that relaxed little thought of hers over the blood contract, I developed a fresh worry of my own. Immeasurable research value. They were not going to slice and dice me for study, were they? Right as I fretted about it, her inner voice surfaced again, telling herself that afterward they would surely have to cooperate on some experiments and data collection, but that there should be no danger to life, since in intelligence research a dead subject was worthless. She would only lose a little freedom, which was acceptable if it bought absolute safety in these early stages. No danger to life. Then fine, I thought, and finally let out a breath. The surrounding students, hearing the City Lord's words, were more dumbstruck than ever, whispering that this brainless school beauty had turned into a key protection target of the City Lord's mansion in the blink of an eye, that the reversal was too big, that she was riding on the mosquito's coattails. Not far off, Jo Cheung-chun and Lee Wolyo wore complicated faces, both quickly realizing that with a mosquito this valuable, being specially protected by the City Lord's mansion was the least of it, and her application to transfer to Dunn in No. 1 Youngmu High School might actually go through. That made them more jealous still. They had ground away for years to barely earn the label of top geniuses in this small city, and even so, they had never had the confidence or the nerve to hope for a place like Dunn in No. 1, where true prodigies gathered. And now an ordinary Hyun, purely by luckily contracting a mosquito with heaven-defying intelligence, was getting the City Lord's personal favor and a chance to reach the sky in a single stride. To them, it was too unfair. On the high platform, the principal announced weekly that the strength assessment was concluded. Then he added that in 3 days the final simulated combat exam before the joint examination would be held. That all third-year students would enter the Blackstone Secret Realm for combat assessment. That the score would account for 20% of their college entrance exam total. And that he hoped every student gave it their all. The name snapped Hyun's head up, her cold eyes narrowing. She remembered clearly that in her past life it was in this low-level secret realm that an unremarkable student had stumbled onto a natural treasure capable of raising the ceiling of one's spiritual power, a spirit-nurturing crystal. And for someone trying to restart her path as a beast tamer, that item was of enormous use. Reading her expression, City Lord Im Jinam assumed she was worried about the dangers of the assessment. He told her with a smile that given her situation she did not need to take part at all. That she should not bother with Dunn in No. 1 either, because he would personally write her a recommendation letter guaranteeing direct admission to any top-tier Youngmu university in the country. The moment the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in another wave of uncontrollable envy, because direct admission to a top-tier Youngmu university was a dream that many chased for over a decade and still never touched. Facing a temptation enough to drive any senior mad, Hae-yoon simply shook her head and said calmly that she would participate. Standing nearby, Jo Cheung-chun was stunned, then a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Good, excellent, he thought. He was supposed to be the center of attention today, and instead a mosquito had stolen all his thunder, and he had been forced to watch a mere vase school beauty far beneath him ascend the heavens in one step because of it. His jealousy and his sense of injustice had nearly reached their boiling point, and he had been fretting over never getting a chance to reclaim his dignity. So let her come, he told himself, and in 3 days he would show her exactly what insurmountable chasm lay between his high-grade bloodline wolf and her trash Mosquito. Lee Wolyo, meanwhile, could not fathom why Hyun would trade a guaranteed admission for such a risky combat assessment. Im Jinum was a little surprised too, but soon his face turned approving, thinking that she had privilege yet disdained to use it, that she was neither arrogant nor rash and had an excellent temperament, and sighing inwardly that if only she had contracted a normal high-grade beast, her future would have been beyond even his estimation. Now though, her life was bound to a Mosquito with heaven-defying intelligence, the road ahead looking bright but in truth only carrying her from a discarded pawn to a pampered, freedomless prize lab rat with no future. With that, the pre-joint examination testing ended completely, and being a busy man, the city lord left soon after, leaving behind several guards with strength as high as the 6th rank to protect Hyun at all times. Ignoring the various stares, Hyun prepared to take me back to the tent on the playground and keep building strength for the assessment. In 3 days at that moment, the principal and the dean came jogging over, their faces plastered with smiles utterly unlike yesterday's, smiles you could only call fawning. The principal wrung his hands and moaned about the mess, saying that yesterday they had been muddled, had not looked into the situation, had wronged her, and that on the school's behalf he solemnly apologized. The dean echoed at once that she must not take it to heart that they too had been deceived by that lot from the Gyeongchip Guild. The two of them were green with regret. Discovering a student with a contract beast of peak 5-star intelligence was earth-shattering, sure, but the Mosquito's bloodline was inferior and its ceiling ultimately limited, so what actually sent a bone-deep chill through them was the 10,000 Beasts furnace art. This Hyun was no lucky, naive girl. She was a terrifying individual, meticulous and ruthless to the core, someone who would not even hesitate to practice a forbidden evil technique to gain power. Such a person, now under official protection and sure to receive cultivation, actually succeeded. At the thought, cold sweat crept down their backs, and they resolved on the spot to mend the relationship. The principal offered her the best premium single dormitory right away, fully fitted with a cultivation room and a nutrient pod, with the school's A-ranked training ground open to her at any hour. He told her that except for S-rank strategic materials, she could take whatever she liked from the resource vault, conditions richer than even the school's top teachers enjoyed, let alone a student. Facing this sudden goodwill, Hyun only gave them a faint glance, her cold eyes without a single ripple, because she knew precisely what these two old foxes feared. She told them there was no need. Her voice was not loud, but it landed like a bucket of ice water over both their hearts. She said she would not withdraw the transfer application to Dunnan No. 1 Youngmu High School, and that she did not wish to apply for a Youngmu University as a student of Gang City Youngmu High School, because they did not deserve it. Their faces froze on the spot, the words a heartless slap across both cheeks, and inwardly, they knew the grudge was now set in stone. Perched on her shoulder, I nearly burst out laughing right there. Serves them right, I thought, selling us out so eagerly yesterday and crying regret today too late now. As expected of the Empress, she really did have a spine. A few hours later, inside a lavishly decorated office at the Gyeongchip Guild headquarters, Nang Yan stared at the detailed report her subordinates had just sent back, disbelief filling her cold, pretty face. The city lord had ordered a news blackout, but there had been too many people at the martial arts arena for it to be fully smothered so fast. And as one of the local powers, the Gyeongchip Guild's information network was too good to miss an event this large. She murmured the words peak 5-star intelligence to herself, her knuckles whitening on the report, murmured that the city lord's mansion had intervened personally and granted the highest protection, then slammed her fist onto the table and left a clear print dented into the hard alloy surface. Uncontrollable rage burst up from the depths of her heart, and she refused to accept it. Why? She raged inwardly. She and the whole Shadowfang squad had fought tooth and nail in the Black Forest and taken heavy casualties, her own most beloved contract beast nearly dying there, all to seize that heaven-sent opportunity, and in the end it had been snatched away by an unknown student and some freak Mosquito using such despicable means. Now they were not only unharmed, but had become honored guests of the city lord's mansion, while she could only watch them ascend the sky with no chance at revenge. Then her head snapped up, her eyes flashing a cold and half-crazed killing intent, her gaze locked on the last line of the report. In 3 days, the Blackstone Secret Realm, the combat assessment. The City Lord's mansion's protection was an inescapable net inside Gang City, but once they entered the Secret Realm, the environment turned complex and demonic beasts roamed free, and was it not perfectly normal for students to accidentally die during the assessment every single year? This was her only chance, and her last one. Inside the tent, the narrow space cut off all the noise from outside. Hyun sat cross-legged, her cold and beautiful face calm as a still well, yet inside she was far from tranquil. Protection from the City Lord's mansion was an unexpected windfall that temporarily lifted the direct threat of the Gyeongchip Guild, but it was still an external power, a double-edged sword hanging over her head, and placing her own safety in someone else's hands made her deeply uncomfortable. In her past life, she had climbed to the peak of the world, one step at a time to earn the title of beast-taming empress, never leaning on anyone's protection or blessing. only on herself, because holding her fate firmly in her own hands was the one truth she believed in after 2 lifetimes. The price of this sudden protection was steep too, since once my value was reported to the higher-ups of the Korean Federation, it would bring a stronger umbrella but also endless research and investigation. And the two of us might well become the most valuable and least free lab rats in some laboratory. She would never accept a life like that, so she had to hurry, and gain enough strength to protect herself, and even stand as an equal before those massive entities as soon as she could. That, or talent, and the Blackstone secret realm in 3 days, was the first crucial step toward breaking her predicament, because she had to get her hands on that spirit-nurturing crystal. The spirit-nurturing crystal was no ordinary treasure, since its function was not merely to raise spiritual power, but to lift a beast tamer's spiritual power, talent, and ceiling from the very source. For a beast tamer, spiritual power was the foundation of everything, deciding both how deep a bond one could form with a contract beast and how efficiently and powerfully that beast learned and unleashed skills. 2 demonic beasts of identical bloodline and intelligence grade might, under a tamer of mediocre talent, learn only 2 or 3 low-level skills in a lifetime, yet under a tamer of outstanding talent learn 5 or 6, and even grasp powerful combination skills. The crystal could turn the mundane into the miraculous, and let someone with ordinary talent leap into being a 1 in 10,000 genius, so that in every future realm the total spiritual power, recovery speed, control precision, and cultivation speed would forever reign over beast tamers of the same rank. My spiritual power talent, she reminded herself, was already extremely high, unprecedented even, or how else had she reached Emperor level in just 10 years last life? And if she could use a spirit-nurturing crystal early this time, the road to Emperor level could be shortened by at least a third. Her heart burned hotter, and she was already set on taking the treasure. The odd part, she reflected, was that the Blackstone secret realm was one of the lowest level realms around Gang City, where by rights a treasure of the crystal's caliber could never be born. And the only explanation she had landed on last life was the instability of the realm itself. Secret realms were fragments of extra-dimensional spaces overlapping this world, drifting endlessly through the void, and once in a rare while a low-level realm would brush against a high-level one and let a little dust from the higher world fall in. The crystal was most likely one such speck, negligible to a high world but an ultimate treasure to a low one, an opportunity you could seek but never easily find, gone forever the moment it was missed. So in these 3 days she meant to raise her strength as much as possible, because the stronger she was, the better her odds of seizing the chance. Her gaze turned iron hard, and she drew a deep breath, then took the dead azure flame-flying lion cub's corpse out of her beast-taming bag. Dinner time, I thought, the instant that familiar, alluring scent of high-level bloodline reached me, my eyes lighting up. I had not sucked a drop all morning, and I was so hungry my stomach was sticking to my back. So without a word, I turned into a dark red afterimage and pounced straight onto it. Hayun just watched, wondering to herself why this mosquito always acted like a starving ghost reincarnated. Whether I could suck a little less, since these were all her cultivation resources. Her eye twitched with heartache, but she did not stop me, knowing full well that whether she could restart her path as a beast tamer hinged entirely on whether I could evolve a few more times and break into the 5th rank. Otherwise, she would never be able to contract a second demonic beast, and even the spirit-nurturing crystal would be wasted. Suck away, she sighed inwardly. Just evolve twice more, she was begging me, her whole gaze toward me one of helplessness. I ignored every word of it and drove my molten heart demon sting, more terrible than ever after the 3rd evolution, deep into the cub's corpse. A massive surge of blood chi, dozens of times purer than the spirit green snakes, flooded into me like a bursting dam. The system told me I had absorbed 24.7 blood chi for a current total of 175.8, that the blood would take about 20 minutes to digest, and that I could expect roughly 4.9 evolution points afterward. Not bad at all, I thought, savoring the warm, enormous energy inside me. As expected of a high-level bloodline cub, and though this one was still far from its mother, this single mouthful nearly matched the time I once spent draining half a spirit green snake dry. Better still, after the 3rd evolution my digestion had gotten an epic upgrade, since before it took over half an hour to break down a mouthful of snake blood, and now it took only 20 minutes for this higher quality cub blood. I flew back to Hyen's shoulder in contentment, and while the digestion ran, started doing the math. These 2 cub corpses would not last long, and at my current sucking pace I figured I could dry them out in 2 days at most, with the Empress needing to absorb them too, which should net me 200 or 300 points of blood chi. On top of that, inside my molten insect hive I still had over 1,000 mobile blood bottles stored away, each one packed with the blood of the 8th rank lioness. Those little brothers of mine could not carry much apiece, but there was strength in numbers, and 1,000 of them combined came out to about half a mineral water bottle. Squeeze all that stock dry too, and adding another 100 or so points of blood chi should be no trouble at all. My total blood chi was 175.8, and I still needed over 320 more to reach the 500 required for the next evolution, which meant there really was hope of gathering enough for the 4th evolution within 3 days. I rubbed my forelegs together, delighted, my evolution efficiency simply outrageous, and at this rate becoming a creature with an imperial level bloodline was only a matter of time. Still waiting on the digestion, I checked my panel and my eyes stopped at the skill bar, where a new grayed out locked skill sat at the bottom of the list. The system named it Molten Armor, an active skill that could condense a layer of flowing molten armor from azure flame power across my body, sharply raising my physical and fire resistance while burning anything in close contact, and it would cost 15 evolution points to unlock. A new skill I had not even noticed before, and my eyes lit up, because this one was both offensive and defensive, and most crucial of all, it fixed my defense, the weakest point a mosquito body had among its own rank. Unlock it and I would patch my single biggest flaw, turning into a proper all-rounder who could fly, brawl up close, strike from range, summon minions, and now hold a line too. I was genuinely envious of the idea, and only that. My evolution points were still too low, since even after digesting the blood in my gut I would have only 13.8, not enough to unlock it, and besides, I had to bank the 80 evolution points the next evolution demanded before I even thought about unlocking or upgrading skills. Better to leave the skills alone for now, I decided. Sucking blood was the top priority, so I shook my head, closed the panel, and shut my eyes to rest. Across the tent, Hyun had long since wrapped her arms around the azure flame-flying lion corpse, set the 10,000 beasts furnace art running, and begun cultivating. One person and one mosquito, our auras climbing fast. 3 days passed in a blur. Over those 3 days, the whole of Gang City Youngmu High School buzzed with talk of Hyun and the so-called Divine Mosquito, though under the heavy pressure of the city lord's mansion the chatter stayed strictly inside the campus. When the morning light of the third day slid into the tent, the two azure flame-flying lion cub corpses had turned into a pair of dry skin and bone husks, without a single drop of essence blood left to squeeze. Not bad, really not bad, I thought, feeling the towering blood she inside me. 3 days of frantic feeding had changed my look even more sharply, the dark red cracks along my carapace glowing brighter as if real magma flowed beneath them, and when my wings vibrated they already stirred visible rings of heat-warped air. I opened the panel to check the harvest, and it told me my blood chi stood at 456.6 first grade peak, with 67.1 evolution points. Just a little short, damn it. The exciting part was that I was one step from the 500 blood chi and 80 evolution points the fourth evolution needed. The depressing part was that I had figured the two cub corpses plus the mother lion's essence blood would break me through. And instead, across 3 whole days, I had pulled in only over 280 points. And it was all this beast-taming empress's fault, because she had sucked even more than I had. Too ruthless, not yielding a scrap to her own contract beast. What a shame my molten heart demon sting did too much damage, I thought, or I would have secretly nipped 2 mouthfuls out of her to cover the shortfall. And I sighed and dropped the argument, figuring I would just have to find some big blood bags in the secret realm to top off. Hyun, consolidating her cultivation, felt the strong resentment rolling in from the far end of the blood contract, and could only feel a little helpless herself. She had genuinely gone easy on the mosquito and meant to leave half the essence blood for me, but there was nothing to be done. Just the night before she had hit a bottleneck, one step from first grade peak, and under the crush of all that essence blood energy, she had not been able to help absorbing a bit more. She had broken through, in other words, and stood at first grade peak now, and with her combat experience and skills as a former beast-taming empress, her current strength was enough to fight across ranks against first grade early stage warriors, which made her, without question, the strongest student in the entire school. Less than a week after rebirth, she had climbed from first grade early stage to first grade peak, and she felt quietly proud, this being the gold content of an empress. Then she reached out through the blood contract to feel my aura, and her whole composure cracked because this guy's aura had somehow reached first grade peak too. She was honestly dumbfounded. She had leaned on 2 lifetimes of experience in a forbidden evil art, cultivating like her life depended on it, to barely scrape into this realm in 3 days, while I had done nothing but lie there sucking and sleeping, and kept pace with her exactly. It flat out overturned her whole understanding of the word cultivation, and the speed of this freak's growth sent even a reborn empress a shiver of fear. What an outrageous creature, she sighed, turning her head, her gaze landing on the other corner of the tent. There, the one surviving azure flame-flying lion cub had grown a full circle since birth, nearly the size of an adult Maine Coon, fast asleep on a soft animal skin mat. These 3 days had finally taught Hyun the hardship of motherhood, since to feed the little thing she had burned nearly all the money she earned off the Ironhide pig on the priciest monster meat takeout every day, which honestly made me jealous. What tired her most, though, was that the little guy was not the least bit close to her, its keeper. Just then the cub seemed awake, opening its sleepy eyes and spotting me parked on the ground not far off, and it scrambled up at once and stumbled over on unsteady legs. Then it started shoving its fluffy big head against me in a frenzy of intimate, insistent, childlike nuzzling, rolling and pressing itself against me on the floor. Not again, my temper flared, because this little pest had annoyed me half to death these past few days. I snapped my wings out, carrying a wave of scorching heat, and gave it a not too gentle swat across the forehead. The little lion tumbled onto its rump, shook its big head in confusion, and looked up with 2 azure blue eyes brimming with innocence and grievance, and I could read the meaning plainly enough. Mother, why did you hit me? Hayun sighed helplessly from the side, having probably guessed the reason, that because I had swallowed so much of its mother's blood when I evolved, some kind of bloodline closeness had formed. I flew into the air, looked down at the cub sitting there gazing up at me with teary eyes, and felt entirely speechless, then caught the increasingly pure and tempting high-level bloodline aura rising off it and, without meaning to, smacked my lips. This little guy was getting more and more tempting, and more cruel of me to think so, but it was worthy of being a high-level monster cub. Time to go take the assessment, Hayun's voice sounded then, and she waved her hand and swept the cub, still sitting there and gearing up to climb over and be adorable again, back into the beast taming bag. At the entrance to the Blackstone's secret realm stood a massive plaza forged from a special alloy, and at its center a spatial rift 100 meters tall, twisted and rotated ceaselessly, throwing off heart-pounding spatial fluctuations. The plaza teemed with people now, every senior student from Gang City Youngmu High School having arrived. Beyond the two most populous mainstream majors, the martial arts department and the beast taming department, students from the niche majors were scattered in the corners. A few formation major students crouched on the ground tracing miniature buff formations with a special powder, while muttering under their breath. The handful of spiritual mentalist students, usually the most mysterious and fewest of all, sat cross-legged with their eyes shut like meditating monks, wholly untouched by the din as they steadied their mental states. Then a small stir ran through the crowd. Hayun walked in with a cold, elegant stride, flanked by several guards from the City Lord's mansion, and joined the ranks of Beast Taming Class 8, drawing the whole field's attention the moment she appeared. Around her, the students muttered that she had actually come, that the City Lord himself had promised her guaranteed admission, and yet she was here for the practical assessment, that they could not understand what she was after. One of them admitted, half in disbelief, that he had come to admire her a little, since with privilege like that, he would have slacked off on the spot. This time the looks were no longer just there to watch a joke, but carried a trace of real admiration and confusion. In the Class 1 ranks, Lee Wolyo's gaze was equally tangled, unable to grasp the choice yet forced to admit the mental fortitude was extraordinary, though in her view a first-grade late-stage martial artist like Hayun might scrape a top 20 rank and pose no threat to her, so there was no need to pay her much mind. On the other side, Zhou Shangqiong narrowed his eyes, a hint of admiration surfacing despite himself. So she had really come, he thought. Then fine, the spotlight torn from him 3 days ago could be taken back from her whole. He would use absolute strength to seize first place in this assessment, not only to reclaim the light but to prove to everyone that he could reach a first-rate Youngmu University without luck or privilege. He simply could not stand people who rose to the sky in a single stroke of fortune. It was too unfair, and he gritted his teeth in secret, his gaze sweeping to Hayun's shoulder. When he saw my hideous form, his brow furrowed slightly, and he wondered if it was an illusion, because my aura seemed a touch stronger than 3 days ago. Which was impossible, right? He shook the thought off fast, telling himself it was a joke, that 3 days back I was only first grade early stage, and only a few days had passed. His own azure armored wolf had taken a whole year in his first year of high school to climb from first grade early stage to first grade mid stage, and only with his family pouring in resources without counting the cost. If his high-grade bloodline beast crawled at that pace, no inferior bloodline mosquito could ever outgrow it. He shook his head inwardly and settled his mind, certain that Hayun and that mosquito were not even worthy of being his rivals, that his real opponents were Juge of the martial arts department, Lee Wolyo of beast taming class 1, and the few ruthless names in the grade's top 10, and that he was absolutely taking first place. What Zhou Chongchong did not know was that at that very moment I was staring hard at his azure armored wolf with my compound eyes. A high-grade bloodline. I could feel that rich, pure vitality clearly through blood food tracking even from a distance, and while it was a shade below the azure flame-flying lion, it was still high-grade and no cub, so its vitality ran denser, and the longer I looked, the more my mouth watered. At my current sucking rate, one big bite of that wolf might let me gather 500 vitality points and step straight into second grade early stage. Should I just rush over and take a bite right now, the impulse surging up in me? But right as I thought it, Hayun seemed to sense something, and her cold voice rang in my mind through the blood contract just in time, telling me not to be reckless, that if I made a move before the assessment began, I would be disqualified on the spot. That once we entered the realm, the only rule was that everyone was responsible for their own life and death, and that then I could suck all I wanted. I could only reluctantly swallow the craving, telling myself to hold on a bit longer, and settled back down, though my compound eyes kept crawling over the azure armored wolf with ill intent, hunting for the best spot to bite. Having calmed her restless mosquito, Hayun let her gaze drift up to the rostrum at the plaza's highest point, and one look made her cold eyes narrow. Besides familiar faces like the principal and city lord and Jinnum, several unfamiliar figures had appeared, steady of bearing and carrying a faint aura of authority, some even in provincial government uniforms, clearly leaders from the provincial capital. That did not surprise her, since the discovery of the divine mosquito was more than enough to pull the provincial higher-ups in. What did concern her was that in one corner of the rostrum the chairman of the Kyonchip Guild sat, and beside him Nang Yeon, brimming with killing intent, aimed straight at her. Why would they come? Vigilance rising in her at once. She wondered whether they meant to use the assessment as cover for revenge, but the rules barred all outsiders from entering the realm, and with the provincial leaders present, they would not dare openly defy them. So what were they here for? Just watching. Her brow twitched faintly, since in her past life memories, this assessment had never drawn a lineup this grand, and it seemed her rebirth had already set off a real butterfly effect. Forget it, she told herself. If she could not figure it out, she would not chew on it, and her heart settled, because no matter what they wanted, as long as they could not enter the realm, no one could threaten her where only candidates were allowed. At first grade peak with combat power near second grade early stage, plus a Mosquito also at first grade peak, she could sweep the whole examination field. Then a middle-aged man on the rostrum who looked like a provincial leader rose, his imposing gaze crossing the field. His voice carried to every student's ears through the amplifiers as he called for silence, and the noisy plaza fell instantly quiet. He announced that the Blackstone secret realm was about to open, that the assessment was officially beginning, and that all candidates should enter in batches by class order. At the leader's word, ripples visible to the naked eye shimmered across the twisted portal, and the students began filing in by class. On the rostrum, Jang Sung-yeop, the director of the Provincial Education Department, kept his eyes fixed the whole time on that dark red mosquito on Ha-yun's shoulder. He had made a special trip from the provincial capital just to see the mosquito with supreme 5-star intelligence for himself. Since 3 days back, when the urgent encrypted report from Gang City had landed on his desk, his first reaction had been that it was absurd, that not even myths dared write a mosquito with supreme 5-star intelligence. But once he saw the images and data the universal detector had recorded, he could not sit still, and the report had thrown the provincial high-ups into an uproar, the entire beast-taming research department in turmoil over it. One faction called it a world-shaking discovery capable of changing the future of the human race, arguing that if the secret of this intelligence could be cracked and applied, the whole human beast-tamer system would undergo an epic revolution. The other faction stayed conservative, holding it a likely unrepeatable 1 in a trillion genetic mutation of limited research value, not worth heavy investment. Because of that debate, Jang Sung-yeop had been dispatched in person to verify the situation and put the divine mosquito and its tamer through a practical assessment. Watching Ha-yun walk alone into the realm, he finally lifted his gaze off the tiny mosquito and remarked that her personality really was quite solitary. More than solitary, City Lord Im Jinam said beside him with a bitter smile, calling her not only terrifyingly proud to the core but also stubborn beyond reason, and adding, lowering his voice, that she had actually cultivated that kind of evil art that harmed others and herself alike. At the word evil art, Jang Sung-yeop's brow snapped into a knot, and he said quietly that the 10,000 Beasts furnace art had been listed a taboo by the Federation's high-ups over 100 years ago, and banned ever since. A mere high school student getting hold of it was alarming, since she might have brushed up against some shady cult, so he ordered City Lord Im and Principal Wang to investigate the matter thoroughly. Im Jinnam nodded gravely and promised they would. Hearing it, the principal and the dean went cold and hurried to scribble in their notebooks, agreeing that the director was right and they would surely look into it. The director gave a small nod, then changed the subject to the question of the assessment's first place. The two bootlickers nodded frantically and kept writing, blurting that of course an assessment must have a first place, and the leader had put it so well, until Jang Sung-yeop glanced at them speechlessly and waved them off, telling them to stop writing. He cleared his throat and told the city lord and the other leaders that since he had come this year, he could hardly come for nothing. Out of his own pocket, he announced he would personally reward the winner of the practical assessment with a cultivation resource worth up to 200,000 of their own choosing, and the surrounding teachers praised his generosity as the mood on the rostrum grew livelier. They wondered aloud who this year's first place would be, one betting there was an 80% chance it went to Zhou Gei of the martial arts department or Zhou Chongqian of the beast taming department, the strongest of the few first-grade peak examinees. Another argued not necessarily, pointing to top students in the niche majors, like Jin Peng of Spiritual Mentalist Class 1, whose strength had already reached first-grade late stage. Someone agreed the boy had a real chance, since a spiritual mentalist's methods were strange and unpredictable, and could fight above their level, and someone else noted that the difficulty and danger of that path kept it from going mainstream, but in raw combat power it was genuinely terrifying. Then the talk turned to Ha-yun, one asking what rank she would land, calling her a first-grade late-stage martial artist who was not weak. Another replied she was probably a lock for the top 20, but might struggle into the top 15 since she could only rely on herself and the Mosquito was first-grade early stage, basically useless. On the other end of the rostrum, watching the rows of high-ranking provincial leaders, the president of the Gyeongchip Guild grew steadily more nervous, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. He used spiritual power transmission to call out to Nang Yan at his side, demanding the truth about whether she was really here only to observe. He warned her not to dare do anything reckless with the provincial leaders all watching, since Ha-yun was a treasure in their eyes now and any trouble would finish the entire guild. His heart trembled with fear because Nang Yan had insisted on coming to watch, and as a major local power they of course had the right. But how could he feel easy letting her come alone? not knowing whether hatred had blinded her into a plan to strike at Hyun. Facing his nervous warning, Nang Yeon only sat there calmly and answered, also by transmission, that she knew what she was doing. Her face showed no ripple, but deep in her cold eyes a flicker of grim killing intent passed, unseen by anyone. She would not, of course, do it herself. Over the past 3 days, she had already reached out through various middlemen to several students ranked in the grade's top 20. Ones from poor families but with decent strength, and promised them a large sum to accidentally kill Hyun during this realm assessment. She knew perfectly well that if Hyun died in the realm she would be the prime suspect, but so what, since the students doing the killing for money had no idea she was the mastermind. The whole reason she had come in person today was to craft the picture of an upright person who did not fear a slanted shadow. Inside the realm, after a wave of dizziness, Hyun and I were randomly teleported into a dense jungle. She steadied herself at once and swept the area to confirm it was safe, then recalled that in her past life the student had found the spirit-nurturing crystal at the bottom of a lake in the central region, and the map of the Blackstone secret realm she already knew by heart surfaced in her mind. She fixed the direction and began moving stealthily toward the lake in her memory. The Blackstone secret realm was a true novice realm, most of its demonic beasts only first grade mid-stage with the odd first grade late stage, and second grade beasts rare as phoenix feathers, lurking only in the core. So for the two of us this place was as safe as our own backyard. But just after we passed through a thicket and had not gone far, her footsteps halted and her cold eyes narrowed with a flash of wariness. She had clearly felt an invisible spiritual power, clinging like a maggot to bone, silently locking onto her, and she spread out her own spiritual power to trace it back. First grade, late stage, a spiritual mentalist. Her brow twitched, since locking onto someone with spiritual power was a rude thing to do, and she wondered what this person meant by it. Hundreds of meters off, atop the crown of a giant ancient tree, a gaunt young man sat cross-legged, a faint glow flickering between his brows, the mark of spiritual power taking tangible form. He was Jin Peng, the finest spiritual mentalist of this generation at the school, and a hint of surprise crossed his face at being discovered. She had detected his spiritual lock and even traced it back, and her spiritual power was actually first grade mid-stage, none of which he had expected. Was Hyun not just a pretty school beauty with decent martial strength who, but for the luck of contracting that absurd mosquito, would have amounted to nothing this life? He had never thought she had a hidden card like this. But what of it, he told himself, only mildly surprised because she was a beast tamer. And however strong her spiritual power had only served to assist her contract beast, while he was a spiritual mentalist specializing in spiritual killing. A first-grade late-stage spiritual mentalist launching a sneak attack was confident of inflicting heavy losses even on a second-grade martial artist, let alone her, and he was sure he had 100 ways to kill this pretty school beauty with ease. His lips curved, a stir of excitement rising, since he had not expected such luck as running into his target the instant he entered. Kill her, and the 3 million final payment the mysterious person had promised was his. 3 million, and his heart raced at the number, because he came from humble beginnings and had reached this point purely on talent and desperate effort. Even as the top of a niche major, easily taken by a first-rate Youngmu University with a fat scholarship, he would clear 400,000 or 500,000 at most. So with 3 million as good as handed over, he had no reason to refuse. As for who the mysterious employer was and why they wanted Hyun dead, he neither knew nor cared, and only had to take the money and do the job, telling himself that she had to die here today. Trying to kill me, Hyun raised an eyebrow, reading the undisguised killing intent in the spiritual power locked on her, and she understood in an instant. It seemed Nang Yan truly would not let go, going so far as to bribe a student to eliminate her inside the realm. A clever approach. By the rules, there were no restrictions on conflicts between students here, life and death. One's own responsibility, no one held to account. A rule the Federation's higher-ups had set precisely to forge the fighting spirit of the new generation. Because in this era, hothouse flowers could not bear great burdens. A first-grade late-stage spiritual mentalist, she thought, was this Jin Peng, and she snorted coldly, recalling that if memory served, in her past life the spiritual mentalist prodigy had died violently trying to break into third grade, unable to withstand the immense spiritual power impact. In this world, she reflected, the cultivation of spiritual power split into several branches. Beyond the most mainstream and safest path of the Beast Tamer, there were niche but powerful branches like Spiritual Mentalist, Formation Master, and Illusionist. The Beast Tamer path had gone mainstream because it was safest, its spiritual power cultivated for assistance and communication, bonding with contract beasts and commanding them to fight, with near-zero danger. Spiritual Mentalists were the opposite, forging spiritual power into the sharpest of weapons that struck straight at the enemy's soul, killing by bizarre and invisible means. But the path was brutally dangerous, every breakthrough like dancing on a knife's edge, a single misstep enough to leave one an idiot from the backlash at best, or brain dead at worst. By any logic, a beast tamer with first-grade mid-stage spiritual power could never withstand, on the spiritual level, the attack of a first-grade late-stage spiritual mentalist built for killing. But she was Hyun. Just then a sharp, sinister spiritual power, like a poisoned steel needle, silently drove toward her sea of consciousness. It was Spiritual Spike, the most basic and common attack a spiritual mentalist used, and against any other student, even a genius like Zhou Chengchun, that sudden strike would have brought an instant splitting headache and left them reeling. Haiyun did not so much as frown. The moment the spike neared her sea of consciousness, an invisible barrier woven of spiritual power, rippling like water, quietly rose across its surface. The heart-guard wall of the Taihio contemplation art, a crisp sound only she could hear rang in her mind, and the formidable spike meeting the wall melted away like ice and snow into nothing. "Is that all?" she murmured, her face expressionless, and mocked it aloud, asking whether he had not eaten enough. I looked up, thoroughly baffled, wondering why she had frozen in place out of nowhere, and now stood there muttering, since she knew I had not eaten, so why was she not off finding me demon beasts to suck instead of trying to starve us both? My spiritual power was so close to an ordinary human's that I had no idea the Empress had already joined battle. Far away, Jin Peng suddenly shuddered, his face draining several shades paler. How could this be? Disbelief flooding him, because his spiritual attack had been blocked, and so easily like a clay ox walking into the sea, unable to raise a single ripple. This woman had cultivated a specialized spiritual power defense art too, his eyes filling with doubt, though he steadied himself fast, telling himself that a defensive art meant nothing when her total spiritual power was only first grade mid-stage, far below his own, and refusing to believe she could defend forever. Wear her down without pause, he decided, and once her spiritual power ran dry it would be her death. He hesitated no longer, his eyes narrowing as even greater spiritual power surged out in wave after wave of relentless attacks pounding at her. Haiyun stood unmoving and let the storm of spiritual attacks break against her heart guard wall without stirring a ripple. The Taihio contemplation art was the top spiritual power method in this world, perhaps unrivaled, and its companion defense, the heart guard wall, was naturally top among the top. Even at first grade mid-stage spiritual power, it could shrug off most spiritual attacks below third grade. So it was no exaggeration to say she felt absolutely nothing from Jin Peng's flood. Yet her brows gradually drew together, and a trace of impatience surfaced, because while the attacks could not hurt her, the feeling was like a mosquito buzzing endlessly at her ear. Not a threat, but a genuine irritation. She could also tell the source of his spiritual power kept shifting, meaning he intended to hide his exact position while grinding her down. And with only first-grade mid-stage spiritual power, it was genuinely awkward to pin an ever-moving first-grade late-stage spiritual mentalist while defending at the same time. She finally cursed softly, calling him an annoying mosquito, and I could only stare. "Girl, are you serious?" I thought, thoroughly bewildered. First freezing in place and now cursing at random. So she had to explain over the blood contract that she had not been cursing me, that a spiritual mentalist had targeted her and kept attacking while she could not pin his location. She paused, then seemed to think of something and looked at me on her shoulder, asking whether I did not have a scouting ability, whether I could help her sense the surrounding forest, and see if someone was hiding in it. A first-grade late-stage spiritual mentalist coverage would reach 500 or 600 meters at most, and with the scouting I had shown back in the Black Forest, she reasoned, I should be able to find him. Why on earth had she not said so earlier, was my first thought. My blood food tracking had locked onto a target giving off human blood and chi from the very start. A target bouncing up and down in the woods hundreds of meters away like a monkey, doing who knew what. I had not paid it much mind at first, taking it for some unlucky student being chased by a demon beast, but now it clicked that this was most likely the spiritual mentalist the Empress meant. With a thought, I sent the monkey's location and movement trajectory straight to Haiyun over the blood contract with a simple mental wave, and her eyes lit up, understanding my meaning in an instant. Found you. A cold flash of killing intent crossing her eyes, and she no longer hesitated, the ground beneath her feet cracking violently as she shot out like a cannonball, all her blood and ki power erupting without restraint as she charged in the direction I had marked. Hundreds of meters off, Jin Peng, perched on another tree readying his next mental attack, was abruptly wrapped in a fierce sense of crisis. In his spiritual perception, Haiyun, who had been standing still, was now a leopard let out of its cage, bursting with incredible speed and tearing straight at him. His pupils shrank, his heart flooding with terror, and he turned to flee without even time to think. But he was a spiritual mentalist. All his talent and energy poured into spiritual power, his physique no different from an ordinary person's, and his speed against a first-grade peak martial artist erupting with full blood and chi was a casual stroll. In 2 breaths she had caught him, the wind off her fist already stinging his back, and he turned his head in horror, opening his mouth to say something, only to see a fair fist swelling to fill his terrified vision. A dull thud, and Jin Peng never got a chance to scream, sent flying like a broken kite to slam into another great tree and slide to the ground. Alive or dead, unknown. Haiyun landed slowly, looking coldly at the youth foaming at the mouth and out cold. A one-shot kill I could not help remarking, as expected of a spiritual mentalist. A true glass cannon. I had probably guessed by then that this was Nang Yeon's flavor of revenge, since with no grudge between us, why would anyone target us the second we entered the realm? What a pity, I thought, that a spiritual mentalist would not carry many blood chi points even drained dry. And I felt a little let down, since a first-grade peak martial artist would have given a dozen points a suck, and this low-quality blood bag was hardly worth the effort. But just as I was about to urge the Empress to hurry and finish him so we could run without wasting time here, my gaze fell on the center of Jinpeng's forehead. There, a wisp of almost imperceptible starlight-like light was slowly dissipating, the materialized spiritual power he had not had time to withdraw after his casting was cut off. For some reason, the instant I saw that wisp, I felt a strange pang of hunger, as if I were craving it. I was stunned, and reflexively activated blood food tracking, only to find not a single trace of blood and chi in that light. Yet the temptation was real, no less than the blood of a high-level bloodline demon beast. What was the deal with this, I wondered? Could this thing be sucked too? A bit bewildered, since my system was supposed to be a get stronger by sucking blood system, so surely it could not let me suck spiritual power as well. The system offered nothing useful beyond the sense that it did not look dangerous anyway, so I might as well try sucking it. Just as Hyun hesitated over whether to wake Jinpeng for interrogation, she felt her shoulder lighten and turned in surprise to see the mosquito flying straight for him on the ground. Her delicate brows knit, wondering when my appetite had gotten so undiscerning that trash blood like this drew my interest. But in the next second she saw a scene she would never forget. I did not go for the blood at his neck. Instead, I hovered before his face, aimed my crimson molten heart demon sting at the center of his forehead, and without hesitation drove it in. Hyun could only wonder what I was doing. In my own mind, a stream of brand new system notifications rang out in a frenzy, telling me high-purity spiritual energy had been detected and absorption was beginning, then feeding me a run of gains, then summing that I had absorbed a total of 9.8 points of spiritual power for a current total of 31.6. It really works, holy relief and delight both, and feeling the coolness spread through my mind and experience far more refreshing than sucking blood, I had hit the jackpot. My biggest weakness had always been that my spiritual power grew too slowly to keep pace with the explosive growth of my blood and chi. When the Empress was under mental attack just now, I had noticed nothing. So if that Jinpeng had turned his mind on me instead, I would have been finished. A shortcoming that was flat out fatal at times. Not anymore. From now on, I could suck not just blood but spiritual power. True all-around development. But as those 9.8 points flooded my mind, a strong dizziness followed, my whole head feeling swollen as if about to burst. My current spiritual power ceiling clearly too low to take much at once, so I had to go slow. I pulled my mouth part out in satisfaction and shook my dizzy head. Hyun, meanwhile, was utterly stunned, realizing it was sucking spiritual power, and worse, seemed to have converted the absorbed spiritual power into its own. And wait, how had it done that? Since in her past life at the peak of the world, she had never once heard of a creature with such a heaven-defying ability. She had thought nothing this mosquito did could shock her anymore, and here it was with a new trick. A piercing scream erupted then, dragging Hyun out of her shock. Jinpeng, out cold on the ground a moment ago, snapped his eyes open, clutched his head in both hands, and rolled about in a frenzy, his face contorted. The azure flame power my molten heart demon sting had injected was burning wild inside his skull. A pain thousands, even tens of thousands of times worse than any physical torture. Did your brain burn out? I gloated, not having expected that the first living thing I tried my new mouth part on would be a human's brain. Hyun watched his misery coldly, without a scrap of pity, since anyone who dared aim murderous intent at her had to be ready for the consequences. And looking at him now, his brain and sea of consciousness burned to mush. She figured interrogation was pointless, that he likely did not even know who he was anymore. Forget it, she thought. Even asking would yield nothing, and if Nang Yan had any brains, she would never have contacted Jinpeng in person. So she shook her head and slowly raised a hand to end this pitiful yet hateful fellow with a single palm. I begged her to wait and hold off, growing anxious, still perched on her shoulder digesting that huge wave of mental energy, and I hurriedly pushed a strong intent through the blood contract to stop her. This was my spiritual power blood bag, and killing him like this was far too wasteful, since once I finished digesting this wave in my head, I meant to suck a few more mouthfuls out of him no matter what. Her movement paused, and feeling my strong intent packed with frugality, she could only be a little speechless, then calmly explained over the blood contract that keeping him was useless, that he had already been nearly sucked dry by me. If she was not mistaken, she told me what I had consumed just now was his materialized spiritual power. Generally, only beast tamers above the 5th grade could condense a tiny portion of their spiritual power into physical form, which was extremely difficult. And though a spiritual mentalist could reach it earlier through special methods, the amount was still small. This Jinpeng was only 1st grade late stage, so the spiritual power he had condensed into substance was at most that little bit, and I had already swallowed nearly all of it in one go. While as for the remaining invisible spiritual power, she suspected I could not consume it at all. Her reasoning was simple, that if I could suck invisible spiritual power too, I would have lunged forward long ago while she was cultivating hers, since with my personality there was no way I would have held back until now. Is that so? And I was suddenly a little disappointed. What a pity. I genuinely could not touch invisible spiritual power, the stuff not even tempting my appetite, or I would have taken a bite out of the Empress's forehead ages ago. I looked at the dying Jinpeng, breathing out more than in, and clicked my tongue with regret. Though after this discovery, my future menu had gained a whole new main course, since from now on I would hunt not only powerful demon beasts for blood, but spiritual mentalists for brains. As for beast tamers above the 5th grade, better to forget that for now, since with my current strength, provoking a big shot of that tier would be pure suicide. Then a flash of inspiration struck, and I thought of something crucial: the spirit nurturing crystal. Was the Empress's whole goal in this assessment not that heavenly treasure, the spirit nurturing crystal? And you could tell by the name it was a supreme treasure for enhancing spiritual power. And being a crystal, it had to have a physical form. So could I suck it too? And though it sounded a bit hard, if it were ground into powder I should be able to. And the more I turned it over, the more excited I got. Before, I had felt no interest in the crystal at all, since it was useless to me and I would rather spend the time finding more demon beasts to drain. But now it was a different story, because if I could suck this thing too, then I would simply take off. "Let us go," Hyun said, seeing I had no more objections, and she wasted no more time striking Jin Peng's crown with her palm to end his suffering for good, then turning to press on stealthily toward the central region. The two of us continued on, but before we had gone far, several sneaky human blood signals appeared again within my blood food tracking range, and I warned the Empress that 300 meters to the front left, 3 of them lay in the grass, clearly meaning to ambush us. Her eyes turned cold. Though she could not make out exactly what I said, she caught the gist through the blood contract mark, and it seemed Nang Yan had really invested heavily in killing her, bribing more than one person. The teleport points on entry were random though, so Jin Peng finding her might have been coincidence, but how could these people find her so fast and so accurately? And had she been tagged with a tracking mark? The instant the thought rose, she dismissed it, since impossible, because with her sensitivity to spiritual power, even a 7th grade beast tamer like Nang Yan could never leave a mark on her unnoticed. So then where was the problem? Forget it. Kill them first and think later. And her figure flickered and vanished from the spot like a ghost. A moment later, several short, sharp screams came from the grass. Then silence, since they were only a few first-grade late-stage martial artists. All top 20 students in the grade, but weak as kittens before her current self. Hyun walked over to the 3 still warm corpses and searched them carefully, and taking the chance, I slowly took flight and headed for them too. A martial artist's blood was a bit poor in quality, but even a mosquito's legs are meat, so without a word I dove onto one of the corpses and drove my mouthpart deep in. The system logged 2.2 blood chi from the first, 2.9 from the second, and 2.5 from the last. It summed a total of 8.6 absorbed for a current blood chi of 465.2, with an estimated 1.8 evolution points after digestion for a projected total of 68.9. Better than nothing, I sighed. Human blood really being no good. And I still had to find demon beasts to suck, hoping this realm trip could finally trigger my 4th evolution. Meanwhile, Hyun had fished a palm-sized compass-like bronze object from the leader's chest, its needle trembling and giving off a faint aura of spiritual energy, and the direction it pointed was, she found as she slowly turned, always dead on me perched atop a corpse. It is not tracking me, it is tracking him, and a bolt of clarity flashed through her mind. Everything suddenly plain. This thing was not tracking a spiritual mark, but a specific energy signature. The Azure Flame power, the unique flame aura I had inherited from the bloodline of that 8th grade Azure Flame Flying Lion after evolving. Nang Yeon and her Shadow Fang squad had fought the Azure Flame squad, had fought the Azure Flame squad, had fought the Azure Flame squad, had fought the Azure Flame. She really does have some tricks, Hyun snorted coldly, wondering whether Nang Yeon thought knowing our location would make it easy to take us down, and to her these were a bunch of trash here only to deliver their heads. Damn, they were treating me like a beacon, I noted, speechless. After dealing with those flies, the two of us pushed on, and along the way we ran into 2 more waves of ambush in succession. Against my cheat-like perception and Hyun's merciless killing, though, these students, blinded by greed, stood no chance, not even raising a ripple before becoming wandering souls in this realm, and in the process they contributed 2 more tracking artifacts to her. After counter-killing 3 straight waves of assassins, the path ahead finally went quiet, and in under half an hour we had crossed most of the outer region and reached the heart of the realm. The terrain here was nothing like the dense jungle of the periphery, transforming into a vast wetland formed by dozens of interconnected lakes of every size, mist swirling into a dreamlike haze, the air laced with an even more dangerous aura. "It should be around here," Hyun said, stopping behind a hidden rock, her gaze sweeping the unbroken stretch of water, since in her past life she had only known the student found the crystal in the Central Lake District. Not which lake exactly. It did not matter though. She sat cross-legged, her hands forming a profound seal before her chest, as her mind sank into her sea of consciousness and began circulating an auxiliary secret technique made for finding heavenly treasures, the resonant spirit-seeking art. At her current first-grade mid-stage spiritual power, The technique was enough to sense the rough location of every treasure carrying special energy fluctuations within a 2-kilometer radius. And as it circulated, her spiritual power spread out fast in all directions like an invisible spider's web. Soon, in her perception, a faint but wholly and pure point of light lit up about a kilometer to the southeast. Found it, and she snapped her eyes open, a fiery light blazing in her cold pupils, then rose without the slightest hesitation and sped toward it. A minute later, the two of us arrived before a medium-sized lake, but the scene there made her brows knit at once. By the lakeside, 7 or 8 students in identical uniforms were gathered, focused intently on tinkering with something, and at their feet the prototype of a fiendishly complex formation over 10 meters across had already been traced onto the ground in a special silver powder. Formation masters from the Formation Major, her eyes narrowing slightly. Formation masters were another branch of the spiritual power system. Unlike both the support of beast tamers and the slaughter of spiritual mentalists, their core lying in borrowing momentum, since by laying out profound formations they could channel the energy of heaven and earth and manipulate its rules to erupt with terrifying power far beyond their own grade. Given enough time and materials, a killing formation they set could even trap and slay experts several grades above them, and she recalled that in neighboring Namgang province a 3rd-grade formation master had once spent half a month building a Thunderfire formation and blasted a 5th-grade demon beast terrorizing the region into dust, famous overnight. Because of that, the formation master path was reckoned the hardest of all professions, its talent bar absurdly high, so that out of the thousands of students at the school, fewer than 20 were in the formation major. Why would they be here? Could it also be for the spirit-nurturing crystal? And wariness rose in her as she hid herself deeper and swept the group carefully with her gaze. Then her gaze fixed on one figure in the crowd, an unremarkable-looking student fawningly assisting those cold, aloof formation masters, scurrying back and forth like a little lackey. It is him, and her brows knit tight, because she recognized this person, the lucky one from her past life who had obtained the spirit-nurturing crystal and soared to success. Yu Myong. This Yu Myong had been a mediocre student with below-average grades, his contracted demon beast only a common low-level bloodline with essentially no future. But the man was very smart. In her past life, after getting the crystal, he had immediately found a spot in the realm and taken a huge risk to refine and absorb it there, because had he been foolish enough to carry it out, the powers that came flocking would have swarmed not for him but for the crystal. How a lower middle tier poor student like Yu Myong had managed to obtain such a treasure in the realm had always been an unsolved mystery, and right then another past life memory flashed through her mind. She remembered that during this very assessment last life, fully half the formation major students had died, causing quite a stir, with the city lord's mansion even launching an investigation that ended without results. Now seeing this scene, a lucky winner who obtained the ultimate opportunity, and a group of formation masters who died tragically in the realm, and connecting the two, she realized in an instant that the formation masters' deaths most likely had everything to do with this Yu Myong. To verify her suspicion, she held her breath, her mind sinking into her sea of consciousness again as she silently performed a secret technique made for eavesdropping, the wind whisper art, and in an instant the distant lakeside conversation reached her ears clearly. She heard Yu Myong telling a formation master who seemed to be the leader, all smiles, that Brother Zhang need not worry, since his ancestral treasure-seeking compass definitely worked and there was absolutely a spirit-nurturing crystal at the bottom of this lake. The formation master called Brother Zhang nodded with an arrogant look and said coldly that the item had better be there, or Yu Myong knew the consequences. It was there, definitely there. Yu Myong hurried to insist, bowing and scraping, promising with total certainty that this lake was bottomless, and the water pressure immense, so they simply could not go down, which was why he needed these brothers to set up the sea-turning formation, because once the lake water was drained, the treasure would be within easy reach. He rubbed his hands together, smiling with a look of simple honesty, saying that when the item was obtained he was not greedy, that as long as they let him absorb a tiny bit of the crystal's energy he would be satisfied, and the rest would all belong to the brothers. The formation masters told him he was at least sensible, exchanging looks and revealing satisfied, greedy smiles, because that was a spirit-nurturing crystal, a supreme treasure that anyone who cultivated spiritual power dreamed of, enough to make them give up the assessment for a gamble. I cut in to tell the Empress that something big seemed to be lurking at the bottom of this lake. She was listening intently and gave a start, and then I told her what it was, a 2nd-grade mid-stage inked jade black turtle. After my spiritual power rose, the perception range of blood food tracking had naturally grown by 50 meters to a radius of 850 meters. And because of that, I had just barely sensed an extremely powerful life aura lurking at the bottom of that deep lake. The blood food tracking readout named it an ink jade black turtle, mutated with a low-level 3-star bloodline and a rank of 2nd-grade mid-stage. An old turtle, actually, and I could not help pondering, since though its bloodline level was low, its strength was decent. and one suck should probably yield about a dozen points of blood chi. Kill it and drain it dry, and I might pull in 70 or 80 points of blood chi, with evolution points climbing over a dozen too, which would make the fourth evolution a sure thing. A demon beast of second grade or higher at the bottom of the lake. Hyun's eyes narrowed the instant she caught the general information I sent. So that was how it was. In her past life, this Young had probably used these poor formation masters, having them set up a formation to disturb the second grade demon beast at the lake bottom. Then he had sat on the mountain to watch the tigers fight, waiting for the formation masters and the beast to wound each other before stepping out to reap the rewards as the fisherman, and easily take the spirit-nurturing crystal. What a move, she thought. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It is just a pity, and the corner of her mouth curled into a cold arc, because this time, behind him the oriole, there stood one more, her, the true hunter. I told her through the blood contract that it was no problem at all, old Empress, getting a bit excited myself, since this time it felt like we could seize the opportunity with ease. But why did this scene feel so familiar? Damn, when had the two of us, a man and a mosquito, become a duo of schemers?